Welcome to the Sci-Fi Center, the place to be, where comic books and wrestling collide magically. Movies, TV shows, and pop culture we share. Get ready to rock, we're here to take you there. From superheroes to aliens in outer space, we've got the latest news and reviews in our embrace. Turn on your screen, let the neon lights glow, take you back to the 80s. Let's rock and roll. Sci-Fi Center, where the legends come alive. Get ready to geek out, let your imagination fly. We're diving into the past with a touch of modern flair. Sci-Fi Center, the ultimate pop culture lair.
Happy Saturday and welcome to another watch along party as we fulfill our obligations from the American Foundation Suicide Prevention fundraiser that we did from November 28th all the way up till just recently, raising $15,500 for the cause. One of the ways we got there is by, promising that we would show and do watch alongs for certain films on our way to that, and taking donations. So this one is obviously one we don't have to suffer through. It's Blade Runner, even though it's the final cut. Not my favorite version of it, but it'll also be followed up by Blade Runner 2049. There is only one version of Blade Runner 2049 per Denis Villeneuve, and we will be watching that as well. Let me go ahead and bring in everybody that's gone to the Patreon chat. That's a big background, Casual.
Oh, what's up? What's up?
You're like
Yeah,
a little.
it's just my wall.
Yeah.
With the angle.
All right. So this version is the one that does not have the voiceover, if I recall correctly. So if any of you, this is your first time, feel free to ask questions, post questions in the chat, and I'll get to them as soon as I can. I do have some customers in the store, so believe it or not, when Brad is always telling you that I'm always trying to escape bad movies, no, these are actually good movies, but I'm in the middle of running a store, so I will be coming back and forth. So, Vince, are we ready?
Yeah, if you are.
Yeah, I'm gonna. So everybody, Vince has put the link to Twitch to go ahead and watch it along in the actual chat there. So there you go. So you can go ahead and click on that, and if you want to go ahead and just pin that to the top of the chat, if you know how to do that. If not, I'll do it. Hold on, I can do it.
I can if I switch to you, but otherwise it won't. For some reason, it won't let me.
Yeah, you have to be me, or you have to be acting as me. Hold on, where's that? I'm just gonna make sure that there we go, and it is up. Hold on, I have to switch to me. I'm not even on my right account. Just kind of silly. Hold on, and I'm going to go ahead and pin this to the top. All right, so it is now pinned to the top of the chat. So anybody who's coming in, just let everybody know that that's what it is. We can go ahead. I'll give you a couple minutes to click on that and get ready. And I'm going to deal with the customer, and I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah, it's actually been a while since I've seen this movie.
Try not to get into a 4-hour dissertation, William, about Blade Runner.
Yeah, I'm just hoping It says I have the final cut. I'm sure he'll let me know if it ends up being the wrong version of it.
I think you said the final cut, so
Yeah, well, I meant like because I'm playing it off my computer for the Twitch stream. I'm just not. He said not to start it till he got back, right? I think.
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
But yeah,
I'll just wait.
I would wait.
I've actually witnessed William doing his dissertation on Blade Runner.
Oh, I'm sure. I've known him going on like 3 years, and I know that Blade Runner is the whole time I've known Blade Runner is his favorite film franchise.
I've known William since the 90s.
Yeah.
I'm kind of surprised he's a big Blade Runner fan.
Was that a Dodgers game in the background?
No, my parents are watching softball.
Oh, okay.
That's why I went and bought headphones that I can turn the mic on and off really easily.
Yeah. What's funny is I have the same headphones as William, except I don't have the cat ears. So it's got that little tip on the microphone. I can just.
I'm gonna be right back.
All right.
I just raise and lower my microphone boom, and it turns it on and off.
Nice. Yeah, this one has like a little tip. I just press it and it mutes.
Sony does make a nice pair of headphones, though, man. It's expensive as hell, but they're really nice.
All right. At least I think he said to wait till he got back. Yeah, I mean it's a digital file on my computer, Rational, so I'm pretty sure it's the Blu-ray. If I even attempted to hook up I wouldn't even know how to logistically put a Blu-ray on here and then try to play it from that, and that'd be even more complicated. So am I good to start?
Yeah, it is a final cut, by the way.
Yeah, well, no, what I meant was if I somehow start playing the wrong version, let me know.
Okay. What does it say on it? Is it a
Yeah,
version?
the final cut.
That's it. So, whose background is that?
It's Clinton's.
Okay, I'm gonna mute him for a little bit. All right, let's go. I am ready.
Is my mic on or off?
I turned it off because I can hear everything going on in the back. I can hear somebody talking during the weather. It looks like the mid-70s or something.
Yeah, his parents are watching a softball game.
That's weird because usually I turn my mic off and you shouldn't hear it.
No, I had your mic turned off. because I could hear it. I turned it off. I muted you, but I can.
Yeah, if your mic's active, we can hear everything in the
I can hear
background.
like somebody just hit a ground out.
Yeah, I'll say just mute it the whole time. Then whenever you want to talk, just talk. Because no offense, it's gonna kind of hurt the quality of the show, but won't cause no drama. But yeah.
Oh no, I'm fine with muting it. I just thought my microphone was off. That's all. Sorry.
Oh no, yeah, that's all right, no problem. I think that's your chair, Casual.
Yeah.
Yeah, my chair does the same thing, and that's why I stay muted most of the time.
I remember mine at the house when I was first streaming. I had that really squeaky chair.
Mm-hmm.
You still have a squeaky chair.
Nah, but not as squeaky easy as one. But this one's a newer one. The old one I had, or not, it was a brand new chair that made all that noise, and I had to get rid of it because you couldn't breathe without that thing squeaking. All right, so this is the explanation.
Yeah, I'm still here. You guys are good. I'm still here.
Yeah.
I can hear everything, but just gonna be doing something. So William, so do you like this one better compared to the other one, or like does it matter to
You
you?
mean like this version of better than the like this version of the
Like, do you
original?
like the second one compared to the first one?
2049, I think it's a far superior movie.
That makes sense. Because for me, I was debating with some friends, and I said the second one is much better, but this one, I don't know, it's special. Like, it's not as good as the second one, I would say.
Well, there was the limitations that they had on the original one.
Mhm.
Were if you ever watch something called Dangerous Days, you'll see that this movie almost didn't get made. Whereas the second one, it become such a legendary cult classic by the time 2049 came around. They pretty much gave them everything they needed to make the movie that they wanted. And plus, we're talking 1982. There was just, like I said, there was just limitations on just everything then. So
Yeah, but also too, it still looks really good. Though I would say visually, I think it looks better compared to some shots in the second one. But this one visually looks really good. Like this now we're watching, the miniatures look fantastic. So
yeah, I just sometimes I have to remind myself that this was 42 years ago. I still can't believe that this movie is
42. Wow.
Yeah,
That's long.
got released the same day as The Thing did, and they both bombed. And now look at them.
Yeah, also too, even the music from this, like the second one has a great soundtrack, but this one, I listen to it sometimes, and it's just like a, I don't know, like a cyberpunk type of feel, and it's good.
Well, this is Vangelis, and what happened with Hans Zimmer? Hans Zimmer basically took what Vangelis did and just basically put it on steroids and updated it, and it's perfect.
Yeah, that's why it's so good too. And I will say this, even compared to the other one, like this one actually makes it like more horror, which I kind of like in a way. Like watching now, like I like how it has that, the opening sound that gives you more of like the horror type of feeling. Like you're like a thriller type. Whereas compared to the other one, it's like it's kind of, but this one is like it feels more realistic in a way. So
yeah, it's more practical. And in each of these movies, now when you watch this one and when we watch the second one, you'll see that there's certain parallels, no matter what, that are there. And like I said, this guy right here was originally auditioned. The guy who's playing the cop right now, he originally Holden. He was originally supposed to play Deckard. He auditioned for Deckard, and Harrison Ford got the role.
wow. At least they still kept him in role. At least they still
He still kept him, and he's legendary. He's like, I mean, he's like I said, he's not in the movie for very long, but he helps set the tone. Same thing when you watch Blade Runner 2049. Dave Bautista is not in the movie for very long, but he sets the tone for the movie.
Yeah.
So the world gets progressively worse every successive movie. How are they going to make the world worse in the next series or movie?
Well, if
I,
if you look at the world that they live in, the only people that are living there are the people who can't afford to leave. So,
mhm.
because most of the, if you have money or if you have any type of status, you've left Earth. You're living off world. It's only the dregs of society that are living down on Earth right now because it is worse, and the mortality rate is high. It's not going to get any better, but I don't think you can get much worse. Like if you watch 2049, I don't know if you can get much worse than like the atmosphere disappearing and the sun burning everybody. But I think they're so far away from that that they could still tell a couple of stories in between then
No,
and the end.
no, they are. They already shot. Sorry to interrupt too fast, but they already like filmed one with a TV series for Amazon Prime with Michelle Yeoh. Then
Yeah,
it's
they
coming. I
start
think it's
production.
coming
Yeah,
out.
yeah,
No, I thought it's
2025.
coming out next year or something, or this year or something. But
Next year, projected 2025. I
mhm.
don't think they're gonna meet that date because there's just too much that Amazon wants to put into it, and they're not gonna hold back. So they might take their time, which I'm okay with. I'm just
Yeah.
glad I'm getting more Blade Runner. I never thought when for all these years I would get anything more than the original movie because of
Mhm.
the way it did in the box office, and just to see it. Not only did I get a sequel, it was an epic sequel that surpassed the first one. I got Blade Runner Black Lotus, which is, if you haven't watched that, please watch Blade Runner Black Lotus. And then now I'm getting 2099. So I am living in a great world where for 30 some odd years I thought I was just going to have this one movie, and now I have an entire franchise that's doing well. So
I would
can't
say
be.
this is one of the examples of where maybe the math didn't work at first, but the reception really kept it in the
Yeah,
irrelevant.
It is too, because even the soundtrack, even from like I'm a casual, so you guys know I don't like. I think it was no, it was Guardians of the Galaxy for the first movie that actually made me listen to music that actually from the movie. It wasn't like, oh, it's just music. It actually made me like, wow, this song is actually good. So let me listen to it, and now like actually listening to the soundtrack, it shows you how good it is. Because even if you're not a fan of any of this, just the soundtrack alone is like soothing and relaxing. Like whenever
yeah,
if I'm relaxing, I play this. I play this. Cyberwave actually sounds better compared to the other one. I think Reverberation or something.
yeah.
But
You
it's
can
just like a
actually
soundtrack.
YouTube this if you just type in Blade Runner ambient.
Mhm.
Um, there's a whole bunch of stuff that you can like literally, if you want to sleep to it, you could.
It is, and it's so relaxing. Even I subscribe to. I'm really subscribed to like I think a few Blade Runner stations, and that's just I don't
Yeah,
know.
I
It
am
puts
too.
me to sleep. Yeah. Yeah, I'm surprised though because like even with the tone setting, the colors, like it's like you wouldn't think the soundtrack is good, but no, it's actually solid. So. And that's what's crazy. I was filming back in 1982, but it still holds up. The only thing that I will say it's too early to say, but I want to say it. The thing that kind of surprised me about Blade Runner, the second one, is how it flopped. Like I heard it didn't make that much money, which is like
No, it
insane.
lost the money.
Oh, it
It
lost
lost
money.
it lost money initially in the
Mm,
theaters, but
mm,
it they would, when they did the analysis for 2049, when they
mm,
found out the reasons why it didn't do well, it had really nothing to do with the movie. I helped market when here in Vegas. I helped market. We brought a big campaign. The problem
mm,
with the marketing for 2049 is they assumed that everybody was still connected to the original movie, and they
yeah.
didn't do enough of the why should I go see this movie in any of the promo. Um, it's so when people didn't know what it was, they did not make the connections to the original Blade Runner lore that they needed to do. They
Mm,
realized that, and plus it was too long. It went by like 10 minutes for me. But
mm,
when you a lot of people in 2017 were not
mm,
ready to sit through a 2 hour and 45-minute movie. I think Endgame and Infinity Gauntlet, Infinity War
mm,
changed that. But that at that particular time, 2 hours and 45 minutes for a movie, it had
mm.
less screenplay because the longer your screen time is, the longer your things, the less you're the less you are able to show a lot of things. But
Yeah, a
once,
lot more screen times that are being taken up.
yeah,
It's only instead of it being like 5 or 6, it's like 3 or 4 or 2 or 3. So
Yeah, and then once it hit video, and on that, you were able to. It sold 22 million in copies as far as $22 million. So it continues to make money, and that's why you even got a 2049. Because if you look at the overall franchise and the money it has pulled in since it bombed originally, it's pulled in quite a bit of money. And the same thing with 2049. 2049 is no longer on HBO Max because they sold the rights, not the rights, but they sold it, the ability to stream it to other places. So it's still making money 7 years later.
Yeah, it still is because it's a classic, and especially even with the second one. Like, I know I'm going to be talking a lot about the second one, but I saw the second one, and I think that's what it is, like exactly how you said it. I saw the second one. Hey, if you need to jump in and answer the comment, that's okay. I saw the second one, and I was like, what's the point of me seeing the first one? Like, why should I go see it? Like, there's no point. Then after watching, I think, Blade Runner a couple more times, I was like, wait, actually, let me go see it finally. And it took a lot of convincing, and I'm like, this movie sums it up perfectly. I didn't understand the Deckard part about Harrison's Ford, the one in the second movie, but I was like, I don't know, it was just a good movie. Then I was like, I don't know. Then when I finally watched this, I was like, oh, it actually makes more sense. It wasn't like you have to watch it. So it was like they did enough. So that's why I think it is, because I never even heard of this movie until I saw Blade Runner 2049, the second one. And that's when I was like, oh, this franchise is actually really good, and especially good casting too and everything. I was like, oh,
right here,
that makes so much sense now. Yeah.
This scene right here, this is just shows you the dynamic. Deckard is retired. And this guy Bryant, by the way, recently passed away. Emmett, I forgot his last name, but he just recently passed away in his 80s. He's basically the guy that you saw in the original, the opening. He's dead, and they're bringing him back. I've memorized this scene. I used to be able to like lip sync the scene if I wanted to, but this is basically, for those of you who hadn't seen, it's sort of a parallel of racism type of deal. Because the voiceover, they described this guy as a cop back in the 50s and 60s who would use the N-words and use all the racial epithets, to go after any type of stereotype. And that's what this Captain Bryant is supposed to be. So that's what the voiceover would have covered here. And he's basically not giving him any choice to take this mission, because it also shows you the hierarchy of the police in the society, that either you're a cop or you're somebody who's going to get stepped on by the cops, and that's how he gets them to take the missions.
Yeah,
Go
that's
ahead.
Emmett Walsh.
Yeah, Emmett Walsh. Yeah. There was some pushback from Cinephiles in 2049. Didn't get the best pick nod, especially since it got and won tons of other nominations. Yeah, and they had an extra slot. They had 10 slots to put this movie on, and they didn't put it on. It ended up winning for best cinematography and best visual effects. And Warner Brothers at the time was very happy with that, because the original Blade Runner, for all the money it's made them since 1982, never got Academy Awards. And when you sell Blade Runner, when you see it anywhere else, you pick up a physical media of it, they can now put that Academy Award-winning Blade Runner. It is actually an Academy Award-winning film. It's not the best movie or anything like that, but once you win an Oscar for your movie, you win an Oscar for your movie. Your movie is now, and that was a prestige. I remember the campaign to get for your consideration campaign that came out for Blade Runner. Even though it had lost them money, they were so happy to put that on there for your consideration. And when they got nominated, they were I remember the intermediates that we were dealing with, Warner Bros., we were very happy. And I'm like, this movie lost you guys money, but on Oscar night, Roger Deakins is going to get an Academy Award, and he has 13 nominations and never won. And you look at the resume of that guy for cinematography did, and to not win for those, and he wins for this one. And you get to hear, like I said, you get to hear at the Oscars, Blade Runner announced as a winner, and that's something that we didn't have for the previous 35 years. So nobody's happy with losing money, but they made money back. And like I said, they continue to make money on 2049 because it's no longer on Max. You got to buy it or rent it on Amazon if you want it, or YouTube for $2 and $3. People are still doing it. People are still watching this movie and paying for this movie. So, I remember the pushback when it came out.
Well, what does cinephile mean? Is it like critics or something? Or
well, no, cinephiles are people. What he's saying is the people like me who supported the shit out of this movie and loved it. We were pissed that it didn't get nominated for the best picture, and it should have been, in my opinion. But yeah, whether it won or not, it should have been. It should have been nominated. I mean, obviously, I forgot what was up that year and what won that year, but it should have been at least up there. But like I said, people are still getting onto this movie. I'm still introducing people. Hi Ruth. I'm still introducing people to Blade Runner for the very first time, and it's like I said, I love the fact that that's still the case. How many versions are there of this film, and what are they? Okay, so there are 7. You have the original theatrical version. You have the director's cut. You have the work print edition that comes into the suitcase. You have the international cut. You have the final cut, which we're watching right now. And then you have an extended work print cut that includes the director's cut, but and on all the added footage, but does not have the voiceover. The difference between the from one to the other, from like the first version and the version we're watching now, is they added a lot more to this, and there are no voiceovers. The other cut, they took time to reshoot certain things when they released the DVD, because if you look at Zora's death thing in here, it's horrible. It's a woman with a horrible wig doing some bad stunt work, and they reshot that and redigitized that. So when you buy the Ultimate Edition of Blade Runner, which is the one that's in the silver suitcase, it has a voice everything in it. It has those additions in it, including the work print one, which was never meant for it to be seen, but it shows you how they made everything. So there's 7 cuts of there. So there you go.
I'd have to imagine you have the suitcase, don't you?
Yes, you do not have to imagine. I have it.
No, you got the whole bookcase. Oh, I'm just kidding. Yeah. I will say this though, I am a little worried about Michelle Yeoh potentially being the lead in a franchise, and especially with it being like a female. There's nothing wrong if they do it with the lead, but just make it just do it right. And especially also seeing like the first and second one, the expectations and a higher standard is really good. Hopefully they don't force it and make it no stuff.
Well, technically, out of all the people to play the role of the cop, she's probably going to be the most qualified one.
Yeah, but they said that she's gonna be playing like a variant, not a variant, but like I think that they released like not the plot, but it basically it said that she's gonna be like one of the last remaining ones, then she's gonna be like the only one or something. So it's like, I don't know, but I mean, who knows? Maybe it could be a different take, and they can make it good, especially with Amazon. TV shows has been really good, so I trust them. So
you know her background, right? With like all the Asian like cop films and stuff that she's done, and
yeah,
martial arts. I think she'll knock it out of the park.
I just hope that they do it right and they don't like make it forced. Like, oh no, like especially with the whole Hollywood now. But I think it'll be fine though, because
they haven't. Look at it this way, Casual. I mean, I had those same reservations, but since they've jumped back into the franchise with 2049 and everything that they've done afterwards, and the comics are brilliant. We need to go over that one day. They haven't let me down yet, so I'm gonna continue to give them a bit of a doubt, because they have not. The Blade Runner franchise since 2017 so far, they're undefeated as far as what they've put out. There's nothing that they put out that I have not absolutely loved, and I gotta feel, and you know, with Amazon has like no constraints as far as what they can spend. It's good. I think it's gonna be great.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead, Clint.
So was this before Sean Young went crazy, or is she crazy after this?
Sean Run, she's crazy here. I listen. I think she gets a lot of. She's eccentric, but it's part of her charm and it's part of her ability. She gets a lot of. I think she gets a lot of misperception. Yeah, she's wacky, but I mean, she's still one of the better. I mean, you go see No Way Out. I mean, she's brilliant in that. I think she would have made a good Catwoman. I know she auditioned for the role and went kind of. She came in an audition in a costume, and I'm like, dude, you want the role, dude? I mean, go all out. But some people kind of look at that as a little bit on the wacky side. But artist, you know what? But she's good in this. And then they used her in Blade Runner 2049. They used her likeness in 2049, and they regrafted her. 1982, Aaron. 1982. I was 8 when I saw this.
I was born 2 years later.
I don't want to hear that shit.
Hey, we're only 10 years apart. It could be worse.
Well, the fuck, man. Or hey, listen, could be dead. We're not dead. So. I'm looking at so many people right now that can't even make it to fucking 50, and I'm like, you know what? I will stop these old jokes.
Not dead yet.
Hey, man, that's really all you can classify everybody who's still alive. Yes, I do remember this. I do remember watching that at the movies because I couldn't wait to hear what he was going to say. Because Roger Ebert and Gene Siskel were big, as kids in that era. That was, that's all we had at that time, and we didn't have all this other stuff. And so those guys carried a lot of sway when it came to movies. He did not like it originally, but to his credit, his opinion about it evolved, and a lot of people's opinion about it evolved over time too. Especially as the world around you changed, it was like
Yeah, it told you, like, like you realize, man, this world is actually like it and everything. Even I was watching some of the behind the scenes, not for this one, but the second one, and it basically said that like whenever like there's a scene in Blade Runner 42 when all the trash and stuff, and basically they asked, like they were saying that like, so yeah, we get inspiration from San Francisco, and I was like, that is super true. Especially speaking to California people, you realize, that is very true, and it exists there. But sorry to cut you off, but.
Well, Blade Runner takes place in both movies take place, with the exception of 2049 that takes place in some of it takes place here in Vegas. It all takes place in California. This first movie takes place entirely in the city of Los Angeles and not that far away from each other. It's a city block. Blade Runner 2040 or Blade Runner the original. All this is in downtown LA, including some of the real places that they show, like the Bradbury Building, which is in LA. It's still there now. You'll see that and in the cop station where they were talking, that's a train station in LA that still exists.
Oh, that's so cool. Wow. Yeah, and I'll say this too. I think it's just some movies. I think he misunderstood it at first, and that's why I feel like now with all the fans, especially even what happened with the Snyder Cut and his universe, Zack Snyder. Like even for me, I hated it at first, but then when I like did some research on it and I actually understood it, even you guys with shout out to you guys whenever we're watching Rebel Moon Part 2. I didn't understand something. I was like, what the heck? And when you guys explained to me, I was like, oh, this is what they're trying to say. So over time, like you just learn like the vision in it. Movie's really good too. So yeah. Well, I said it because like some movies people that hate at first, but then when you understand it, you're like, this, I get it now. Then you change your point of view. But go ahead, William. Sorry.
This scene was not one of the scenes that was originally in it. The original one, if I can remember, Gaff, when he originally visits this apartment, I don't believe it's been so long. I don't believe Gaff was with him. Edward James, almost a lot of his scenes were kind of cut out because they decided that the solitary nature of Deckard was better than having him with a partner. Because he uniquely, Gaff didn't understand. There's a reason why Bryant brought them back. Because in my opinion, this is my opinion, I still believe this, is because he's a replicant from the minute this movie was even conceived. And the only reason why the other guys failed is because the replicant was designed basically to be able to find other replicants. That's why when you see in 2049, there is no hiding it. All the cops that are hunting Blade Runners are replicants.
Interesting.
So yeah, this right here, Edward James Olmos. This is a young Edward James Olmos. His origamis will come into play too as well.
Wow, interesting. Yeah, I think it's better. I think they actually made a right choice by doing that, because if you would have a partner, I think it would have been too much of longness and too much of a like just focusing on one person is better compared to like two people. So, sorry about your noise. I will say this though, I might be kind of excited though for Blade Runner 2049. I would have to see a trailer maybe for the one on Amazon, but seeing Amazon track record with the Terminator list, Reach.
Are you talking about 2099?
Yeah, the new one that's coming out, the one on Amazon Prime. So I think with that, I think I'll be fine. It's just, let's see. But especially also too, when you look at it, like the stuff that's been made with Blade Runner, it's been taken care of with care. It's not like other franchises. So
yeah.
But I can't see that, especially with being Amazon Prime. That could potentially change the. Like, I don't want to have the expectations, but I think you could change the genre and change it forever. But like, hey, look, you can actually have really, really high quality TV shows on your streaming service. You just have to make it good and great. So if you do that, then you got your game. You basically have your Game of Thrones there, man. That's
I
crazy.
think Ebert would have loved 2049 because everything that he eventually came to love about the original was augmented in this movie. So I think if he were alive when it came out, he would have loved it. I don't agree with his Mighty Rex. I've heard this said before. This is just my opinion. I don't think Holden was a replicant. I think that's why he failed. I think that the only replicant cop in the in this movie is Deckard, in my opinion, and I think he's a prototype. I think Terrell created him as a prototype to see if for the LAPD to see if this would work. I don't think anybody else is a replicant. I think that Captain Bryant and the hierarchy of the police department know that Deckard is one, but he does not know he is one. And if you look at the way Rachel was introduced or is being introduced right now, she didn't know she was a replicant because of the memory implants. So I think that was what ended up making them change the replicant, the Blade Runners by 2049 into replicants, because Tyrell had designed them, or they had been designed to be able to hunt them down more efficiently. It was almost like they could sense their own in ways. They still had to do the detective work, but they could still, they had a leg up. And when you're talking about hunting dangerous replicants that could kill you or attempt to kill you, like in the opening credits, that margin for her was slim. So I have always believed that Deckard was a replicant since from 16 years after this movie on, especially when they released the cuts that show. And it's in this cut too that show the unicorn, the implants. They make sure that you know about the implants to the point where if you see something in someone's mind that wasn't spoken about, that you knew that was an implant. So. Question one: what do you think they would put a box set of different versions? But yeah, they did. It's the ultimate edition, and it's in a big silver suit. Hold on, if they have it on Amazon, I'll put runner old.
Yeah, I was just about to find a link for you, but I guess you got it.
Yeah, ultimate. I need to order another one to have this. Hey, it's only $60, man. Some of them are like really high. 116, you're out of your mind. Oh, that's because it's coming from Warner Home. This one only has a 5 one in it though, but they were released other ones. So okay, so I'm mistaken. The original, this one right here has the. And I'm gonna put this link in the chat. Only has a 5. I thought it had all 7 at the time. But hold on, let me bring it up. So this one right here is this ultimate cut, but the other cuts came after it because that's right, because the final cut wasn't available. The final cut hadn't been made when this was out, and the extended director's cut. So let me so you should be getting. Did it go in there?
Yeah, all it's in there.
Yeah, you got it. Just didn't put it on Facebook or on the Facebook page. So, all right. So let me look this up. Because I have a list that saves someone that oh wow, what's a fucking loud ass bird? Jesus.
The Rings of Power season 2, all the Tolkien nerds are really blasting it, and I'm like, can't you just enjoy it? Just it maybe not strictly literal to the book, but it's just a different story.
You made something for a fan base like that they were going to shred that, but they should, it's like Trek fan. It's like, it's still, you can't please people when it comes to book stuff. Sometimes it's like, it's not like the book. I'm like, well, they're not making a book. They're making a show that has to be watched by other people. So it's like, all right, here we go. Versions, work print prototype made in 1982. The San Diego sneak preview that nobody saw. So that one's not even in circulation. I don't think I should be counting that one, but I think somebody counts it. The U.S. theatrical release, that's the one we all saw in the movie. The international theatrical release, that's the international cut. That's my favorite one. The director's cut that was released in 1992, and the final cut that was done. This is what we're watching now in 2007. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There are a total 7. So yeah, the San Diego one, you can actually get it, but it's, from what I understand, it's super expensive and it's not very high grade. But so there are a total 7 cuts. Of those cuts, I have 6 of them. 5 of them come in that suitcase that I just put in there, and then the other one is the final cut that I had later on afterwards. So, but to be honest with you, if you get that, the suitcase has. Oh my goodness! Hold on. Go scram. Go. Out of here.
I will say personally, I think it will be eventually with a different box set, especially if it does make a lot.
Yeah,
That would be like, especially how big different.
You can buy it on Amazon. There you go. Buy it on Amazon. Perfect, isn't it?
Yeah.
Let's see.
I'm telling you, especially if the Prime one, the new one that's coming out on Prime, if it does really well, Amazon, especially with them getting into steel books and physical media, there will be no way that they don't do it. Like, it just has to get popular first, because Amazon, you guys can say what you want, but Amazon, like, they're like HBO in a way that when they have some shows, it's really good. So
Oh, they really blew it out of the park for me when it came to the Fallout show.
I'll say for me, it blew me out the park when they give us a Terminator list and Reacher, The Boys season 1. I don't like the rest. No offense, guys. It's still good if you like it, cool, but it's just not for me. Like, not anymore. But then Fallout, I still need to watch, but I was skeptical about first, but I will watch it. But just seeing how Amazon is like HBO in a way, how they're actually giving you quality shows, which is rare because, and I said, especially how film is, it's extremely hard to make good shows. But just seeing like how their fan base is reacting and everything, yeah, they're gonna keep doing it, and especially with them also too. Like, another thing that I like about too what they do, especially even with The Boys, how much they showed and how much they keep going to, like, they're not like other companies. Yeah, we're keeping it PG. No, they push the limits, and that's how it should be in a way. Like, not too much extreme or something bad happens, but you take a risk and it paid off. That's why even people, like, no matter what people can say, The Boys season 1 is really good. So yeah, sorry guys, I go on a tantrum. But,
yeah, little movie. Yes, because I still have people who want to fight me on this. You guys are all going to lose. Okay, this scene coming up here, and if it's just, I haven't watched this cut in like literally 15, 16 years, but this cut, and I believe, has the unicorn scene in it. And at the end of every later version, Gaff puts that unicorn down there. He's letting him know that he knows what he is. And even Deckard is starting to realize what he is at the end of all of this. And the reason, like I said, and you'll see at the end of the movie, for those of you who haven't seen it, I guess. But yeah, it's 42 years, guys.
Yeah.
Hold on. Is there anybody, chat, let me know before I go on any further. Is there anybody in here who has not seen Blade Runner at all?
It doesn't matter even if you didn't. Like, come on, you have a chance to watch it now, and also too, even if it is, you can still go back and rewatch it anytime. Because this movie, when you watch it again, you notice a lot more stuff, and you'll be like, oh, like you'll notice more stuff than it'll. So that's what I'd say.
Well, and it's not like one of those spoilers. Like, if you know,
yeah, trust me, I hate spoilers, but I'll just say
if you know the twist in Fight Club, that kind of ruins the movie for you.
Yeah,
please don't spoil it for me. I don't please don't spoil it for me.
That pissed me off.
Please, just
that spoiler in Fight Club pissed me off. Please
don't spoil it for me, please. Like, I know it's a good movie and all that stuff, but please, like, I'm working my way up to it, one thing at a time.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, they were meant to mean. I believe that Tyrell designed them to meet each other because he was designing. He was going a further plan. What's going on?
So, what do you think, William? Do you think that they actually had a child, and the child is Ryan Gosling's character? Because I think I was watching like a video. I don't know where I got it from, but I forgot. But it was where no, yeah, it is. So in the beginning of Blade Runner 2049, remember they found like a body or whatever. Spoiler alert for anyone, just the opening credits. But they find some bones or whatever, and it's basically a replica had a baby. So do you think that is Deckard? Because I was watching a podcast or
that actually it's explained in the next movie. It's not. They actually explain it outright in the next movie. So for this kind of, there's probably going to be some people who haven't seen 2049. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. The director's cut is longer because it actually has missing scenes, and all the cuts that are after 1992 are longer than the original. And
way to spoil it, Mr. I hate spoilers.
I'm sorry. I love that movie, and I've seen it at least like 10 times, and I listen to like the soundtrack a lot, especially when, let's say, if I have like a really bad day, if I'm going for a long drive, I listen to it and it just like calls me on. So I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I have a special place.
Today will be my first time seeing 2049.
You know what? Now I know what to do from now on. So yeah, this was a learned lesson for me to ask. But yeah, I will say so. Even Blade Runner does have a lot of symbolism.
Don't take me seriously. I just like giving crap.
Okay, I was like, I
please,
know I gotta
please.
chill, but
Don't take him.
so it's such a great. It's like one of the few movies that actually has a great soundtrack. But yeah, I will say this though, but Blade Runner actually does have a lot of symbolism in it. We're not gonna talk about it much, but it's just like even especially in Blade Runner 2049, it shows you where society's kind of going, especially for men too. I'm not gonna get into the whole subject, but it's telling you. But regardless, from a cinematic point of view and just from a music point of view, it's good. Especially also with Ryan Gosling too, like really good. And I'll tell you, so I have an issue with that movie. You guys will be able to explain it for me later on. But
This is all painting, by the way. This is all painted.
this is all painted. What the heck?
Yeah. It was painted and was superimposed on the. Now here's Pris. Here's another. She's the pleasure model that you saw in the original one. This is Daryl Hannah, one of her earliest roles.
She went from this she's the one in Splash, right?
Yeah,
I
she's
think.
the one in Flash, and she does a couple other different things. But she's 6 feet tall. She's really tall.
Oh my god, that's an NBA player.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, she'd be a point guard. These movies right now, the way they introduce these characters, is what really Scott meant to do and Hampton Fincher meant to do was to humanize these characters for you before they turned violent. And the reason he wanted to do that is because he didn't want you to be able to say, well, that's the villain and that's the hero. There are no villains in this movie. There are no heroes in this movie. And he does an excellent job of telling a human story from the point of view of the people that are living it. Yes, these are replicants. Yes, these are technically property, but they are developing human emotions to the point where by the time they all meet their demise, and they all will, that's not a spoiler alert, you actually feel for them. You understand why they become violent. You understand why, these people they have a 4-year lifespan, and they are at the point of their lives where everything's starting to come together for them. And now they're being faced with the fact that A, they're being hunted, and B, it's going to be over one way or another if they can't find a way to extend their lives. That's the whole point of their plight in here, and they're desperate. And he forces you to ask yourself, what would a normal human do if faced with those circumstances? And I think they do it expertly in this movie.
Yeah, they do that neat and like in a way, like yeah, you're absolutely right. You summed it up perfect. Yeah, like it's like now it questions you, like yeah, and I'll tell you, no, I don't want to say no answer is right or wrong, but you could like from an understanding point of view, you could kind of get it, if that makes sense. You could understand why, and especially let's not even talk about the whole when they were younger, because you don't even know, like at the beginning. Like I'm trying to say this, sorry, is that like you didn't even know what they go through in the beginning, like maybe they went through so much worse, but yeah.
Well, they just remember what they have memory implants and everything else, and this is how to me, the way it evolves to the point where Deckard is what he is towards the end there, because he's cold and callous, and till he starts to get to the point where his memories, his implants, but he was a prototype. Him and Rachel, I think Tyrell designed them to be the first ones that could breathe. First of all, to meet and interact and basically be able to breathe. He wanted to control that cycle of evolution to where he could control all the factors that would make it so that things could procreate. But he died before he could perfect it. Rachel was a prototype, and so was he. I think he was able to hide what Deckard was because the LAPD, the police force, asked for him to make that, and they gave him a lot of leeway to let him do what he did, and he took some liberties and basically did his own thing. And that's what when you watch 2049, to me, the whole is Deckard a replicant thing. It ends it here, but a lot of people are still trying to. It's not a conspiracy, and Ridley Scott has even said as much, and he does as much in this movie. Yeah, Daryl Hannah will be the main villain in Kill Bill. Yep, and a lot of other stuff. But yeah, she's how you doing, Antonio? Like I said, this is all filmed in downtown LA. The story itself takes place in downtown LA.
Did they actually film in LA during this time, or was it
Yes.
like just it's? Oh wow, they actually did. Wow, that's cool.
Yeah, it was filmed in LA. Not a lot of CGI because it just wasn't a thing back then. But a lot of these things that you see They would put tarps and stuff over certain parts of the building so that when they had to shoot at nighttime and it wasn't nighttime, they could do it. If you wanted the scene right now, it's at nighttime, but it's actually a canopy that they put over this particular building, and they shone lights through it because those barges had lights on them that were constantly overhead. This is the Bradbury building that they're in, by the way. This is that building that still exists. And you'll see a lot more of this Bradbury building when because the finale, the climax of the movie takes place entirely in the Bradbury building and on top of the Bradbury building, which you can still visit when you go to LA. Actually, I visited in 2018, actually.
So did they actually? No, I'm not gonna spoil it. We went to Leah, but. And I see. It's too soon, but I'll say it. You see, even with the second movie, Blade Runner 2049, that's how they should make the second one. Whenever we get to it, that's how it should be done. Because too many like stuff, they be like reboot and reboot. And it's like if you're gonna do it right. Like even for me, like whenever I saw Top Gun Maverick, it was a different time to put it to that. I was like, man, I don't know if I want to see it too much. Hollywood being Hollywood. Then when I saw a movie, I like literally bought the first one, and the second one I enjoyed the heck out of a lot. So if they do it, just do it right and everything. But
like I said, the handlers and the people, and it's by Polycron. It's by all the people who've been handling things so far. So they got my vote until otherwise. Rational Skeptic William, was Ridley Scott in the right making the year 2019 hyperfuturist considered what we lived through in 2018? Yeah, because in 1982, from the perspective of 1982, we all thought 40 years into the future, that we would be flying cars, and that, given what we had, Atari is a big thing in here. It's a big thing in the other movie, even though Atari is no longer that level. But this movie is told from where we thought we would be at the time of 2019, for better or for worse. And 2049, even though we obviously didn't get there, 2049 it extends on that trajectory and not on real life, which is what I love about 2049. Atari is still big, and we all know how that turned out.
Yeah, and especially when you look at it too, the actual car like that, if I had to compare it to something, is actually like similar to like a slingshot car. So,
yeah, and the technology here, this whole cyberpunk retro thing, this cyberpunk was sort of around already, but this is the one living, breathing thing that you could always point to for a long time for cyberpunk before it got really big in the late 80s with the Cure and things like that. And a lot of Japanese animators were influenced by Blade Runner. Blade Runner came out in 1982, and by 1986, 1987, 1988, you could see Blade Runner in just about a lot of different things. Ghost in the Shell, Kira, which we watched a few weeks ago. A lot of Trigun, a lot of the cityscapes, a lot of the technology, a lot of the look and feel was inspired by Blade Runner, which was in some form inspired by Metropolis, but that was in 1927. So there's a 100-year line almost that goes from the beginning of filmmaking all the way up till now. And you see this technology that he was using. That was the high-end like Polaroid stuff that we had back then when computers were first becoming prevalent. This is what they thought we would be in 2019. It's just weird. Now that we're past that, it's weird to see where we are.
Yeah, but I think too, technology is advancing so fast. Like, I mean, there's kind of like a joke, but see, we have flying cars now. We got Teslas. I mean, technically it flies with us, but
yeah, didn't a gaming crash happen in like '82 with that ET game? I'm thinking maybe Blade Runner cursed it by having it in there.
That and the fact that you couldn't keep up with Atari, just couldn't keep up with things that were coming out. Other consoles, and at that time you either owned one console or another, and if a better console came out and you couldn't keep up with it, your speaking became retro, and there was ET hurt it, but there was a couple other things that hurt it. The market saturation hurt it, but like I said, Nintendo, Coleco, all these things would bring it back within like a year and a half later. And Atari benefits from that because Atari never really wanted to get into the games consoles. Remember that. They were the game makers, and it put a lot of stress on their infrastructure to make game consoles. because they are much more expensive per unit than the games themselves. So once Nintendo and all these other ones, if you notice throughout the 80s, you see a lot of games that were made for these other systems that Atari made. And
Yes.
so that's kind of one of the reasons too.
Yeah, speaking of Atari, they just bought Intellivision a few days ago.
Yeah. I remember Intellivision was massive back then, River Raid, all that stuff. If I wouldn't know. Oh. Be right back. Customer.
Oh, good.
I think Nintendo killed Atari.
Yeah, I'm too old. I'm too young for that. I don't remember.
Nintendo and Sega.
I was an
Well,
infant.
Sega, Atari was already gone as far as a console competitor by the time Sega came in. But like I said, Atari never intended to. The only reason why they created game consoles is because there wasn't anyone else out there at the point to be able to play. There's no other way to play their games, and you couldn't sell your games without a way to play them until Nintendo came along and all these other ones came along and started paying Atari to make their games for them. Because if you remember, Atari came out in 1979, 1981. They were a computer game company, and in the early stages of floppies and all this other stuff that you would have to play. And so in order for their games to sell, they had to create the 2600 to play your games. Otherwise, there was no point. Once that pressure was taken off of them, though, and they could just sell a lot of their stuff they basically, not honestly voluntarily, but they were more than happy to get rid of that overhead and let Nintendo, who came in with an entire fan base and structure, just buy games from them. And when Sega came around and they had a window where they could have just basically eliminated Nintendo. They just never did. That 1989 to 1995 time period, they could have really put the screws to Nintendo. Just never got the opportunity to do so.
Personally, I think the NES, the regular Nintendo, pretty much saved the home gaming market.
Yeah, it did. Like I said, there's a documentary about all that too. All right, so this is where we start getting into the science of what the replicants are, as far as like how they're assembled, pieces, eyeballs and organs and stuff. And even though that's not how we would do things today, that's still relevant until the way that even 2049 comes out. And this is all in LA.
People holding umbrellas when it's not raining.
It actually, if you wish I could rewind it, it is actually they did have artificial rain. It just didn't come through on the camera very well. The steam hides the rain, which is and plus because us in the rain, the water is toxic too, by the way. But yeah, if you look at when they show Dangerous Days, that's one of the things that they brought up, that you can't see the rain, the rain that's coming down because of the way it was shot. So yeah, I noticed that too.
I mean, if you ever want something positive around, you can let me know. It's
Okay.
I see it. I see this a few seconds before you guys do because it's actually coming from my computer, though.
The way this is Joanna Cassidy's character about to come up. She's still hot by now, by the way, and her she's pushing 80. All right, I have to step away for a second, guys. I will be right back.
And fourth actually had a good point too, Clinton, is that water doesn't really show up that easily unless it's backlit on film.
Yeah, and that was one of the things Ridley Scott was kind of pissed off. There's so much stuff that he was pissed off about this movie. That's why he keeps cutting it up and trying to release cuts, because you just didn't do it, and they were pressed for time too, and they were way over budget, so they couldn't. And back in '82, there was no remastering, and and there was no way to add it. Like today we would just add that shit, but 1982, it's 42 years ago. Ugh. Be right back.
Yeah, that was crazy, and it shows you how I know back then it was so much harder to make movies, but it shows you how good. Yeah, it's very challenging, but when you make a movie that's good, it's gonna last forever. To put it to you that way, even Jaws, I heard the fact that whenever people were passing by because so much noise, they had to reshoot it, not reshoot, but they had to wait until everyone passed, and yeah, it's hard, but I mean, it's your job too. So what do you expect? But also too, do you want to be part of history? Come on. Movies are not like a regular job, but if you make something right, it's gonna have an impact forever for kids, teenagers, adult, more older people, a lot more older people, for everyone basically. So
Well, back in the 70s and 80s was Hollywood was making original stories like this. The problem is Hollywood is not making original stories anymore.
yeah, Hollywood is dead basically. That's why I'm so worried about the new stuff, because even with BlackRock owning majority stake in Disney and all those stuff, it's not even Disney's fault. It's more of the stockholders, but it's still I don't want to watch this. I can watch. There's a bunch of movies even from the past where I still haven't seen, and I'm like, this is so great. I've only saw Red Dawn, the original one, it has so much heart, character. Even though I finally saw The Crow, and I was like, man, these movies are still an agenda at play, but it has so much goodness in it. It's not no identity politics. It's not like now how it's forced. Oh no, here's this character. He's this. He's that. No, it's they work it into it. They don't force it. Original creative ideas and it was crazy because back in the day you didn't have as much as resources now. So now there's you have no excuse for you to make a movie. You have no excuse for you to make a bad movie, especially with the CGI, with the reshoots and everything. And especially now, especially with the martial arts, with screenwriters, with a lot of successful people in the industry, people actually know what they're doing. You have no excuse for them for you to make a bad movie. So yeah.
Well, the problem is they're not making bad movies. They're just making the same movie over and over again.
I mean, I get it, but still, that's what is Hollywood now? Now you're turning more of a cash grab now. Oh yeah, let me just reboot it.
It's always most of the time movies are made with the intention of making money. I get people that make fans or not fan films, but small budget things that are doing it for the fun of it or whatever. But I mean, these are businesses. I was gonna say too, as far as originality goes, when they do make something original, nobody shows up for it, so they go with the tried and true and make movies they know people are going to show up for. I hate to be like that though.
No, I get it, but I mean, it's just man, don't expect me to support some movies if it's going to be a reboot or a reshoot or whatever, because unless it hits the like a Blade Runner 2049 or Top Gun Maverick 2, there's no point in me watching it. So even Dawn Planet of the Apes, I didn't like it at first because the first three were really good, but now it's I understand. They've been doing it since the 70s. It is what it is. So just you don't have to, but
when I say they're making the same movie over and over again, every action film, I'll describe the plot for every action film. It's the bad guy does something really bad, the good guys win a little bit, the bad guy does something really bad to thwart the good guys, but in the end the good guys win. That's every single action movie plot.
Yeah.
That's because it works, and that not much else does. That's unfortunate circumstances of retail. Is that it's probably going to be every plot for the next 30 or 40 action movies made, because most of these guys aren't going to risk their money and their investment of straying from the road that has worked for them for so long. And I heard somebody say when they make something that that goes off of that road, it ends up not doing very well in the box office. So I really can't. That's probably the way it's going to be for a while until people start going to see these other things that are different than that cookie cutter type of film.
Yeah.
Sad but true
Well,
type of thing.
I mean, but the problem with that is with them. Look at Fall Guy. Why didn't they keep it in longer for theaters? Like, so
Oh, and
it's
that's
like,
another thing is the financial dynamic. It serves them no purpose to keep it in theaters any longer than they did.
yeah, that makes sense.
You know, you keep it
It's
the
like
longer
Yeah,
you keep it
I
in
kind of
the
get it now.
theaters, it starts. Yeah, you start losing money to other people. Why don't you get it to a platform to where you get 70 to 80% of the revenue? It's the way it's going to go right now.
it's like I really like the creator, and I'm glad I saw it in theater, and I was
Mhm.
really hoping more people would see it. But people wonder why they just keep going back to franchise.
No, I get it. I just wish sometimes in a way there was much more like creativeness from it. You know what I mean? Instead of being like a cheap, oh, you reboot. I mean, I get it. It's a business. Like, I get it. But
Well,
where's
streaming
your
helps you
creativity?
there. Streaming
Yeah.
helps you there because they can take risk on things that are going straight to streaming that they cannot take with their box office investments. So.
Yeah, that's true. Like even look at like on Netflix and Amazon also. If it's bad, everyone forgets about it. I know, but it's just like I don't know. There's some movies that you wish in a way that you could see in theaters, like Extraction #1. Like that would have been great to see in the theaters. Roadhouse. I know it was intended to be for theaters, but just like if it's a good movie, like what I think streaming services should start doing, like okay, these are really good movies. We have a hit. Why not release it in theaters? Like I know they do it sometimes beforehand, but like do it like how that has like an anniversary how for these movies do it like that if that makes sense or be like for limited time only we're gonna have this in theaters like you tell me people wouldn't want to go see it because some yeah you're right everything now is just on streaming but it's still like oh man like or Zark or it's in the wrong that show is really good I haven't seen it yet but some people I know they've seen it and they're like hey it's really good I think eventually I will watch it because it's gonna be on Netflix forever so I could watch it anytime so. But that show basically about like the cartel accounting or whatever. It's really good. So, Watchmen, I'm not sure. I know it's good, but we'll see. I actually have it on. I think I might actually maybe even have it on physical media too. But we'll see.
Yeah, I like the show, and I live like 2 hours east of the Ozark, so it kind of has a special place for me.
I am muted, but yeah. Yeah, even now the score is good and it's shocking too. You guys kind of could say, but they actually did predict it right, especially with a bunch of like drones and stuff, especially with the police. It may not be the same design, but they do have drones, so I expect it to come. So, yeah. Okay.
Wish there was flying cars.
Nah, man, people don't know how to drive. We don't need them flying now. You guys gonna have it.
Oh, thank you. I've been telling that to people for years. Like
Luck.
we already can't drive on the highways. Why do we want people to fly?
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be fine, but I mean, the amount of crashes that would happen would be like a meteor strike every day. Cars flying, especially those who want to drive on the ground. Hell no. Like, excuse me for language, but no. Mm-mm. People, especially on the highway. Oh yeah, we got highway thing, man. You're gonna be seeing Superman every day, Supergirl every day.
Out here in the West, driving on the highway's nice. It's the city that's horrible.
Oh, nice in the West. Nice. Yeah, I could imagine, like, even driving in the country, I feel like that's much more like peaceful and calmness. So, because people don't know how to drive, especially when people honk, and it's like, man, it's like, oh man, yeah, we don't
I
need
mean,
that from above.
I live in the sticks, and they still can't drive here. They just drive like 5 miles an hour. You gotta go around them.
Yeah,
On
yeah.
the street I live on, there's cops all the time, and I always do the speed limit here, and everyone gets all pissy behind me.
Hey, I don't blame you. When there, like, I'll tell you this: when there's police around, you take no chances. I'm driving the speed limit, and if you have a problem, you could skip me, or not telling you, I'm not risking no ticket. And especially if you live in a city that has bad cops, like there's a city, whatever that's around me or whatever. Every time I go there, I drive the speed limit, no matter what. I'm not taking no chances because with them, they'll give you like a $500 ticket, and like they'll tell you stuff like they're because they're a-holes to put it that way. So it's like, yeah, I'm chilling. So, yeah. But in my opinion, though, this might sound controversial. I think honestly, people that are like 60, they need to stop driving because they just too old, or at least take a class or something. Because like, especially people that don't put on a signal, they brake check you, then they turn right, or they slow down, then it's like, where are you going? Then they do this, and I'm like, bro, at least put on a signal. Like,
Little ageism there, huh?
I don't know
yeah,
about 60s. I would say you say 70s. I agree with that.
I mean, hey, at least just take a driving class so they know, like, hey, these are the new laws. Like every like 20 years or something. I mean, not always, but at least just be a safe driver. You're driving like a reckless driver. You're turning in, and now I have to brake up more than the car behind me is brake checking as well. It's like even especially you know how there's buildings or whatever you could turn into. Then they're like slowing down. I'm like, okay, they're gonna turn here. No, then they turn somewhere else. You know what I mean? Like at least have your signal on. Like like, and it's not even that. I hate it more because it's like it puts me in danger and it puts other people around me more danger. Like I don't care what you do, but you're affecting everyone. It's like imagine you walking. Let's say you both of you guys are walking in a line. Then you turn right now. Then you hit me. Like it makes me upset. So plus also the dangers that come from it and everything. Like it could have been prevented if you would have just put on your signal. Because I would have been okay. Let me slow down. Instead, you just brake, turn right.
Man, that would have hurt drinking that vodka with that sore in his mouth from
Yeah,
getting beat up.
yeah. Can't imagine.
That was a good special effect, the blood flowing into the cup.
Yeah, that's good.
Just imagine living and not knowing what you are until a certain moment where you think you've lived forever, you've lived, a full life, and you realize it's just implants. It's that has to play a psychological effect on people. But they gave them those memories so that they wouldn't go completely crazy during the 4 years that they were around.
Yeah, that makes sense. And also to his questioning like who you are, who do you want to be, like what are you doing? Are you just here just to do this? Then like that's logical warfare. Yeah, that's something.
Yeah, I thought there would be a better turnout for StreamYard, but I guess it's probably just because it was earlier than normal.
What's going on?
I was saying I thought more people would show up, but then I realized that it's earlier
Well,
than.
we got a lot of people watching across all our formats. But yeah, as far as like participation, I know Spidey couldn't make it. He won't be on any streams this weekend. He said because he got something going on, and it's Memorial Day weekend. A lot of people are just
Oh yeah.
doing it. So
No, that makes sense.
no, they do not. Those can be manufactured. Those can be manufactured, especially for somebody like him who is not supposed to be known. There was supposed to be no way to tell what he was. What Tyrell and the police officers wanted to do was to be able to insert him into society as possible. Whereas the replicants that do get the memory implants, like KD that's 316 that's in 2049, and all the other replicants, they know that they're replicants. The memories that they have implants are about is to keep, they know that those memories aren't real, but they still give them some type of comfort and longevity. It's like I do have a basis for my personality. Deckard is different. They not only had to give him memories, they had to give him a surrounding to the point where those memories that they implanted could be justified. Those people in those pictures are probably fake composites and things like that they gave him to reinforce the memories, because he doesn't, the whole point is for him not to know what he is and still be able to function for their purposes.
It's kind of like a Total Recall, where like that his entire marriage and memories were all fake.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, written by Philip K. Dick, who wrote the basis for Blade Runner. So.
Yep, I didn't even think about that.
And that glow in their eyes, there's been a lot of rumors that the glow in the replicants' eyes like that in their irises are supposed to let you know that that they're replicants, but I don't Ridley Scott has never substantiated that. It just happens to be how he shot a lot of the scenes, because he used a lot of the same places and a lot of the same times of day. Yes, Nexus 6 are meant for off-world, and they were just basically designed for wherever you need. If you needed a hooker, that's what Pris was. If you needed an assassin, that's what Zora was. Leon was a standard worker drone, and then Roy Batty was a military strategist type of character. So if whatever work that they didn't want to actually put their normal human hands on or do, they created replicants to do it. This fucking bird. I mean, go away, dude. Hold on.
William, the wildlife hunter.
Fucking crow is like louder and shit and just sits right in front of the door screaming. And I'm like, I wouldn't mind you being there, but you're making all this your mating call. I don't give a fuck if you lay eggs. Get out of here.
He just wants some of your sister Kim's loaded fries.
He's not here yet. He's got to wait, and he ain't getting none of those either.
I'll be right back.
Die trying. William, do you think Deckard is a replicant implanted with Gaff memory, since Gaff was really a good Blade Runner? No, I think he was. I don't think he was. I think he was implanted with original memories that they crafted for him. But like I said, it was probably just at the time was an experiment to see if a true Blade Runner was better at hunting his own kind than normal police officers. And it turns out that was the case, because remember, at the beginning of the movie, Blade Runner, Rick Deckard is the best. He's the best of the best. Everybody else is just basically there. And by the time that you see 2049, all those ones that you see that are police officers that are actually doing the killing of the Blade Runner, the older models, are Blade Runners, for this exact reason that I believe Rick Deckard was in this one. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Yeah, Harrison Ford. Sean Young was really young. I think she was like 19 or 20 when this movie was made. The only small controversy is that there's a love scene here, and Harrison Ford is like 33, 35 at the time. Plus, it was a forceful scene that you probably wouldn't film today, even though it was basically just rough sex.
Well, technically, they're both adults, so.
Both handmade adults too.
Yeah, I think it's more the forceful part there, Clint.
Yeah, but it's just I think the scene was taken the wrong way. She wants him, you know. And Sean Young is man, she's super hot here.
Yeah, but also too, it kind of shows like the emotional connection as well. Like I don't like to see all the sex scenes in the movies, but this one it kind of makes right because then it shows like there's more of like a deeper connection, if that makes sense. So
Yeah, to me, I think it's a program connection. That's been on my theory this whole time.
yeah. Oh, let me mute it.
They got the porno sax going.
Blade Runner Blues is the exact title of this, which you're listening to right now. Sad that I know that, but that's what it is.
I mean, it's making me sleepy, so I guess it's doing good or something.
Oh, the porno sex was letting me know exactly what's going on.
And there's not really much shown. I think there's a boob shown in the scene. That's about it. Like through her blouse. Not much sex in this in this particular movie. There is some nudity, obviously Joanna Cassidy, topless, and then you see this. And the second one there is some, but it's not sex based. It's more disturbing than anything. Like there's a scene and actually they cut it out here. They cut it out in this cut. But there's a scene in Blade Runner 2049 that is very disturbing on a lot of different levels, and it's probably one of the more controversial scenes. And when we get to it, I'll dive into that. But it just drives home the point of the story, though.
Yeah, as long as it's for the movie, then it's okay. I mean, obviously, you speak with the actor, say, hey, this is what, like, speak to the actors about it. If they don't feel comfortable, I mean, sounds messed up, but maybe just recast or get CG double, whatever, then do it because at the end of the day, it's a story that they're telling. It's not to inflict harm. Like, the intention is just to tell a story. We're just trying to, like, vision a story. So, yeah.
I think Wallace was both. I think Wallace became entitled once he had made certain accomplishments. He considered himself as he was owed a certain status, and he had so much power that there was no one to really stop him. No one can stop him. He basically the police weren't going to stop him. He was, and then at that point, yeah, he was. I think he became evil. But he had an ego that was aligned with evil to begin with. He was an asshole. I really wish we'd have seen more of him because I really wanted him to like I said, he needed to pay a price, but I'll leave that for the next movie. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Oh, by the way, we are back in the Bradbury building.
I think that's the same. The guy, what's his name? I think that's the same guy who plays RoboCop. I think, could be wrong, but
No, this main guy is Rutger Hauer. RoboCop was played by Peter Weller. But I can see where, in like his facial structure, where you might think that.
yeah, no, I thought I saw something where like he was in Blade Runner. So I guess I'm wrong then, because when I finally saw RoboCop, then that's when it was like, yeah, he's in Blade Runner, and I was like, okay, but I guess two different actors, like, so I got it mixed up.
Talking about this guy with the blondish hair, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it was the guy who ever played RoboCop. Yeah, I think, but I guess maybe I miss facts or whatever. So
Yeah, Peter Weller's now an art history major.
oh yeah, way two different guys then.
Yeah, and Rutger Hauer sadly passed away. This guy passed away a few years ago.
Oh man, rest in peace then.
Hey, everybody.
Yeah, I think I know who it is. It was Kurtwood Smith. He was the one that was one I got it mixed up with.
Everybody else
What's
bringing
up,
in
bud?
Ruth and Nurikos Nostra. How's it going, everybody?
Hey.
Hey,
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 everybody.
everybody.
You gotta give us a timestamp, guys.
He's got it playing on Twitch, Brad.
Oh, okay. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, but if you want to, I'm watching it on something else. But it says I think 118. But yeah, we're good. We're like,
No, I just got the Twitch up.
Yeah, sorry
Yeah,
if
so
every once in a while, like if the
Who-
time on the movie pops up, there's a program that keeps popping up on that screen.
Who let these assholes in? No, I'm just kidding. What's up?
Hi, William. Thanks over camera.
Listen, I got a question. Dude, where's my car?
Dude,
Dude.
dude, where's Brad?
I still need to watch that video, man.
Why? Oh, the video. Yeah, not the movie. Watch the video. We did that
No,
for
I'm
you
talking
last
about the
week.
video. No, I'm gonna still watch the movie. But I'm talking about the video that broke you. I saw it on the YouTube channel. I've never had to watch it. But
You're
it's amazing. I
gonna
was like,
hurt
oh,
your brain watching that movie.
at least it's not like Brad how he doesn't like Scary Movie 1, because that scene is iconic. So
Yes.
This
Anyway,
is Roy Rutger Hauer. The problem with Rutger
Man.
Hauer here is he never surpassed this role, and a lot of it is because it was such a great role. But his entire career, for the next, he died at 75 years ago. Back a few years ago, in fact, 2019, he died. On right, like I said, literally the month in the year that he dies in here, but he never had a role that really surpasses.
Well, I beg to differ with that masterpiece, Blind Fury.
Like I said, he
Yeah,
never
I
had a
enjoyed
role.
Blind Fury was great.
It wasn't Roy Batty though. I mean, he had some good roles. I'm not saying he's a B movie. You know, he was some just hack. But I just and I saw all his movie. He just never. There was just never
Aaron.
one that surpassed.
Hey, Aaron.
I mean,
Well-
if you bring up Rutger Hauer, there's no other movies, and most people I talk to, no other movies come up first before it's this and that final scene.
How I'm gonna pull up the Wikipedia real quick because I'm kind of wondering what was the budget on the first Blade Runner. Let's see. Okay, 30 30 million was the budget. Now of course that's early 80s, so that's probably equivalent to like 100 million now.
And it was only supposed to be 20 million. So there you go. Therein lies the stress and the attention that almost cost a lot of people. It had people going at each other's throats. So, like I said, watch Dangerous Days one of these days. It's the making of this movie was not pretty. Not pretty. I'm glad they
Just like Aliens. I watched a documentary on the making of Aliens. Oh my God, it's a miracle it even got made.
Yeah, and the only reason why that movie got made is because James Cameron was right. He was just gaining that credibility as the it guy. You weren't gonna win battles with the guy who just made Terminator for like pennies.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's something to be said for no pain, no gain. I mean, lots of things we think of as classics now, had were an absolute nightmare to make.
You
Eric,
look
what's
like
up,
the
man?
villain off of The Crow, both in the comics and
Top
in the
dollar.
movies.
That's what I'm going for.
Top dollar. You look exactly like him, dude.
He's definitely a
Are
villain.
we having fun or
You're
what?
right.
Are we having fun or what? Yeah.
Well, the problem with
yeah.
Aliens is that they went to they made it in Britain to save money, and the American James Cameron versus the Britain, they wanted to go on T all the time, and James Cameron wasn't having any of it.
I love that. Yeah, I love that story where it's like he was unaccustomed the British cruise. He was unaccustomed to the tea breaks, and so
He went way over
had kind of
budget. He went
Oh,
way
yeah,
over
oh, yeah.
budget.
Well, it's Cameron. When does he not go over budget?
Yeah.
If Cameron
But
isn't going
in
over budget, he's
1986
not doing Cameron.
Going over
Look
budget
at
in
the budget of
1986 was a
Titanic.
lot bigger. Yeah. But that
Yeah.
was like 10, 11 years, That was after he had made a bit. I mean, he became that guy, but at this point with his second big movie, he went over budget, and Terminator was still making money at the time. There were still some theaters that were still showing the Terminator by the time Aliens came out, because remember it was only 2 years and they would re-release it. So yeah, he had that credibility earlier on, but that's if anybody else but James Cameron was at the director's chair, you're looking at a very different Aliens.
Well, now, of course, you talk about like and that of course feeds into Blade Runner, right? Because I mean, you're talking about the treble production of that, and Ridley Scott had had Alien, the first one, on his side for this, so that's kind of what's
but he was an asshole. I love Ridley Scott. He's a bit of an ass, and he doesn't really treat Alan Ladd, the Ladd company. He had to fight. The Ladd company had to fight to get the voiceovers put into the movie. I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff. A lot of the fighting that went on during the making of Ridley Scott's movies, I hate to say it, was because of Ridley Scott. Don't hate me, Ridley. You're still up there for me, but he had some issues. This scene right here that we're watching is probably the conversation between Ed Turkel, who's playing Tyrell, and Roy Batty, is the basis for not just this movie, but the basis for Blade Runner and Replicants in general, and especially here when you start to understand, even though he's doing horrible things, and even though you understand why. You can't condone it because it's still damage being done, but you understand where he is. And this is probably one of the most important part of Blade Runner right here, is he's coming to the reality that there is no hope. The only thing kept me, all the reasons I did these things that we're doing, these horrible things that we're about to do, was because I wanted more life. I'm getting to that point now where I understand it all. It's all starting to come to play for us. And now you're telling me it's over and that there is no workaround. And that this all hits him in this scene. And it's probably one of the 3 or 4 most powerful scenes of both movies.
Yeah,
and it's just this realization right here. You see it in his face, and you come to the realization he's not evil, he's not a villain, and it just forces you. What would you do if at the prime of your life, flowers are starting to smell great, everything's looking great, the sky, you understand all this, and now it's over. I don't know if I wouldn't be Roy Batty, and I don't know if I couldn't be as angry as he's about to get here. Because Tyrell, for him, was it. That was it. That was he was the guy. The whole hunt for Tyrell was, if there's any guy that can make this happen, it's the guy who created this. And then when you see this, look at the look in his face as he's doing this. He's crushing this guy's head.
Ooh, yeah. Right.
Oh
He's
shit!
not. This isn't murder for him. This is This is it. This is frustration. This is
Yeah, I
This
forgot
is the
how
reality of.
nuts this gets. Haven't seen the original in a while. Well, and since you're, you're watching a man's eyes be gouged out like that, I'll go ahead and ask because, of course, because the original, Blade Runner came out before I was born. Did you? And even if I had been, alive, my folks probably would have, blocked me on the R rating. Did you get to see this theatrically back in '82, William?
Yeah. Yes,
You
my
did.
dad
Okay.
took me. I was 8.
Yeah, that never would have happened with my folks.
Whenever producers would give Scott notes like too many takes, and the Daily Scott would
Hey,
answer
Claudia.
back, "You're
Hey, what's
paying
up,
me for
guys?
the Scott room."
Hey, Claudia.
Hey.
Hey,
This is the second time I've actually seen this film.
The original Blade Runner? Well, and even that you have to qualify like which version of the original Blade Runner because we're watching the final cut.
I watched it once on TV, and this was a long time ago. And I think it was the theatrical version, if I can remember.
That's still one of the best versions to see.
Yeah.
That's still if
Yeah,
I were to hand this movie over to you, that is the version that I would give anybody to start off with. So you saw the best
Yeah,
version.
like
That
how
for a beginning.
when
yeah,
it's
that
like,
I'm the same. The theatrical cut was the one that I've always watched.
What were you about to say?
Yeah, I watched it. I watched it in the theaters also.
Well, like when it's shown on TV, is there any kind of like does it shift around like which version, or do they usually kind of default to the theatrical version?
The theatrical ones, the one that they license
They do?
to show.
Okay.
Yeah. Because there's only
So I've
two
got a
edits.
quick.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go on. I was going to say I've got a quick question. So, how old was Harrison Ford in this movie? And
He
then
was 35.
obviously, and how old was he when he was in the first Star Wars movie, William?
30. Actually, no, he was 30, so that makes him 30. He was he was 35 here. He was 30. He was the oldest cast member, I believe, of the main cast. He was 30 when they he had already had a film career. American Beauty and all that 5 years before. So yeah, he's 30 there and he is 35 here.
This is actually
wow.
he was also just coming up. He was just coming off Raiders of the Lost Ark too with with Blade Runner. It was the year prior, so he was just established Indiana Jones at this point.
Yeah, and he was very one of the highest paid actors in Hollywood at this time, and he took up a lot of the budget just with his average rate of pay at that time because he was the head guy, and he got started in acting late. He was a carpenter by trade before he took into acting, and like a long time.
I wonder what his thoughts on this movie.
Say that again.
What
I
are
wonder
thoughts?
what his thoughts on this movie.
Well, that's an interesting question. Like Harrison Ford's thoughts, because when you, because he's been, of course, a part of a lot of things that tend to develop like a cult following or tend to be like.
Oh, by the way, hold up. The final act of this movie takes place in the building that I was bringing up before. This is the Bradbury building. It is still standing today. It still looks like that today. It's historically protected. They haven't changed much. You can actually go to the Bradbury building and visit it. It's in downtown LA where this entire movie was for the most part shot. That roof that you see when you go in the Blab, those stairs are just like that. That roof that you see that they superimpose that stuff, that roof exists. It really hasn't changed in the 42 years of this movie. And there's actually a little plaque there that commemorates the filming of Blade Runner there. Go ahead, Brian.
That's cool. Well, yeah, I was about to say like Harrison Ford because he's, of course, been a part of a lot of the items like that. Where those like Star Wars or Indiana Jones or Blade Runner that tend to develop these cult followings and like really be, we talk about things that are like geek movies or like really embedded within like the geek world. He's of course got a big footprint in that, but like anytime you see him asked about Star Wars, I mean, like you ask like who shot first, Han or Greedo, he always goes, I don't care. He's like he does not have the thing he really tends to. You could see he has the most fondness for and most enthusiasm for as far as like the legacy of his career is definitely Indiana Jones. So in Star Wars, yeah, he's very about that. I don't know offhand like a lot of examples of him getting asked a lot about Blade Runner though, so that's a good question.
In 2017, he was asked a lot. He at the time he did it, he just considered it another job. He was trying to get as many credits under his belt because he had gotten started late as an actor at that level. So he was just doing jobs. They were just jobs to him at this point. He has a much more appreciation in the interim because he never thought it would become more than that. And now he looks at, he looks at Blade Runner and what it's built, just in the time between 2049, and he feels a little bit different about it. He appreciates it a lot more. But at the time, it was just a job for him. That's the way he acted. These are all just jobs to him. Even to retrospect, he feels good about Indiana Jones. But at that time, it was just a job. Return of the Jedi was just a job. And he says it's important for him to do it that way, or else he won't be able to be the professional he needed to be at that time.
I can't really blame him for the way he responds to Star Wars questions, because it's like people probably
because he gets asked about minutia.
Yeah,
he gets asked about minutia.
I mean, look at the last three. So
I can't understand how any actor would be answering the minutia. Just they're playing a part. They're not living the life.
No, because you want me to tell you that it's basically like this. They look at it like this. It's like you playing a game. Yeah, I'm playing a game, but then people see it as like, oh, like you look at it as a. Sorry to cut you off. I'm trying to give it like a soccer example. Like for example, oh yeah, you're playing this game. How was it? It's more like it's just a job to me. You know what I mean? Or wow, look what you did at your job. You're like, yeah, I'm doing my job. It's what required of me, you know what I mean? But just because the job that he does, it has such an impact on other people, we see like, wow, this is so amazing. He sees like, yeah, I have to read a script, I have to show up to Roger, I have to do a job basically. Also too, you don't want him to like geek out, like, man, what am I doing? Then his mindset might change from a job to something else, and he might not take it as professional. So, but yeah, sorry guys to cut you off, but
there's just got to be a balance.
Yeah, I was going to add to it. It's like in interviews, Armin Shimmerin, who plays Court in Deep Space Nine, always gets asked about how long the makeup took, and his answer is always 3 hours, and he kind of went off about it one time when he was asked about it.
It was some scary movie type of stuff, the way that she's acting. Oh my god! I mean, I get why, but
no, my favorite one is Tom Wilson never getting to this day, just getting nothing but Back to the Future questions, and he's like
hold on, guys. Watch this. When he's shooting her, the expressions on his face, it's getting harder and harder for him to do the job because he's realizing what he is. He's killed plenty of replicants before, but it's getting, as he's reaching a certain stage of his life, and that's why he retired. He retired because he just couldn't do it anymore. And you see each of these 4 replicants that he's having to kill. It's getting harder and harder until he reaches Roy Batty, who is a superior replicant than what he is, and now he's just about survival. But even Roy Batty, by the time this is all over with, Roy Batty's reached that evolution to where, life in general was just, I don't want to waste anybody's life. And I also think he got the feeling that, that he was fighting another one of his own.
Friending his own people, and it's like, why am I keep eliminating my people by my own self? Like, maybe it doesn't sit with him, like, logically, like, hey, why am I keep eliminating my numbers? So at the end, he could be like, what
it's like Man of Steel. It's like Man of Steel, where he labored over killing Zod because now he was alone. Because as far as he knew, all those other Kryptonians are dead. And even though Deckard didn't fully know what he was, I'm assuming that other replicants would be able to figure out what he to what he was, to the point where it was just like one of the. It's almost like one of us is going to die. He knows that right now. Batty knows he's dead. He knows he's dead, and but why do 2 have to die today? Because he could have easily killed Deckard at any point in time in this, and he doesn't.
Ew.
I know that scene is uncomfortable. That might be the scene William was talking about. That is. I don't know, maybe that, but also too, look at it from like this point of view. Maybe that's the way they program him to show his love or something. Like, you know what I mean? Like us humans, we see like, yo, that is great. That's not right. So,
it's the sensation. It's the sensation. All these sensations are hitting him all at once, and he's savoring every sensation now. And now, especially now, he knows it's over. He knows he can feel himself dying. He's almost like he's at the top of that roller coaster, and he knows he's dying. He knows this is it. And every sensation, like I said, he could have easily killed him here. He could have easily killed. There's like 10 times during this last scene that he could have killed him, but he causes him pain. But once again, why not kill him? He has a drop on him at every angle, but he doesn't kill him, and I think there's a reason why.
Can I just say real quick, Harrison Ford, whenever he's having to portray himself in pain, like his screams of pain are probably better than anyone. Like when he has to like drink the blood of Kali in Temple of Doom, or when he's getting whipped, it's like he sells being in pain. Like I think better than almost anybody I've ever seen. Like
his facial expressions. So
yeah. Actually, by the way, speaking of that, it's I think it was like 2 days ago. It was the 40th anniversary of Temple of Doom. So, it's not quite it's sort of related to Blade Runner in that we're same leading man. But
I don't know where you guys are at right now. As if he's over Pris right now. That's where I'm at. It's the realization that that's it. That's it. That there, if he's not aware that Deckard's a replicant, then he's all alone now. If he is aware that Deckard's a replicant, he realizes they are the last two now. So either way, it's a harrowing moment for him. All this is hitting him at once.
Yeah, but also, how do you process that, like death?
Yeah,
like so. I mean,
we as humans take our entire lives to comprehend our lives. Just imagine only having 4 years and then having have everything you know and everything you are coming into the best vision that you've ever seen it in the last moments and weeks and days of your life. I think that would drive anybody crazy.
Yeah, that would, because then how do you expect them to make correct choices? Like they're lost and like, what do I do? Like I kind of understand it, because then it's like you don't know who you are. You're like, do I do this? You don't do that. And now all this information, you're like,
what does it mean? What does it mean?
Like, yeah, what do I do? Do I do this? I've been doing this my whole life. I've been doing this yesterday. So, like, how do you handle that? And some people take it like emotionally. Some people handle it bad. But how do you expect a person from a psychological? And it's not even a human. Let's think about, how does his body feel? How does the adrenaline, his sadness, his happiness, how does that all combine together into one? How do you expect a person to handle that?
Yeah.
Like,
the reason why
I have a pretty good perspective on it.
The reason why he strips down to his shorts and everything is because he wants to feel everything. He wants to feel the rain. He wants to feel the steam. He wants to feel the pain. He wants to feel everything. He wants to have every effect, feel all that, because he realizes now things are starting to speed up for him. That's why he's starting to get crazy. He's reaching that point because he's probably seen other replicants die, and he probably knows how it happens and what they felt so he knows.
Yeah. Plus, also, he has nothing else to lose now. Like, it's game over, basically. So you might as well, I don't say go over the bang, but you might, like, how do you expect him to handle when he has nothing to lose? But yeah, go ahead.
Like, for me, like, this scene is very important to see Harrison Ford going through this. He's going through the pain in his hands, and you can see he's powering through it.
And another thing, he's envying Harrison Ford's ability to be fighting for something that he can't have, no matter how hard he fights, no matter who wins this battle. See right here when he sticks the nail thing, and no matter who wins this battle, he knows his fate. And he's envious of this guy fighting for his life because he knows there's a life to fight for. And that's another thing that, you just watch this. And this is why, like I said, Rutger Hauer hasn't had anything that has met this moment right here since then.
Hey, fourth needs in.
Yeah, I think Star Wars, because how good it is, especially to like not the prequels, but the ones that came out in 2000. That fight scene, man, like that changed fighting forever. So plus also too with him, it's like the first three are probably the best, I would say. Yeah, debatable, but so that's fine. Plus also too, what do you expect? He's done so much of credits, and I think even with him, whenever he got it, I think he was just like, yeah, it's a job. It's not like how he was a passionate fan. So,
Yeah, just
he
thinking
did
Star
do
Wars
a
at the
good job
time.
on
It was
those
just a
roles,
job for them.
so, yeah.
You never thought it was going to blow up like this.
Yeah, because you never know. Because some, even like from what I heard too from famous people, they said that like, yeah, like there's some roles that it's been offered to actors, but they didn't think it was gonna blow up, and they're like, they didn't think it was gonna like get big success.
Mark
They thought
Hamill was
other
doing
ones would.
Corvette Summer the time. You
Yeah.
know, he's like,
Yeah, so that's why actors, they may like, they don't know what's gonna hit. They may think this will blow up, but no, it doesn't get the views or whatever. So that's why.
Rucker, this will probably annoy Will. I'm bringing this up, but Rucker Hauer, he went on to be actually two, not one but two DC properties. Specifically, of course, he was in Batman Begins. Who was in? He was Wimmer, but also the other kind of the more, as far as like the actual within the source material kind of characters. He was on Smallville as Morgan Edge. He was Morgan Edge on Smallville 2 episodes. I brought that up just to annoy William.
one of them was for an underwhelming Batman movie for me, and the other one no one saw. So all right, well, still, that makes White Daddy the best character.
I know. I just brought that up just to annoy William.
Hey, listen, we're spreading awareness. We're spreading awareness. Listen, we may reach 20 people that watched the CW network.
Hey, please don't talk about Smallville. I'm on like season 5, episode 1. So just chill out. So I don't need to spoil it.
You have fun with those next 5 seasons. Or casual, because I did.
I was going to say, Casual, you shouldn't have said that. Brad, he'll tell you about what all that.
Please don't spoil it. Like like that movie. I mean, that show CW. It might be bad, but it made me understand Superman better. Than, no offense, compared to any other
extinction here, buddy. The only way I could spoil it is to let you keep watching the next 5 seasons. That's really the only.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Let me watch it. I want to enjoy it. Like watching Smallville to help me in my personal life.
Well, I mean, it's it's the premise is Superman before he was Superman, so it's kind of like
I know it's like Superman in high school.
That's sort of implies.
Listen,
that sort of implies what the ending is going to be.
I'm going to be eating soon, and you guys were really souring my stomach.
I can't hear anything. We're good.
All right, so here we are.
Superman 90210.
Pretty much. This scene here. This is it. I mean, like I said, we're reaching the climax. This is the top of the Bradbury building. There are. They set up those windmills. I don't think those windmills are still there. A lot of that infrastructure is there. The other stuff, some of it is set. The rest of it, a lot of this movie is painted backgrounds that they put back there, or facades.
So how did they do the stunts then? If it's on top of the thing, or is that just like...
That's just standard? That's practical stunts.
Yeah. So that gap he jumped over is probably no more than like 4 feet high.
Oh, okay.
Now this behind him, so he's on the sky. I remember seeing he's on his scaffolding. He's not. There's pictures that show this, and then they're shot at different angles. And like I said, it's just Rutger Hauer. These two carry this scene with nothing else. And what Blade Runner ends up being, and I'll always say this: there's science fiction. There's all this beautiful scenery around it. This is a movie about mortality. This is a movie about what is real, as far as because the worst people in this movie, both of these movies, are humans, are the natural born humans, and the people with the best qualities end up, even the murderous ones, even the homicidal ones that you're seeing now, have the best qualities. Their intentions are pure, and they were right. He can't control what he was. He didn't create himself or his circumstances. And now he's relating in this scene right now. He's relating, and he's asking him, "How does it feel? Just imagine living your entire life that way."
Yeah. Well, I thought the jump, I thought it would have been much bigger because it looks like it's like really high up. So I'm like, how did they do it? But I mean,
well, some of that, like I said, some of that is added on composite. Back in the day, they would use composite scenes and just add it under you. So they would add the scene, and they would
what is composite?
Composite means that they filmed the scene without all that, and then they would overlay it. Whereas in CGI, you would just film the people, and then you could put any background you wanted to.
Yeah, that jump's they're actually probably only maybe 2 feet off the ground.
Yeah.
Oh, like that. Oh, so they built like the set on the ground basically. Then they jumped and from like
I
an
see that.
angle how they did in Spider-Man. Oh, like
And they
that.
would
I
take
see
that.
this in
They
the.
would take that composite part and they would overlay it with the other scene that would film without him, and you would be looking at two different things. That's the way they did it 40 some odd years ago. Now here, like I said, here's where I don't like this cut, and the reason why is, after he gives his speech, you get a point of view that is from Harrison Ford, but I won't talk through this because this is probably one of the most iconic monologues.
So I like the other version better, but I'll leave it for the end.
You know, by the way, I remember. I
Hold on, guys.
realized also.
Let Rutger finish this because I think
Okay.
it's important for, especially for some of you first timers who haven't seen this.
Good score so far. Good music so far.
And that's it for him. Now, right here is where the dove flies away, and that's symbolic. Right here is where the voiceover comes over, and it's Harrison Ford saying, "All you wanted were answers, the same answers we all wanted. Well, where did I come from? Where am I going? How long have I got? And all I could do is sit here and watch him die." And that's where, if you didn't get it at that point, you understand Rutger Hauer's a character arc at that particular time, and you start to realize where that takes Harrison Ford's character. He can relate to him. This guy just tried to kill him, or he thought things to try to kill him. He can relate to him more than anything else in this movie, other than Rachel.
Yeah, especially also too at the end of helping him. You could have easily let him die right there. So that shows you characteristic. So.
By the way, I was just about to mention, William. I don't know if Matt Reeves has said anything to this effect, but do you think that that the kind of the overall look and especially all the urban landscape and all the rain, do you think that that was an influence on the Batman's design of Gotham at all? Because I remember like seeing that first time and thinking, you know, this portrayal of Gotham does have a little bit of like a Blade Runner feel to it to me. Where it's like,
Well,
it's like
and so much that the city is a character, probably so, because I know Anthem First, who helped develop a lot of this with Sid Mead, he influenced the original 1989 Batman, so a lot of people took their cues from that. So it's kind of like a great grandfather. Now, hold on, listen to this real quick. He's talking about Rachel. Now, at this point, he knows that he's a replicant, and you're about to see why. Now, Gaff's job was to kill all the Nexus, kill all the replicants that were out there. He's been to his apartment. He lets her live. And the reason why he lets her live is because he thinks he doesn't realize that Tyrell didn't give her didn't give her a lifespan limit, which is why he doesn't. That's the one thing that they all probably don't know about Deckard, is that he's the same way.
Yeah, because they think that he's something else. Especially since he doesn't look like one of them. So, sorry.
Well, he doesn't all have the superhuman strength. He doesn't have any of those things because it was a controversial program, to have a replicant doing anything but slave labor and anything else. Put a gun in their hand,
Yeah. Plus also to them two actually being in the police, like it's only them that they know. So that makes sense.
But they figured why.
So he was part of a program in this role.
Yeah, I think it's like I think he was like a prototype. So maybe he was the first successful one without no glitches or anything. So
he's the prototype, and then she's the prototype. Tyrell was doing things outside of what the people who hired him to create these things wanted to do. He was creating his own. He's kind of like Wallace, but he wasn't an asshole.
Why is there like a double trigger on the thing?
Because he's that gun has two different functions. It shoots two different caliber bullets.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
That it's interesting that it fires two different calibers.
Yeah, one armor piercing and one regular short range stopper.
Oh, okay. No, I never knew. I thought it was just. I didn't know what was the reason. That's cool.
Yeah, so if he needs to shoot through something,
Mhm.
then he uses one caliber, and then if he needs to just be able to shoot somebody within close proximity without obviously the bullet going through somebody's, then he uses another caliber.
It's a special futuristic gun that does special things.
No, that's very realistic. I would say. If it doesn't exist, I'm pretty sure it does somewhere, because especially well,
No, it
they will have like dazers like Star Trek.
No, I would say because like even you guys know, like compared to like bullets, there's regular, then there's like hollow points and stuff. So depending on different ammunition, maybe it's like two different things.
Oh, here we go, right here. Now, if you remember, you remember during the movie, he was dreaming about a unicorn. Nobody knows his dreams. Now there's a unicorn. By the way, that unicorn comes with the Ultimate Edition too. That gives you that. This is where he suspects this the whole time. Now he knows what he is.
It wouldn't have looked like
origami.
You would never have two triggers on a gun ever.
Here we go.
Maybe some alien technology.
Blade Runner, everybody.
Because if you're shooting a gun, you're not making decisions on whether you're using the one trigger or the other trigger. You're just pulling the trigger.
But it depends on
No,
different
that's
situations.
actually not going to be true. Okay, so you fire an M16 with an M203 on it. You are making a decision on whether you want to use a large caliber piercing grenade versus the regular standard 226, depending on what you're shooting at. So yeah, you are going to be making a decision. Like if for him,
but how much is the trigger the same?
No, it's two different triggers.
Yeah.
You have to have two different triggers. The reason why is because you're trained. It's part of your training. So within an instant, I need to be able to know. I know this finger is on the trigger that does this trigger, and I know that it's embedded into my training. And so that's probably the same thing for a cop as well. It's just like the same thing when you're firing an M16. Do you want to go to semi? You want to go to auto? You want to go to burst? There are functions that once you feel them in. So yeah, it makes sense that he would have two triggers for two different functions, two different types of rounds, depending on what he was shooting at. The same thing with a M203 versus the M16 that's attached to it. That second triggers for the 203, the top triggers for the regular standard round. So yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah, and plus also think about like to even grenade or whatever, like with the M16, like you said, you can shoot through a wall or something. So it does. And plus also to even add, when you look at I think the SAS or whatever, it's kind of similar like that. They use certain things for certain reasons or whatever. So like they have to be good. Go ahead.
He's in a densely populated city, and there are infrastructures and things that he would have to shoot through. Like when he was shooting through the bulletproof gas, you notice he repositions his gun when he's shooting at Zora because she's further away and she's through plated glass. So he kills her with that second round.
Yeah. Plus also you don't have no collateral.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
Rational Skeptic has a question here. I think I'm not
plus
quite sure.
You don't want no collateral damage, so you want
to bring it up.
This word a little bit weird here. It's going to sound like William Wallace was so rich, but he chose to stay on Earth instead of off-world. Why?
Oh, William Wallace, like the Scotsman.
Are you talking about the brave part, dude?
Yeah, your fellow Scot there, Ruth. Because on Earth he was a god. He was basically a god on Earth. Everybody owed him something on Earth, and he had to manage that situation on Earth. That's where all of his factories were. That's where all of his clone replicating things were. And on Earth is where he had the most power because he saved the agricultural world on Earth. He saved the workforce world on Earth. So he was basically like a god. He had no reason. Everybody else was living like shit on Earth, but he wasn't. You see, he actually lives in a Tyrell palace. I mean, he's living like he wouldn't be, even if he was off-world, he would be living like a king. So there's no reason for him to live off-world because he's living great.
He decided they could
he's basically untouchable.
They decide. He said they could take my replicas, but they take my freedom. So that's what he did.
And even if he does, and even if they do, let's say they do put him away, you don't tell me somebody else or him, he might create something in prison or something. Come on, like especially with that time and everything, like.
Well, he would never see prison, and they would never go after him. He he literally has a police force that has replicants involved that are designed to obey orders and things like that.
Yeah.
They would never be able to go after him, and they never would go after him because the society that he helped prop up is so fragile that without him, a lot of people wouldn't even be, lose their jobs and the whole thing would fail. And he explains that in the movie. So he's as untouchable as you can get. So yeah, him being off world wouldn't have mattered because he's living like a god no matter where he lives.
And imagine too,
he would have his own protein farm.
You just let me know
Are
when
we
this
going to start the next one now?
Say that again.
Are we going to start the next one now?
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and start that one now because it's 2 hours and 45 minutes. So let's go ahead and
fire it up. Yeah.
If fourth one's in, I don't mind swapping out, and he can hop
no,
in.
we got a spot for him. I sent him the link. He's just not.
Yeah, we have one more space, so we're good. So he can jump in fine, unless he's good.
Yeah, fourth, if you want in, your link is there.
Yeah, you're
there's room for one more person anyway.
Yeah. Okay, now we started. This movie, I say, this is how sequels and reboots should be done. It honors the first one, but also does the second one and tells its own story. But it does it so good, like similar like the Top Gun Maverick. It tells a new story, but it still calls back to like the original one, and that's what makes it so great. Like that's what I believe movies should be, especially if you want the old nostalgic fans and like the business wise. It would be better to like reference it or try to like include them some way, be like, hey, how's it going or something. Make them make like a cameo or something. But the way
you're still spoiling.
All right, guys, for this version, there are a good significant amount of people who are probably watching right now on all our platforms who have not seen this version. So we're going to go ahead and limit to speaking to reactions of what we're seeing as opposed to anything else. Because this one's like there's a amount of people. So
okay, good to know for the spoilers. I might add in some facts or whatever, but I will, like you said, no spoilers until it comes up on the screen. Yeah.
Now, for the context of this, there's three animated. There's some one animated short and two other ones that lead up to this. You guys can watch those. I'll probably put the links throughout the show. A lot of people didn't see those when they watched this, but you don't have to watch them. But they give you a context of like the blackout because you're going to hear them reference things that were in those shorts, and I'll let you know when that is.
Yeah, I have those. If we want to watch them after this.
Okay. Yeah, that's cool.
Oh, that would be cool. Thanks, Vince.
That'd be cool. Say that. And I will say this. No, not yet. I'll say it later on.
The original one opens up exactly like this with an eye. It's Batty's eye in the first one.
That is such a cool shot. I can't lie to you.
Yeah.
That is. So bear with me a little bit. I'm gonna kind of geek out. I'm not gonna spoil anything, but I'm gonna geek out. Nice.
So, question.
It's the Star Wars. Oh, sorry, Aaron.
This is what Star Wars should have done.
How are replicants made?
I think this reminds me of kind of like The Host in a way. I think kind of like it gives me like the same kind of vibe from it. Kind of. Oh. California.
Are they made in a lab or something?
What was that? You guys were all talking at once. Go ahead, Aaron. Go ahead.
Sorry. I said, how are replicas made?
The replicas are made. Yeah, they're made in labs. They're made in factories, piece by piece. Eyeball, bones, everything is manufactured, and then they're put together into they're put it in a composite body, and then they're put in like Saran wrap, and then they're activated.
I want to say this. I mean, I think everyone knows it. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. So if anyone has been flying before I went on a plane, that's actually pretty accurate the way how it looks, especially not from the height, but from the range. It's very accurate, I would say. It's a good job on them for the team for getting it right. So
this next 8 or 9 minutes are arguably the most important part of the movie. So guys, how in the exact same way, probably more so than the original's first 5 or 10 minutes were.
Good to know.
How's it sound anyway? Is it sound good or?
Good.
I have it muted, so I don't get copyrighted. So
yeah, it just
Yeah,
I meant like
no audio is good. Audio is
OBS is like going up into the red, so that's indicates it's pretty loud.
Well,
no,
yeah,
it's great, Vince.
William? Did you answer little movie? I think Peep question. I might be saying the name wrong, but
little movie perp. What did you got?
Yeah.
What are other Android movies inspired by Blade Runner? Do you guys think?
I could give you no, no.
I can't think of any at the moment, but get back to me later, Perp.
This movie's sounding much louder, Vince, than the previous one.
That is by design, and when you watch it in a theater, it climbs. That's the only way I can. It climbs as the intensity goes. Like this entire scene, by the end of this scene, it actually reaches a zenith. And there's other scenes that where Hans Zimmer did that, and the sound editing does it as well. It's meant to it's almost meant to hit you in the head. That's the only way I can describe when I saw it in the theater.
This was the one movie I wish I would have seen in theaters, but it came out back 2017, and that time of my life was I didn't see it in theaters. But hopefully, whenever I have like a 10-year anniversary, hopefully I'll get to see it again. I really want to see it in
only
theaters.
3 years away.
I know, 3 years. Yeah, I'm gonna have to for sure go see it day one, whenever it comes out. Because
William, I saw the movie exactly the same time you saw the movie, William.
You were not with me then.
Yes, I was. I was there.
Not for
I don't want to be rude,
24.
but you guys should kind of
We
pay
both
attention.
saw the pre-screen.
I don't want to be rude, but you guys should kind of pay attention because this thing is kind of important. Sorry, guys, but it'll make sense. You guys can talk, but
I'm sorry. I'm distracted by your chair.
I mean, Dave wasn't in this movie all that much.
No, it wasn't. Yeah.
He has the most important scenes in the movie.
Yeah.
Probably the most important scene in the movie.
Well, I was actually about to bring that up, William, because I mean, Batista, he attributes his career like really taking off with Drax and Guardians of the Galaxy, but as far as like him building that out, like outside of just Drax, would you say this was a big stepping stone for that?
absolutely, because his acting is really good.
When you are not in the movie for very long, and you resonate throughout the movie, you've done a good job. It's probably, like I said, I enjoy this, watching him in this more than I enjoy watching him in Guardians of the Galaxy. The only other movie that I really enjoy watching him as much in any length is Knock at the Cabin.
I love that film.
Wow.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, he's actually very good in Army of the Dead, I think too. He's really that's probably one
Yeah.
of his better.
100%.
Yeah.
He's been here since 2020.
Yeah.
I've got
The hour right there,
I've got a
but-
really. Go on.
Go ahead, Aaron.
No. You started first.
No, I just
No,
said
I
that's
just
the
said
man
I
of
was-
the hour, the man of the hour, Ryan Gosling, who everybody's like all gaga about ever since he was Ken.
I would have never
I was
thought I would
expecting-
pay to see a Ryan Gosling movie, but I did.
I was just about to say a hot take, and my hot take is that I think Dave Bautista is a far better actor than Dwayne The Rock Johnson and John Cena.
I don't know if that's a hot take. I don't know. Now The Rock, he's because he's got his MMA biopic he's making right now, so he's he's kind of and he said he's kind of branching out now a little bit into now he wants to kind of tackle some other things, so he's maybe like going a little bit more the Batista route, but he's still I'm still doing like the big popcorn tentpole
Right,
kind
here
of
we go.
blockbusters, but now I'm trying some new stuff, and
Right.
so he's going
Now,
a little bit more
see here-
Batista.
Right here, you see Ryan Gosling matching Dave Bautista. That is the difference between a replicant of the original movie, which Deckard was, and then what he's able to do now. Now Batista is built as a different model to be able to fight, but the more stealthy, the more fluid fighting style is Ryan Gosling's character, because he was designed to counter and hunt these Nexus 8s. I think they're Nexus 8 at this point, and he's trying to identify with the eyes because they have the if you look right now, there you go.
So with like they would train in different like types of like fighting styles, while Dave's one is more of like a boxer or kickboxer type, while
Yeah.
Ryan Gosling is like a like karate, kung fu type.
Yeah, I would say so, definitely.
Watch what happens here now. Watch. This is very important.
Ooh. Is he getting information? Ah.
This is where Ryan Gosling's character changes, and he evolves throughout the movie. But there's something significant that why something happens here happens, and you'll understand it while the movie rolls out. Why
Just
charge?
said you will never see a miracle. Just a hint, maybe back to the whole movie. If you know, you know.
And why would you charge a man that has a gun? There's a reason, but I'll leave that for the actual movie to tell you.
Yeah, going back to what you're saying, Aaron. Yeah, I think because that's also like reflected in like the old, like the Rock. He's very much kind of he gets compared to like the modern day Schwarzenegger a lot. So and the sort of the image he's cultivated for himself is very reflective of that. But like I said, he's branching out, I think, a bit more now into kind of a little bit somewhat into the kind of the roles that Batista sort of done. But yeah, he's saying I'm still going to do the kind of the more sort of 4 quadrant stuff. But now he's got his A24 MMA movies doing at the moment. So yeah, there's that. And John Cena, he's always gone for he's kind of got a lot more for comedy. So he's he's portrayed. I was like I kind of describe him as like the image he's made. He's sort of like a likable meathead in a lot of ways. John
they've each done what was asked of them of the roles that people hired him for. So
yeah. And Batista, like from the outset, he's really tried to again, he's really tried to establish himself, principally as a character actor. But obviously, he's taken on things where he's been like what he said, he's been brought in specifically because he's the big buff villain guy, where he was in the Kickboxer remake where he was Tong Po. He was in one of the Ip Man movies as a bad guy. But he's so he's brought his his stature and physicality to different things he's taken on. But he's really tried to sort of go against the grain with that a lot of his work too.
Which is why I don't want him to play Bane. And all joking aside, I think that would be a step backwards for him to play a character, because the only reason why people will want it is because they can't get that vision of Bane out of their head, and that's where fan casting really hurts. I'm glad fans
I disagree, but
that's fine. I'm glad fans don't cast movies, and people that get paid to cast movies actually cast movies. That's where I'm at with that one.
No, I think
we got. I would say we got the fan cast for John Krasinski as Mr. Fantastic done. That happened.
But when it actually came,
they killed him 5 minutes later,
real,
but it happened.
I mean, they did him dirty,
but he's not in the movie. He's not in Fantastic Four. We're actually, because like I said, fan casting and fan service is okay for a couple of scenes, but when you're actually doing something important, you can't. There's a reason why we're fans, and like there's casting directors and producers that do this stuff. Because there's more factors than just with the vision of a character that you have in your head and matching him to an actor, and when you're not even trying to explore that actor's dimension. So that's why I'm glad that fan casting is just on the internet.
Plus, also, there's certain versions that they said even like whenever I think the Marvels cast director said that they're looking for certain versions. She didn't say this, but I believe it is that if they were going for much more of a different tone, different like version, that's when they would cast certain people, and people would be perfect for it, but they're going for like a certain type of tone, maybe look too. So that's why they cast certain people. But even for this, I think I say this, the only reason why we kind of want Bane, to be honest with you, sorry, I want to say this first, is that because he's the best WWE wrestler out of all. He's much more serious. He could do the voice well. I mean, plus he has the size. That's where like people see it. You know what I mean? Like
that's not. Those are all horrible reasons to cast somebody in a movie, though, because.
But we want someone that's the size and that could do the voice. Like
we got makeup artists, we got camera angles, we got special effects. I mean, there's plenty of this guy has to be able to act the role to begin with. And I think he could, but like I said, watching him in Blade Runner, just watching him now and watching him in the things he's been since then, it would be like going back and playing a Cro-Mag in comparison to the things he has. Yeah, could he do it? But in the way that he's been challenging himself, why build a career on challenging yourself with every role and then basically go back to kindergarten with a kindergarten character? Wow, you're gonna make me sit through Terrified, dude. This is going toward my
Ruth can't wait for that.
I'm not going to join because when I see scary movies, I'd turn this into a comedy show. I'd be roasting them. I'd be like, bro, what's going on? Oh my god,
Full
jump scare!
Fire
I'd be
is
throwing
like-
punches. It'd be turning into like an MMA like slash training event. I ain't doing this. I'm running. I'm screaming at the TV, run!
This is
What are
coming
you
up going to
doing?
my Comic-Con fund, so $5 Forth. I know he's not going to do that, so we're safe.
Yeah, sorry guys for that rant, but it's like
Here, right here. Everybody stop. Everybody stop and just absorb this moment right here. The baseline test. All right. That scene replaces the intensity of the void contest. And if you notice that whistling sound in the background, that was meant to build that intensity of what he was saying and the responses. That'll come back later on in the movie. But that, to me, along with Batista, this set the tone for the rest of this movie about what you should expect.
So was that like a test or something?
It's a baseline test. So each replicant, now that they're out as cops, every time that they kill one of their own, they need to understand what effect psychologically did it have on that particular officer. If he's feeling guilt or any type of other feeling that he's not supposed to, and they measure that, then they retire that replicant because he can no longer do his job.
I thought they were doing it maybe just to make sure, like, to make sure he doesn't lie or something, or I don't know.
Well, that's who are not following orders, but the main thing is I just killed another replicant. I just killed another one of my kind. Am I identifying and relating to what I just killed? And once they start to relate to what they've killed, and that's when they have to retire.
They're not useful to them anymore at that point.
So that's why the baseline, they give them a baseline test of the original motions that they gave them. And if they waver from that baseline, that means they're starting to evolve into a place that they will no longer be useful as Blade Runners.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
What on the front of your store, right? It said F off Skinner.
Is that like Aaron, you're muffled. You're muffled. I can't hear you as well.
She said at his door on there.
I'm sorry.
It said the F off. Yeah.
It says on the front of his store, right? It said F off Skinner. Is that like a slur for?
Yeah, skin job is what replicants are. It's basically the racial slur for what a replicant is. A replicant, and if you remember what Brian said in the beginning of the other movies, he's a racist type of guy, and he calls him skin job. That's the derogatory term for a replicant. Now, if you remember when he was walking into the police station for his baseline test, the other cop, the human cop, said "fuck off, skin job," because they're hated. They're hated because everybody knows what they are.
You know, actually, on that note, and this is kind of a weird segue from that, but I go ahead and ask Aaron directly, and this goes off of that, but also kind of relates to Mad Max. In the original Mad Max, the guys, the gang, they call the term they use for the cops is they call them the Bronze, because that's a reference to the bronze badge. Is that an actual term? Is that like an actual nickname for cops in Australia, or was that just something for that they use in the movie?
No.
It's not? Okay.
It's made up for the movie, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was wondering if that was like just like a gang thing they created for that, or if that was like an actual kind of nickname for it. Because like I said, go watch the original with the trivia track. You'll actually learn a lot of Australian slang terms from that. That's very useful. But that was a fictional one. So thank you for clarifying that for me, Aaron.
We have a slang term for a police station. It's called a cop shop.
Cop shop?
Yeah, cop shop.
Yeah,
yes, thank you, Aaron, for being the expert in all things Australian. Thank you, Aaron.
You're welcome.
Why does the LAPD allow Blade Runners to know they are replicants? Because it's no longer a prototype situation, and these new designs that are the Blade Runners don't have the flaws that the previous Blade Runner has. If you watch the shorts, they actually follow the directions. They are supposed to be incapable, and when they are no longer incapable, there's a mechanism in place basically killing them off if they don't pass baseline. So it doesn't matter that they don't know what they are. Like I said, it's a different time. It's 35 years after Deckard's time. So it's a prototype that they didn't know if it was going to work. They didn't know if the Deckard experiment was going to work. And in that particular time in society, it would have been it would have been accepted differently. Now with the credibility of Wallace, who they basically owe themselves to, it's his credibility that allows them to be able to make Blade Runner police officers and have them exist in public. Her role in this is perfect. Her character will evolve throughout the entire movie to something that was they really did a good job in portraying this, and her insertion into this lets you know that how lonely he is, because he's a replicant. He's basically there's no relationship for him to have. He's created for a purpose. He gets a paycheck. He gets all these things, but there's no relationship for them to have. So he creates one. And this was a part of the movie when you look at his character. He's more relatable to a normal human sitting watching this movie than he is to anything else, because he's going through the same things that us humans go through every day. We work real hard at our jobs, but our jobs don't necessarily define us. Everybody's looking for companionship and all that kind of stuff. Everybody just wants to work hard and get the most value out of the time that they have, and he's no different. He's looking for a relationship just like a normal human would be. So he's your avatar into humankind, because the humans in this movie are absolute pieces of dog shit. Just about every one of them that you meet. So that's kind of, if you take away all the science fiction infrastructure, this movie is just about a guy doing his job, trying to figure out about what he is, just like anybody else. So yeah, she helps with that, because she's created for to fill the gaps that he can't have because he's a replicant.
So in this world, right, can replicants marry other humans, like non-replicants?
They
have
don't
children, or is that
they don't even know.
They don't allow it?
I won't answer that last part because it's coming. But yeah, they are designed to do their purpose. Like these ones right here, even though it's 40 years later, they are still designed for a singular purpose and a singular focus, and that's the hunt down replicants. They don't want them doing anything else that would, because when relationships like that would add emotions in that might make them sympathetic to what they need to do.
Oh, so it's like mind control, pretty much.
Well, direction.
Oh, okay. So it's like more like programming.
It's kind of like the Superman Kryptonians, where like one group was born to be leaders, one was born to be farmers.
Screw you, Fourth.
Oh,
okay. He wants me to sit through that very disturbing movie. I don't know, Fourth. Message me, throw me a number. We'll put it together. I don't have a number in mind, to be honest with you. So, and then here's this, situation where all that you're taking out of that romantic moment, and you're brought back into Robin Wright's character, she's splendid in this movie, is Lieutenant Yoshi. She's a piece of shit, though. By the way, I mean all the humans in this movie are absolute dog shit. Okay, I got some people coming in. Okay.
Everyone's got to step away for a second there. Yeah, we'll look at. I'm gonna pull some trivia also on the Wikipedia here. Again, yeah. So okay, this is quite a budget jump from the original. The budget was 30 million. This was the budget was 150 to 185. So a big jump there.
Naked.
Not me, Force.
Somebody.
You know what I would love for somebody to do is to make
What's that?
I would love to see somebody make like a YouTube video or even a small book, something about replicas, human rights and stuff like that, and what they have to face and etc.
Yeah,
and stuff like that.
cool.
In the wider world.
The black guy in this scene is a replicant as well. But Coco, the analyst, and Yoshi are humans.
The replicants in Blade Runner are kind of looked at like you look at cars or a hammer, or they're just tools. They're not. They looked at. That's what they're looked at as.
Oh man, that's disgusting.
And there's
that actually makes me angry. Actually,
it's meant to. It's meant to. In this conversation he has after this with Yoshi, it really it adds more foundation to the movie.
Is that Wood Harris?
I don't know the actual actor.
Mm-hmm.
Probably has it brought up on the thing.
Everything.
Well, I don't think he's an uncredited.
Yeah. As Nandez, yeah. Oh, so yeah, so two of the Titans are in this movie. Wood Harris and Ryan Gosling. Because I think that was actually the first thing I ever saw both of them in was Remember the Titans with Wood Harris and Ryan Gosling.
That Denzel Washington was in that movie.
Wow.
Yeah, he was the coach. He was, and if you look that up, by the way, that coach was not Herman Boone. That guy was kind of an asshole.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you don't like finding out your true stories aren't the greatest true stories, don't look him up.
Yeah.
And there's the serial number for.
Did they? I thought. William could probably answer this better than I can. Did they? Because you talked about at the end of the first one there, that the set there is still standing, and the Bradbury set is still standing in Los Angeles. Did they reuse any of the old sets or any of the old architecture or whatnot from the first Blade Runner to this one?
No. Most of it is redone with CGI. Like the Tyrell building, the models I don't even think exist anymore. You'll see the Tyrell. I think that's all CGI now.
Okay.
It would have taken forever to do it with practical. Now, right here, this explanation of why, this is basically the premise of the movie, which he's explaining to him.
Yeah, basically explain how they do it. Yeah.
That and the fact that if there's a child, then that literally breaks the world. Is written. That's quoting our words. This is not something that it changes the whole game. A wallet, and like I'll let you guys. By the way, chat and how many of you have never seen this movie?
Yes, chat. Let us know.
I've not seen it.
Okay.
I want to say this though. Ryan Gosling said that he doesn't want to take darker roles anymore. So I'm like, that doesn't make sense, because then you say you want to play Ghost Rider, but Ghost Rider is a very dark character. So,
yeah.
Like
nothing like this though.
Like I don't what do you mean?
I gotta make this. I gotta get this out. It's like I never, in a million years, thought that the Barbie movie, the breakout character, would be Ken. But apparently, everybody loves Ken the most out of Barbie. So
I still haven't seen that movie.
Yeah.
When she asked him, "You're doing great without one," and we asked her a soul, and that's how they're viewed. That's how they're viewed in this society.
Yeah, and especially that kind of that could relate to men as well. Like yeah,
Ryan Gosling was
yeah,
great.
like,
Barbie.
yeah. No comment.
He's
Barbie
great. He's great.
is
He's great in Fall Guy too.
no. I have no comment about that. But yeah.
And now you're seeing him do right here with Harrison Ford's character did during the interrogation with Holder and Holden in the last one. And this is where what Dave Bautista told him starts to seep into his thought patterns, and it starts to change him.
You can clearly tell it's CGI, but still, I kind of get it though. So.
That's the best CGI of the era at this point. They spent a lot of money on that CGI.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, and ponder the fact that we were talking about CGI. This came out in 2017, same year that something else with infamous CGI came out.
I don't want to do this. This might be a hot take, but you got to realize this. If you would have told me Terminator 2, I'm not going to spoil anything from it, but if you would have told me that movie came out in 2015, 2020, 2010, I would have believed you. But then seeing how like that came out, when that year came out, I'm like, oh my God, that was...
Which Terminator?
Terminator 2. Like,
Terminator 2. Yeah.
Like I would have been like, no, you're lying. I didn't even know it came out in a year. I thought people were lying to me. Then I actually researched and I was like, oh my God, that is really good.
Yeah, Cameron's always been ahead of his time on the effect.
Oh yeah.
I know, but that's impressive, especially for that time. Like, if you would have told me that was 2015, that like wow.
Terminator 2, that was 91, man. What are you talking about?
I know, but still, for that time, that is really good. Like, it looks like a modern day CGI movie. So, especially for 1991.
All right, back.
Like, oh my God. But yeah, it's a really
That is some white tea.
Well, for me, CGI is just like, it does as long as it helps the story. The story is most important. CGI is just window dressing, unless I'm just going to like Battlefield Earth or Godzilla movie. I'm looking, for the pretty lights then, but for CGI just doesn't tell a story most of the time.
Yeah,
this particular movie would not be able to exist without CGI. So this is, but this
I don't mind it, but just make it look good. Don't make it look like a video game thing. Like even the fight scene between T'Challa and Killmonger, that looks like some PS2 one stuff, and I'm like, and so clunky. Like, I mean, just that
was bad. Everybody forgot about that when the Flash's babies came out, but you keep telling me that fight scene wasn't bad.
But at least it tells the story. I don't care how good or bad it is. It has to tell the story.
But see how good or bad it is part of your storytelling apparatus. You can't fuck that up and then keep my engagement. It's really hard. It's awesome fight that looks like claymation. It's like, oh no.
Yeah, if you script visual,
just don't make it super bad and super obvious. So just to put it through down, I don't know if that bad CGI, especially if it's low budget.
Those floppy disks.
I think that's the same actor.
Remind me of the
go ahead, sorry.
Star Trek.
No, go ahead, sorry.
I said those floppy disks remind me of the floppy disks from Star Trek.
Especially the first two seasons of Next Generation were horrible. Let's see. So right here, this is this is where love comes in to meet him, and this is where you see the two opposites of. They're both creations by Wallace. He's a replicant. He's a replicant Nexus 9. He's a creation of Wallace, and so is she. She sees herself as more of value than he sees himself.
Yeah, I think you're right though. With Force 100, yeah, you're right. So like, I know all movies are fake, but it's still like, at least let's try not to like thing. Because I'm not sure about you guys. I don't mind watching movies for stories and entertainment, but I like it sometimes to be realistically and not make it feel like fake. Because sometimes when I watch movies, it's to get a break from reality. So
that, and like I was saying, like if you have the greatest story in the world, but if your visuals are so bad that they take you out of the story, that's a problem too.
Yeah.
Well, here's a Dave Bautista. You got to see a glimpse of Dave Bautista in this scene as she's walking by, the prototype of him.
Oh, that's him. Well, I didn't even know. Yep. I thought it was a random one. Wow. See, that's similar like the Dune shot. Sorry, I'm going to be comparing some shots. That's like similar to Dune shot.
Right there. Now she has a name, and that's different because they generally don't name themselves, or they don't get names. They get registered. They get numbers. Like his is Katie Dash. So she has a higher view. Joy has a higher view of herself than than most other replicants you're going to run into, or that you would have ran into in this era.
Yeah, and also too, there's something. No, I'm not gonna say anything. I'm gonna keep my mouth shut for that.
So
I don't
Ryan
want to,
Gosling like knows the whole time that he's a replicant, I guess.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, yeah, The Creator is another great Android
Yeah.
movie. Even though I'm saying it wrong. I know how to spell it, but I don't know how to say. I think chimpanzee or Chapie. They're the one I think with Dave Chappelle, the guy from Monkey Man. That movie's pretty good. It has to do with androids. So
Yeah, all replicants of this era know that they're replicants. She knows she's one. He knows he's one. Every replicant in that era knows they are. Even the police officer, because it's a standard practice to use them to hunt down replicants.
yeah,
It even seems like the humans know who are replicants and who are not.
They do. Yeah, there's no hiding it anymore, like it was in the original Blade Runner.
I don't want to spoil it, but no, I don't think it is. Have you guys noticed, like, whenever at the beginning how his thing is up and now it's flicked down? I should maybe kind of tell you something. I don't want to say too much, but I think that has to do with something. So, because in the beginning he had it like fold up, covered up. Now it's like coming down, and now it's down. So. Also, too, with the eyes, too, I think one of the reasons why they do it as well is that because I think whenever they do like the polygram test, like I think in like realistic, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but then they watch like certain movements and stuff to see if a person is lying or not. So,
well, when the Voight comp test was to figure out replicants that they lost track of, if they were truly replicants, because the record keeping was bad back then. Like I said, the baseline test in this one is simply to make sure that we don't have replicants starting to become sympathetic to other replicants. Otherwise, they will not be able to do what they need to do, and at that point, there's no use. They'll just kill them off.
Yeah, that makes sense. Wow. Well,
She's probing him now.
Is that the same guy from the first movie, his partner? Or is that somebody else?
No. The only person that's in oh, you're talking about, where are you at? Are you at? Oh yeah, okay. You're ahead. Yes, that's Gaff.
Yeah, that's the same guy. That's Decker's partner.
Wow, you're ahead of me by a couple of seconds. Okay.
No, I'm watching on Twitch, so I'm.
I'm watching on Twitch too. Yeah.
Yeah, it's Edward James almost.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because he said he used to work with him, Decker. So.
Yeah, he's making an origami right now, just as we speak.
That could possibly be him, especially remember because in the beginning.
It is him.
I don't know what year this takes place, but remember even David Bautista said he was like, "Yeah, when did you?" Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it exists in 2049.
Wait, so that's the year it takes place?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
His eyes are different in this movie.
Okay, I thought it was just a year as the future or something. Oh, okay, that's cool. 20. Oh, I'm gonna have to watch this and see. Because David Bautista said he was like, "Yeah, when did you get free?" When Ryan asked him, he was like, "2020. I've been here since 2020." That's interesting.
And the blackouts made it harder to find.
Well, he's been on the run, as a rogue replicant for 29 years. Then.
Yeah, because there was no way to track the rogue replicants after the blackout.
Oh yeah, because give me a second. I'm thinking to see if it's spoiled. I don't think it is, but I'm gonna think about it heavily before I say it. Yeah, I'm gonna save it at the end. I don't know if it's spoiled or not, but I'll save it for the end. No, it's just okay over there. But yeah. Yeah, Scott Singh is great though, but Jared Leto. I know he has some controversy, but his roles does a pretty good job in it. Like, him personally, I don't know, but as an acting wise, he does really good.
This right here is a kid. Obviously, it introduces you to Wallace, but it also gives you another dimension to her character. She exists to please him, and you're about to see a scene that reminds her and that she's nothing but property at the end of the day. Now, here's a replicant.
This is like Adam and Eve.
This scene, when this movie got released, this scene got a lot of heat. I remember a lot of people were uncomfortable with this scene for a lot of different reasons, but it's very necessary for her character development and the movie in general, and you realizing what an absolute piece of shit that Wallace is. He has no soul.
Yeah. Now, I could see how it makes people uncomfortable, but I mean, you just got to remind yourself, hey, it's a movie. There's a reason for it. Especially with that high level of a director, he's doing it for a specific reason. Yeah. Well, I understand though, because this makes you uncomfortable. Like, ooh.
Okay, now once he gets his little sensors in, or once he starts doing his examination.
Did this movie obviously make like a decent profit at the
No, it lost about 30 to 40 million.
Did it?
Yeah. Well, I was just about to bring that up, William, because Denny, I mean, literally, this was his last movie before he started on the Doom movies. So I'm kind of wondering, did he encounter any? Did he already have that kind of lined up, or did he encounter any difficulty? Because you're going from something that lost studio money to now making like another big massively expensive blockbuster for them. Did he encounter any kind of like an uphill battle and like getting Dune off the ground coming off of this?
None whatsoever, because at the time it lost money, Warner Brothers knew that they had a hit on their hand as far as quality and perception wise. This movie made him sought after, so he was turning movies down at this point.
Yeah, and plus also to add, even him, whenever he was working on Dune, like he had a chance to direct, I think back in 2012 or even before he made those, I think the 3 movies, like I think this, Sicario, and I think Arrival, but he said he's like, I want to make these 3 movies first, then make Dune. So Dune was going to happen no matter what. But him, he was like, I'm going to make 3 movies, not 3, but I want to make some movies before I get to it, so I can make it good. Yeah,
go ahead.
That's what he said
right here. Okay, stop right here where you see Wallace sitting in between the 2 ladies, right? Mm-hmm. All right. The reality of what she is standing there in front of him, and she is what she thinks how he sees her. But the reality, and you see it in her face, and you're going to see it here. Watch the expressions on her face. She's coming to the realizations, no matter how much he tells her he's the best angel, and how much he tells her she's this and that. All replicants are property to him to be dismissed of and disposed of, and she's standing there watching the reality of what she really is. Yeah, that was her at some point. She came out of a bag at some point, and no matter how much she thinks she's evolved, she's that girl right there. And then the reason why this scene is shot, why it's so perfect, and why it looks the way it looks, it's the stark contrast in between the vision she has of herself and what Wallace is visions for all replicants, especially what he does right now.
So what's the point of having those black things on the screen? Those little androids.
Because those are how he sees. That's how he sees. Oh. He's blind.
Oh. That's why he's got those his eyes look the way they do. I was just about to say also.
Right now, by the way, he can't see her. Those contacts are in real life were messing with his vision. She couldn't see him because she has all that shit in her face.
So Leto was actually really blind filming the scene.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's feeling around, so it was awkward for both of them because neither one of them could really see.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and Leto probably would. He probably would like put tape over his eyes anyway, to maintain the blindness.
No, I heard that he actually wear contact lenses, like the blind actually contacts. So
look at her face. Yeah. Look at her facial expressions, and you actually see a tear come down her eye right now. She felt that girl's that was just a prototype. Yeah, that was just that was nothing she was connected to, but that was a replica. He just watched stab and die. That's what they are to him, and now she just realizes, what am I to him if he could just do that? So
that scene when I actually see them with the ballerina, they actually did do it on green screen, but I don't know. I'm like 50-50 on it. I kind of get it why, but it's like, why didn't you shoot it practically? But I mean, maybe I kind of get it. It's easier for the dancer, but I mean, yeah, sorry to cut you off, but just
you can see a lot of Japanese influence in that in this movie.
Oh yeah.
Well, there's Tokyo. There's Tokyo all over this movie.
You got the bento boxes.
Guys, I've got to head out, so I'll still be watching the stream. So,
see you later, Claudia.
See you, man.
Right, see ya.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
actually green screen right there. That was Anna, whatever her name is. The North
Yeah, once your movies win Academy Awards as a director, you get to be sought after.
Yeah, but I think no
Guessing
matter
that's
what,
unless you only win for visuals, I guess.
This movie was by people who make movies. This was considered Academy Award level movies, even if the Academy did not nominate it. The sense amongst Hollywood that this was the guy, and that's how he gets these movies. See, there's the aspect, the executive aspects that people who where the money obviously is important, but there's the people who the influential people who greenlight movies in certain cases that look at the quality of a movie and there's a lot of movies that have reached that level that didn't make a lot of money. The original Blade Runner lost money, but yet here we are 40 years later talking about Blade Runner because some people looked at it and said, "This is art. We got to continue with this." It doesn't always happen that way, but every now and then it does happen.
Well, I was about to mention going back to like how this movie performed commercially. It's like maybe that's the silver lining now as far as like the theatrical box office trends we're seeing these days. So it's like maybe we'll see a lot less of the your last movie didn't do so hot, so it's like you're kind of in the director's jail, or you're going to have a hard time getting X, Y, or Z greenlit, or we wanted this movie because now it's happening to everybody. So it's maybe that'll be the silver lining of it. It's like we're all kind of dealing with some the theaters aren't being kind to most things now as far as like the audience turnout. So maybe that'll be part of like rethinking the business model and things like Blade Runner 2049 getting the go ahead, through other thought processes than just strictly box office.
the only thing I wish in a way I would have liked to see more of that actor and see more of scenes like that. But at the same time, I think I kind of get why they didn't do it. Why they only did that for so little is because they're showing what happens. So you guys will see. Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you there, Fourth. I think that's the real lack of action is why GA doesn't really show up.
Yeah, I would have liked to see more of her, but then maybe I kind of get at the why they didn't because of the story. But it's like I don't know. Maybe at the end, I don't know. Maybe I would have liked to see that romance more between them. It's like,
Brad, I meant more like these are great movies on the like cerebral level, but how general audiences can be.
Yeah.
I
mean, movies.
They're very mercurial. They could be very mercurial in terms of like their decision. Because we just saw Oppenheimer. It's a movie about a bomb being made, and it's very cerebral, and it damn near made $1 billion. So.
Yeah,
I mean, but also too from casual
because it got released. If that gets released without Barbie in the vicinity, Oppenheimer, as great as it was, maybe barely breaks 400 million, and that's optimistic.
Yeah, the Oppenheimer. Yeah, I mean it benefited both movies, so. But yeah,
it benefited Oppenheimer. It didn't benefit Barbie. Barbie was going to make what it was going to make prior to that, but Oppenheimer, like she said, was on the coattails of it.
Yeah, I've never seen so much pink in one location as one.
Yeah, bro, I thought it was a pink fest. I was like, "Oh my god, are you guys okay?"
I've never seen that amount of pink in one location outside of a Pepto Bismol commercial as I did that opening weekend of Barbie. And it's like because I saw them both theatrically. I think I saw Oppenheimer first. So the first time I wasn't even seeing Barbie at the time, and I was still getting like the Barbie like aftershocks from it.
Yeah, I saw both in theater as well.
Yeah, in my local cinema, they had a special pink day for Barbie.
They had a what?
They had a special pink day for Barbie.
Oh, okay.
My local cinema.
Oh my god. Yeah, and especially I think even I went to go see a movie. Then I was walking around. I was like, man, that's many like couples, people, guys wearing pink, and I'm like, man, are you guys okay? They're like, Barbie, and they're just talking. I'm like, I mean, it's not my crowd, but it was for a certain type of crowd. You know, it's not for the guys because even some guys.
I like Barbie.
I mean, it's not my type. I mean, it's not for the men.
I
Let's
have
put
no
it that way.
issue with it. I think that's kind of a weird stereotype. No offense.
I mean, I don't want to get into it, but that movie is made not for men, to put it to you that way. Just without saying too much of it, but that movie.
Well, it
Oh,
doesn't
so
have-
now
it
you're
doesn't-
now
doesn't
you're a
have to be
spoiler
either.
and a sexist.
Well, it doesn't have
I'm
to be.
telling you
either.
from
I mean,
what I
not ev-
hear. I did never
no,
watch
no,
it.
It doesn't
but-
have to be. Not everything has to like. I mean, if you look at like a lot of the billion-dollar hits, I mean, you know, they're not necessarily concerning themselves to like, you know, being pleasing everybody all the time. So
I mean, that's okay.
yeah,
If it's not made for me, it is. I mean, it's okay. Like every movie's different, and also too, movies is from perspective. Some like you guys, no offense, even many people they see it as like it's so great, the visuals and everything. Whereas compared to a casual fan, I'm looking at it from like fun under the business. You know what I mean? Just from like one point of view.
Ooh.
So
I
that's why.
forgot how hard that hit was. Sorry. So
No, you're good. So that's why it's all about perspective. If you guys like it, cool. I mean, I'm not gonna be one of those. Oh no, you're
well,
different.
see, the biggest problem with Barbie.
Oh
It's like
my-
I'm surprised
oh
more people haven't pointed this out. There's no Barbie decapitation jokes in it. There's not one decapitated Barbie in it. Like,
That's Barbie Part 2, isn't it?
Yeah, hopefully. Oh, how do you miss that? It's like, I mean, because every kid who has owned Barbie dolls is like they've at one point taken the head off, and like it has that little like round peg.
All of mine were decapitated. They were
exactly.
cut
There
their
has to
hair.
be there has to be a part of
Yeah,
Barbie Land that's
one of mine did.
yeah. So
And I
there
even dyed one of my Barbie's hairs.
I
Yeah,
even
so-
took Barbie's head off and put it on Ken. Just you know, like, see how it works.
there's got to be like a
Practicing for a future career there, Ruthie, huh?
Honestly, I had to practice somewhere, didn't I?
Barbivirus. Yeah, so there's the next one. There's got to be like an area of Barbie Land where it's headless Barbie Land. I mean, it's like I don't know how they missed that, but yeah, it's like again, it's like it's not. I'm not the audience for Barbie, but I mean, it's like I'm not. I don't have to be. It's like it did just. I mean, it did just fine catering to its audience very clearly. So,
good
yeah,
for them,
so
but not for me.
Yeah.
No offense, but yeah.
Well, again, like I said, like again,
I know when I'm.
I'd say it's like I said earlier. It's like I never.
Fourth this one. There's actually this two, just before William comes back.
Yeah, I know when I thought Barbie, there was plenty of guys with their girlfriends or with their wives.
Yeah.
So.
I couldn't do that personally. I don't care if I'm dead. That's just me. I couldn't do it. No offense. I'd be like, hey, you gotta.
Oh, you're too manly there, casual.
Well, no,
Yeah,
I just.
can, bro.
Well, I
respect it. Go ahead. I'll give you some pink, but.
Well, like I went into it basically as part of like the Barbenheimer thing. It's like, okay, I just felt like doing like the whole Barbenheimer deal, which it covers both of those. And it's like, it's not, yeah, it's not, it's, I'm not the audience for it, but it's like, that's a neutral. It's not, it's like, okay, they very clearly do have an audience. It's like more power to them.
I know, good for them, but I just, not well. My goals and stuff that I'm trying to watch, especially with the point of view to make me watch it. Not for me. If you like it, cool. Nothing wrong against it.
Well, like I said, I certainly
it,
didn't expect that Ken was going to be the breakout character everybody loved. That was not my bingo card.
Yeah,
I know some people went and saw both movies in one day, like a double feature.
Yeah,
and I saw like these must have come from America, and that was back in that time.
Are you red pill?
Where,
no comment. We keep it in.
Where they're like girlfriends or wives who dress up as Barbie while they dress up as Oppenheimer.
The suit, the hat.
Oh, that is perfect. I wish I
was actually cool.
Do that.
Yeah, that would actually work. That would be funny.
I didn't see like cosplays, but I saw some. I just saw a lot of pink. It wasn't like Barbie cosplays, but it was like I could again like to a person, and I went up and like asked a lot of the ladies in line if they were wearing pink. It was like, which one are you seeing? And like every if they had pink on, they said Barbie. I mean, it was like it was very easy to demarcate
unanimous.
What was going on? Yeah. So, but I wish I had seen that though. It's like yeah, that would have been so perfect. Like a husband and wife. It's like he's Oppenheimer and she's Barbie, and they're both going. That would have been so awesome. I wish I encountered that. William's gonna love that they had like a 5-minute detour on the Blade Runner stream talking about Barbenheimer.
White bag. Okay, I mean,
It was a
okay.
cultural phenomenon.
Mate, we keep everything
Well,
peaceful.
it's something that we've never seen happen before in cinema. Two films from two different studios, pretty much
DNA.
Don't have
working
anything to do
together
with each other.
to
Yeah.
get people to watch their movies.
Yeah.
Brad, I'm sure if Ashley had asked you to go to watch Barbie, you would have went to watch Barbie with her.
Who would ask me?
Ashley. Your
Oh, my friend Ashley. No. Okay, first of all, to get past it, she is a girl who is a friend. Okay, I'm leaving it. That's it. Okay.
I know I wasn't meaning anything like that. I just meant if she asked you to go watch it.
No, she's not. She's not. Well, she did. She has seen it.
She's just a friend. She says she's just a friend. I'm just messing.
No. She has seen Barbie since, but yeah, it was. I can tell you. I could. One of these days, I want to bring her on the stream, like have you guys all meet her because you'll all definitely really dig her. And Mike, my friend Mike too, because he's a big Dragon Ball fan. So Mike and Aaron will really hit it off, I'm sure. But yeah, Ashley's not a Barbie girl by any stretch. So I saw it at least a couple months before she did. So to put that into perspective.
So did you actually go and watch it then?
Did I what?
Did you go and watch the Barbie movie?
Yeah, I did that because it was more of a thing of like, okay, there's this whole Barbenheimer thing going on, so it's like, okay, I kind of want to be in the conversation. So, and as far as that whole phenomenon, so I can't do that without both of them. So there you go.
Brad's more dumb friends brought him to Barbie.
No, they didn't. They brought me a Scary Movie.
That's funny.
And they did that because that's why they didn't do anything with Barbie with me, because it's like, because I didn't have like any strong feelings either way. It was just like a thing that was going on. I'm like, okay, that's cool. People who are having fun with it, have fun with it. I've got no antipathy towards it at all. So once people find out I dislike things, that's why they want to drag me to it.
Kind of like this chat room.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy how simply they think.
I think that's just you, Clint, wanting to torture Brad.
Oh, I'm equal opportunity. If I find a chink in the armor, I go for it, man.
Actually, I've got a quick question, but Brad, obviously, it's not to talk over this movie. Did you go and see Strangers the other night?
Yeah, I did. I saw that. Last Thursday, I think I did see that.
Did you do a review on the stream or not?
I don't think we did. No, because I don't know if William's seen it or not. But I mean, I can give my quick thoughts. It's right here and on the mainstream night, which is I enjoyed it. I mean, it's very much in the vein of what the two predecessors are. It's people, they go into a cabin and they got these psychos trying to kill them. It's with masks on. I did like the second one a little bit more because I feel like that campground setting, I guess, kind of lent itself a lot to it. But I did like this one. But I like this one. I think if you're into the blood and guts side of it, as I know Ruth definitely is, you'll probably dig it.
I look at horror movies like.
Movies are there?
Sorry, Aaron.
What was that, Aaron?
So how many strangers movies are there, and what are they called?
There's 3 so far, and they got like they did like the one that's out right now is a prequel, and they did like 3 of them all in one shot. So they put out the first one, and they're like putting out like the next 2 like over like the course of like the next year or so. So all told, there by that point there will have been 5, I think.
5
Waterfall.
Yeah, I think it made a lot of money as well too, because I think it had like
the
a very low
Strangers
budget.
movies, William.
Yeah.
Because Brad went to see it the other night.
Yeah, I'd mentioned my thoughts on it, and we got a little bit. I told him, yeah, William's gonna like look back on this thing like, oh yeah, once Brad name dropped Ryan Gosling, it's like it got in like a 5-minute bar.
Yeah, it got to anything but Blade Runner 2049. That
Well, yeah.
seems to happen with us, unfortunately.
Well, because Gosling, he was known at this point when this came out, but I mean now it's like he's
A-list.
he's really kind of shot up even more so. So he was a face and a name people familiar with at Blade Runner 2049, but like now he's just shot through the roof, especially after Barbie.
Well, he had La La Land and all that other shit.
Yeah.
Even the Notebook and stuff. Like I think him is more known, but Barbie made him more like relevant now because then he could have a bigger role in Marvel or DC possibly. So let's see. Because I know he wants to play Ghost Rider, but I'm like I get he's your favorite character and you want to play him, but he's a dark character. But I mean, it is Marvel, so I mean, Marvel they're not true to the comics, so they could possibly make him work too. So, but also too, I don't know, because I seen Keanu Reeves. He is he wants to people fan casted him as Ghost Rider, and I feel like that'd be perfect. But let's see, who knows?
Okay. So the first one is called The Strangers.
Yeah.
And then the second one is The Strangers Pray at Night.
Yep.
And this current one is The Strangers Chapter 1.
That's right.
So are they pretty good movies?
Yeah, if you're into slashers, yeah.
Okay, now he's entering what should be San Diego.
That's San Diego. Oh my god.
William, did you go to watch this movie at the cinema?
Yes.
That's a rhetorical question for William's case. If you talk about like he's repeatedly said I'm like the member of the Blade Runner cult, and it's like so that's
he's part of it.
That's a formality for like
yeah. Me and William watched the pre-screening of this.
All right, okay, that's cool.
Actually, William, to kind of ping off of that a bit, and maybe like you kind of give the audience a little bit of like a distinction. Would you say Blade Runner? First of all, because the term like post-apocalyptic and dystopian future, they tend to get used a little bit interchangeably. Like would you say Blade Runner is more dystopian or post-apocalyptic future? And like, what would you say is the distinction between the two? Yeah,
dystopian, because the Blade Runner universe, there's no apocalyptic event that happens. Just society deteriorates, but that's not necessarily a.
Hey, William, I don't mean to cut you off, but that dude Vince said the movie sold out in parts. That I can hear the other.
Oh, I was making a joke. I'm the one running it. It's fine.
Just bring it up. It's not the big video. It's not the serious. We're good.
Well, like I said, there was no post-apocalyptic event. I mean, you could use the blackout as part of that, but Blade Runner was already in full throwing through its story. So this is more dystopian, because the dystopian environments can take place with or without an apocalyptic event. So Blade Runner is more dystopian.
Yeah, because those tend to that description tends to get used a little bit interchangeably when it comes to sci-fi movies in the future. So yeah, what would what's I mean, Mad Max, obviously that falls under post-apocalyptic, and
that happened after nuclear warfare and resources and things.
My bad, dude, Vince. My bad. I'm sorry. My bad. It was a joke. Yeah, we're good. I didn't even know it was you, but yeah, my bad. We're good.
The other day, I was like just listening to music and that, and there was Tupac's California music video that popped up, and I was watching it, listening to it, and I'm like watching it, I thought, oh my god, this is like Mad Max.
Yeah, that's what they based it on. You talking about the Tupac video, him and Dre?
Yeah, California.
Oh, trust me, it is. I have some friends. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
And I was thinking, like, if this was if that was like Mad Max, like, it's set in Australia, right? Then what the hell was the rest of the world going through? And I'm thinking, oh my god, this is the American Mad Max. This is what the Americans were going through in this music clip. So
Yeah, in
you can
California.
kind of think that they're in the same universe.
What I'd really like to see is a Fallout gamer show based in Australia.
Yeah, I think that would be good.
Yeah, that would be good. Reality show or something, or like similar like Squid Games, you win cash prizes or something. So.
Well, I meant like the Fallout game franchise.
Oh, okay. Well, that just give me an idea that I could see this happening in the future. You know how Mr. Beast, how he posts his videos on YouTube like Squid Games type? I could see Netflix maybe not buying a YouTuber, but maybe having something like that. They already kind of do, but I could see that being like a really big YouTuber, a really big YouTuber or whatever, who does something similar to Mr. Beast, and it's like, hey, we'll give you 50 million or something, whatever money, so you can like release it exclusively on Netflix. I could see that because Netflix has been dabbling with WWE. They already got the deal for 2025 in America for all the WWE events, which is going to be massive. That
I
like
could
even
see
for
that.
like that's going to be great for us, I mean, American people, because I don't watch it too much, but if the really big events on there, yeah, I'll probably watch it. And plus, those two with them, I think they already have the Christmas game, so yeah, that's.
Yeah, I could see that. I wouldn't say it been Mr. Beast just because like how much he's
generating.
He's generating so much he doesn't even need to do that. He hired the guy that plays Spider-Man's voice in the Spanish dubs, and to do his dub his videos in Spanish, and even that channel has like 50 million subscribers.
Wow, it's crazy.
Look how much metal there are. Do you think they would have melted all that down and used it for something else? Do they have recycling back like in this time?
That's what they are. Therefore, yeah, that's one big giant recycling plant.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh my god. So I was onto something right there.
Yeah.
William, is your air conditioning fixed?
Yes, it is.
Well, all the kids are bald.
Well, they're not used to seeing any outsiders because that's in what we used to be San Diego, and the only adult they're like, it's basically like an orphanage where he's using them for slave labor, pretty much.
Like a dystopian Oliver's Twist.
Pretty much.
If you guys want to give like a realistically example from this, I would say like, I'm not trying to be like stereotype or anything like that, but just saying it. When you look like an African, especially, I think it's the Congo. You guys can look it up. I think it's on there. When they get like a certain kind of, I think the metal, like I don't know what it is, like material they get from there. So they have people that's like from kids to adults that actually work like this to slaves. You guys can look it up. I think it's been on the news and stuff. Not on the news, but it's out there. You guys can look up.
Where does that happen?
I think it's like the Congo or something. Remember, it's like a certain material that they get. I think to power the Tesla batteries or something like that. It's like a very the Congo or something. Like I remember something a long time ago.
Yeah. I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think I might have seen some clips and stuff on X.
Yeah, and I think it's like it's something, but that's a realistically example. Like, and especially think about it too. They only get paid like I think 2 cents or something. Like, they get cheap, really bad.
Well, they do.
So
they've had a lot worse happen with kids. There. I mean, they've had child soldiers there. I mean, it's like it gets really bad with the way kids are treated and
dude, I don't know even there too. That subject is wild. Like, no offense, because even me, I'm doing my research and I was like, Africa is a very beautiful place, but man, child soldiers, like, oh my, that is just wow. To put it to you that way, that is just man, wow. But yeah.
There's actually 64 people watching on Twitter.
On Twitter, yeah, or 66, yeah. We when that started happening, we started getting like the bulk of our viewership through Twitter. We were pretty surprised by that. So
Yeah,
yeah,
Twitter's a
we
hotspot.
were,
And just
No, go ahead.
which it would migrate over to the YouTube side. And
Yeah, you don't
click
get
the
any
like
credit for it. It's kind of,
Do you not do not like
Oh,
if
guess
there
what?
no likes or subscribes
I
or
don't,
anything?
I don't know
Go ahead,
whether
Aaron.
you've seen this, but Elon Musk is creating X TV.
Oh, really?
It's he's trying to compete with like YouTube and TikTok.
No, actually, that could actually work. But the only problem with that is that they have Rumble as well, and Rumble is much more. Wait, no, that could actually work. Sorry, I was gonna say because Rumble is like they banned it in other countries because you can say whatever you want basically as long as it's not too bad, but it's the freedom of speech. So it's like, but I think that would actually work because I don't think Twitter is blocked in most places. So sorry to cut you off, but
No, that's fine. I was pretty much finished anyway.
that's all right. Yeah. Man, I see that must be. I do got credit though for being at least freedom of speech because it's like Twitter's a double-edged sword. You got the good and the bad, like, and especially it's so funny too. Like, if you guys ever get a chance where people make fun of people, oh my god, especially with
he's
the
the
gifs
bad.
or gifs or whatever, it is like it will make you cry because how funny it is. The way how people roast him, like it is like funny as heck. Like oh my god, it's
I think
funny.
Elon
It's a
set
double-edged
himself
sword,
up
but it's
for
funny.
that.
Yeah.
You look like this. You look like that. You would die laughing. But yeah, but it's up to you though. But just,
Excuse me.
yeah.
It's like in
How's
Ahsoka, Thrawn basically looked like
Yeah, they roast him pretty bad, especially with the gilfs, and it is Jeff or whatever. It is hilarious. Like people was like, "What do I look like?" Then people was like, "Oh,
well, I was about to ask William before he stepped away.
oh, sorry, go ahead."
Because it's been we played this during my birthday weekend actually. So it was the last time I saw it. So like I was just kind of wondering like how much longer till Harrison Ford drops in on us.
exactly halfway through the movie.
Okay. Yeah, because he's going back to kind of what we were talking about with Harrison Ford during the first one. He's got between Blade Runner and Star Wars and Indiana Jones, he's got these he's associated with these IPs that tend to be fall under the geek world kind of properties, but he's pretty casual with that as far as his own outlook on it. Again, whenever you hear him giving interviews about Indiana Jones, he's that's where really he's you get the sense he feels like that's his greatest accomplishment is really the legacy of Indiana Jones. But like you were saying, William, when he was doing press for 2049, did he? Because he talked about he just approaches everything like it's just another job. Did you? But I don't think I saw too much of him during the presser for this. Did you get like a sense from this that what was his vibe going that you got from like interviews with Harrison Ford in the 2049 press tour? Like
He appreciated the fact that there was a lot of people who kept the movie alive for 35 years in between. He appreciated the role more now than he did, back when, like I said, he was just doing role after role after role. It was just a job to him as he's seen the fanfare for these movies come out. He does appreciate all of it. It's just that the fact it's the response. He doesn't get as many Blade Runner questions as he does Star Wars and Indiana Jones questions. So I think when he was much more engaging in the press run for a 2049 than he was in anything else.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this was only because this was only his second time in anything Blade Runner. So he'd done Indiana Jones by this point 4 times, and Star Wars.
He didn't expect it to have this type of
yeah.
Yeah, and I think also with you saying that he got laid, like I think for him that's why he looked at it like that, like it's just a job. And no offense, I'm not being nothing rude to any of you guys what I'm about to say, but from what I heard, they're like most actors are not that interested in this. No offense, I'm not trying to say like their work is phenomenal. All respect to them. I can imagine how hard it is to learn the script and learn them. Like it's very hard, and I appreciate what they do, especially with them shooting 12, 15 hours a day. but them shooting like, okay, we're at this location, you got to be sad, happy, like massive respect. But there's people I don't think that they're very interested from what I heard from people who've seen. So.
Well, you
Yeah, I
can't
would say
see
a
the
lot of
well, you can't see the forest for the trees on these things like in the moment when you're making them necessarily. If you're just an actor who's coming onto the story, playing one part in the larger framework of what's being made, you don't see it from that vantage point. You're not seeing the necessary ethos that's being built, or of course you can't see what the response is going to be until it's out there. So yeah, it's if it's not already an adaptation of something pre-existing, then you're not going to you're going to enter it again like it's, and even when it is like based on something, some kind of source material, specific take on it that's being presented, you still can't see like what the full picture of that's going to be until it's out there for the whole world to consume.
Can I add something to it if you don't mind?
Yeah, go ahead.
So even when you look at it too, even with them, by the time they're doing interviews and stuff, they're probably already on their other roles. So that's why they're not focused on that. So that kind of makes sense why with that, because he's probably reading another script for this. He's like,
well, imagine someone asking you the minutiae of your job that you do now.
Yeah, your old job compared to your new job. Now you're like,
no, I mean not even your old job, but I mean the job you're doing now. If someone were to ask you the minutiae of your job, I don't know what you do, but I mean like, why would you use that wrench on that thing or whatever it is you do? I don't know.
I think because I'm thinking about it like this: when an actor, especially from one or two, whenever they get done with like let's say they have their schedule and okay they're here, then when they get done, then they have to go to another thing. Like I think it was David Bautista. Whenever he got done shooting Guardians of the Galaxy, it was on a Friday. His last day was on a Friday. Then he had to be there on Monday to shoot Shyamalan's movie. So that's what I'm thinking. Like their mindset switch. Is that the question you're asking, or is that wrong?
Well, I mean, the actors, they're doing a job, but I mean, the fans asking them the minutia of their job. I mean, that would be insane.
Here's the thing, though. Just don't get into public life. Stay a private citizen with a boring job. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true.
You're doing a job.
That close up of that bug there, by the way, really freaks me out every time I see it.
Well, as I kept saying in the chat, a lot of the actors that are like the more typecast people, the guys that go on the convention circuits, they don't quite mind that stuff so much. But when somebody like Harrison Ford, who's in so many movies and so many roles, like he probably just gets tired of hearing about the same questions.
Yeah.
I can understand that, but once again, then you have the option. This is the profession you chose. You're in.
Plus, also you want to feel relatable to him as well, because when he just gives that that doesn't show me like he's a fan of it or he's relatable.
Why doesn't he ever get? He doesn't get asked enough also about being president of the United States in Air Force One, but
or even being a president.
Come on, I'm not gonna say that. He was one of our greatest movie presidents.
Well, my point was
that movie was actually entertaining. So,
I think that's why he gives those answers of I don't care.
If I waited in line, if I'm waiting in line to meet Harrison Ford, and the best I could do is a question about Air Force One, I mean, you might want to rethink things. I don't know. But.
I mean, maybe that has a special place in his heart because maybe they saw it as a kid and that's his favorite.
Is there any chance? You
never know.
Is there any chance, by the way, related to that, William? Is there any chance he might be, because of course he's going to be in Captain America: Brave New World? Is there any chance he might be at Comic-Con this year? Or are they going to have like a Marvel thing at Comic-Con? Because you might get to ask the man himself some questions about Blade Runner or whatnot.
If he is, he's going to be at Hall H, which I will avoid as if it were shit smeared. So yeah, I wouldn't be able to ask him anything. Yeah.
Well, I was going to meet somebody.
Aren't they still doing reshoots still for it, like for Captain America: New World Order or whatever?
Yeah, but
they'll be doing post-production all the way up to the week it's released with that one.
Yeah, so I don't think he'll be there personally, but who knows?
He could be.
He was very good in 42.
42.
Oh yeah, as Branch Rickey. Yeah, he's awesome in that as Branch Rickey.
Yeah, I was just going to add one more thing to that. If I was going to meet him, I'd probably come up with something different than what the last 5,000 people asked him, because it might actually get a better reaction out of him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I like I
Well,
said.
it's not a matter of like him. It's or anybody else in the business when if they're. It's not a matter of them being assholes, of them just kind of tiring of answering the same question related to
Yeah,
some
1,000 times. Yeah, that makes sense.
something they've done previously. But it's just a very
Okay, but
human
it's
thing.
1,000 times for you or for the actor, but it's going to be the first and special time for that person asking the question. And once again, get a boring job where nobody gives a fuck about what you're doing if you don't want to answer the same question 1,000 times. But that's part of being a star. Don't go on press tours. Don't get in front of a camera. Don't do interviews if you don't want to answer it. I mean, because that's part of it. Like I said, if you want to be
That's
a
why they pay him
plumber
the big
or a
bucks.
guy that the hot dog stand guy where nobody cares about the intricacies of your job, then that's a choice. But if you're a star, you make the choice. Answer the fucking questions. I mean, geez.
Yeah, I'm trying to avoid the drama, but also
I'm not saying don't ask the questions. I'm just talking about the minutia of the actor. I mean, why did you push this button on screen instead of that
That's
button?
a valid question for a fan, though. That is a valid question to be asked for a fan. I mean,
yeah, because the fan is more interested in it.
Yeah, it's
than
not
he is.
minutia to them. It's their that's their moment, and a public figure has to understand that. If you're going to be a public figure, that comes with it.
I know
The
where
big
he's
questions,
coming
the small
from, though,
questions,
They're asking the question like he's actually Han Solo and not Harrison Ford.
But
so
that's the version that we saw him. You understand? Because when we see a person,
like-
yeah, we know it's all fake, but it's
what
like
The thing is, I doubt he will be very rude to fans. But when it comes to
he's
journalists
not.
asking him the same questions, it's a totally different scenario. There's a different
Even still, though, that
dichotomy
journalist,
going.
a lot of those fans are watching that journalist because that's the closest that they'll get. So
and
way,
I mean,
you should be.
And
you should understand the environment you're in.
And I've been in that position myself. With my line of work. I've never interviewed Harrison Ford, but I've interviewed some pretty big names. If I'm in all modesty, and that's something that it's part of what we do when you've got somebody who's like at that level of notoriety and has like something that's attached to something that iconic. It's not uncommon, even if it's even if they're promoting something different in the moment, unless it's otherwise stated beforehand, which that can happen. That this topic or that topic, they'd rather that be off. They're that's off the table. It definitely is. It's not uncommon to like say, oh, can we get like a if you're interviewing, I'm just gonna throw one out there though. Like an example, like I mean, Spider-Man, you'll like this. So like if you're interviewing Michael J. White, and can you get like a Spawn question in there? I'm not saying that specifically has happened with me, but I've definitely seen him field that question plenty in interviews with like Todd McFarlane's quixotic reboot that he's trying to go through.
That I might have an issue with if I'm paying for the promo. If I'm creating a Star Trek movie and you start asking some Spawn questions and I'm paying the flag guy out there to promote my movie and you got him talking, I might be like, hey.
Well, if it takes over the interview, if it's something like, and whenever I've done, it's if it's a thing.
There's so
like
many memes that came from this. So sorry guys. So many memes that came from this. But continue.
If it's something like you plug in at the end, like once you've got like all the relevant information from the topic at hand, it's like, okay, we got anything else you want to ask? Well, it's like, okay, I mean, this relates to also your most iconic roles. So can you give some thoughts on X, Y, or Z with maybe
and
something
I'm
new
gonna be that guy
happening?
that stepped in and says, "Excuse me, is that from another film company? Is that from another production?" I'm gonna say, "This interview's over."
Well, that ain't happened to me yet. So.
But they like to say, if you drop, I know when we were what was I at? When we first started doing the movie promos, and they would actually bring people to Vegas for the little press thing outside of AMC, and they allowed you to ask questions. You were given a list of questions that you could not ask, and a lot of it was because A, it was limited time, and B, some of these guys that work for different production companies, and they don't want you mentioning shit about some other company that they used to work for. Yeah. Like, that guy works for us now, goddammit. And they'd be like,
well, that's the time.
You had to sign that shit, dude. Like,
well, the time thing becomes very pertinent because I've had to do interviews where I've had literally 5 minutes with people. I mean, it's like, and so you got to like zap through like quick like that. I mean, ideally for like a short one, I would want to have at least 10 minutes. through it. But I've had to. There have been times where I've had to adapt and say, okay, we got 5 minutes, and they're talking to the next journalist. So it's like, okay. I gotta hit these bullet points real quick, and yeah, go ahead.
Remember the baseline test at the beginning of the movie. Now it's very relevant again. Now look how it goes. He's been affected now by all this, and he's not supposed to be. And whereas he's programmed to not lie to his direct supervisor, he is now evolving to the point where he can, but he can't hide his emotions, and this is where he's gonna get himself into a little bit of trouble here.
Let's see. Yeah, see you, Spider-Man. He absolutely is.
I thought Spider-Man wasn't going to be here. I thought you said you weren't going to be on any of the streams.
Well, he heard me mention Michael Jai White, and he came running.
I'll say this basically for this. I got you guys the same, but as an actor, especially when you come on A-list, you could have easily just been like, hey, I don't take for your role, still got paid or whatever. I get to take the roles, but also understand that it comes with this and this. Don't kind of be upset when you have a lot more fans and people coming at you, because how to say this, when you have a movie isn't like, well, I'm just shooting a movie. If it does good, I expect a lot of fans people, oh man, I remember you from this movie and everything. And especially when we first saw you, we know that you're acting. We're very much aware of it, but we see you as the role that you did. For example, Han Solo. So I kind of get it from him, because it must be annoying dealing with millions of fans, but it's still like, hey, this is what you kind of for. This is what it comes with. And if you really like, hey, it's too much on me, whatever, don't do it. Say, hey, I'm going to do limited this, I'm going to do limited that, and that's it. And you don't, and people, if you guys might say, oh no, you can't do that. He's an A-list actor. He can negotiate down his contracts, or even a thing. And if he's really that upset, dude, do some other franchise, do some solely indie movies or something. So,
William,
here's the procedure. Going back to the movie, here's the procedure that if you fail a baseline test, listen what she's saying that could happen to him.
Now look, that's all the way back up.
Yeah,
that's his I don't know what's it called, but.
Well, I was about to ask William. Is there any thematic? Because the first Blade Runner has so much rain in it, and this actually has a pretty significant amount of snow. Is there any what would you say? Is there any like big thematic significance to that from like one movie to the next?
Well, it's supposed to demonstrate how the environment has deteriorated to where it was dealing with toxic and acid rain in 1982. Now you're dealing with elements of our time, which is global warming. He's in LA, and it does not snow in LA, but it's doing all that because of the fact that the climate change. The world's a miserable place, and once again, if you have any money and if you're not just a directive society, you're off world now. Everybody who's on Earth right now, including the people who have to hold it together, are people who could not get off Earth unless you're Wallace and you control everything. Here's another controversial scene of this movie too that's coming up. Once again, this is leaning towards his desire to live just like any other person would live. He needs companionship, things like this. This is the length he has to go to have that companionship and have it feel real.
Well, that's just a hologram. So
well, that's you're talking about like this in the previous one with Wallace. Why those were controversial. I mean, the
two different reasons. Yeah, two different reasons.
Well, the controversy is like ultimately about the idea of like even if these are replicants, they're still sentient life and they're being treated as property.
Well, yeah, and this one is because it's the way the sex scene rolls out. It's literally him having sex with an artificial personality for all intents and purposes. But the original one was because it was considered gratuitous violence against a woman and gratuitous nudity. But if you look at that scene, if I should have froze it right there and showed you guys, the contrast of joy in the replicant prototype was literally the whole story for her. If you wanted to fit her character arc, that scene is important for you to believe in how she's feeling and what how she views herself, and it stays with you throughout the whole movie. She's constantly trying to prove herself to be something more than a replicant, but she's standing there watching a replicant being treated like an animal, stabbed and killed, like it's nothing, and that's really what she is to him. She just doesn't want to accept it. So that scene was important for that. Here, it's like this guy's becoming more human and more, non-replicant with each thing he has to do and feel. And this is one of those things.
It's a really good CGI. Really, really good CGI on this.
Yeah.
That whole,
Of
that
her
whole AI
flickering like that?
relationship thing.
One at a time, guys.
Somebody go ahead.
I was just talking about you saying about CGI that you were talking about like the effects of her flickering like that.
I mean, the visual in the movies is very good, but I mean, it's not too, and plus also too known how like they showed us the holograms and stuff, so it's like thing.
Well, I mean, you can tell she's being projected onto her, and but it's really good. It looks real.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not too bad, so it
Did
doesn't
this
look like
actually?
it's.
Let me look
Okay.
this up real quick. Did this? Let me double
Do
check
what?
the Oscars. Love this guy.
Oh, I can't imagine. how
It
weird
got
that is.
nominated for 3 and it won 2.
Did it
Nice.
win for best special effects?
It won for
yes,
best
it did.
visual, best cinematography. It was nominated for best costume as well, and best sound editing. It got nominated for 4 and 1 too, I believe. And it was Roger Deakins first. And when you look at Roger Deakins' as resume, that's what made this movie special, and that's why the movie, the theater, not theaters, but the studio at the time was like, yeah, we lost some money on this, but we got to re-release this movie, and it got another. In fact, I got the re-release of it that they released right after it won those Oscars, and right across that top, Academy Award winning. It didn't matter. The Academy Award winning for hot dog making didn't matter. It took home trophies at the Academy Awards, and they were so. I remember talking to my intermediate Patrick about this. Through Warner Brothers, they were happy, and I still have the email to this day, the for your consideration email from Blake. They were proud of that movie. So,
well, I mentioned this when you stepped away for a second, William. That maybe that's a silver lining too with what we're seeing with going on with theater trends as far as like box office not being what it was pre-COVID, and maybe that's a silver lining. It's like maybe this the idea that
yes and no. Yes, this is 7 years ago. So for them to be proud of a movie that lost them money 7 years ago is a different than they're like, say if they released this right now, they would have been just okay with it because it would have made their money back. But those Oscars would have negated, because like I said, that prestige, when you go to somebody and say, finance our movie, or we want you to make a movie for us, and you have these movies, that have Oscars on them, and because actors and auteurs and people like that, they look at all those categories. They look at how am I going to be filmed. You just won an Academy Award with a cinematography. Cinematography is really important for my movie, and you got so they look at those details.
She's an
that's kind of what I was getting at is that.
Is that Aaron? Aaron, is that you in the background?
No, I think that's casual.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's me.
Saying she's hot.
Yeah,
I mean, she sets him up, but I mean, I would have. Man.
Well, what I was saying.
We'll continue. I'm surprised by the twists and turns, but go ahead.
What I was saying is that because with again, theaters now being a position because of the trends of box office, they're going to have to start evolving now, and this industry will too, as well as their business model. Maybe that's ultimately there's a silver line to that in the sense that. Because you'd mentioned, Denny didn't, have to face an uphill battle getting Dune greenlit right after this. Did not perform massively theatrically, but maybe that's a silver lining in the sense that okay, now because it's like we're all like not doing that great theatrically, so now the idea of like director's jail or actor's jail or things facing such an uphill battle to get greenlit, maybe that's not going to be as commonplace now because.
It's not anymore.
They don't have to fall back on the idea of like our box office determines every decision we make now going forward.
Yeah. We're already the industry is already there. Pundits and fanboys are about 8 years behind, but the industry is already there because if you look at movies like Abigail, that movie's not getting greenlit unless they know that they're going to put that on streaming almost immediately. Monkey Man, even though it was what's his face put up the money on it, they knew where they were making that money. All these movies that are being put out now that are getting that are getting streaming dates 3 weeks or 4 weeks later, that was part of the yes to that. Can we make this movie? For every, like I said, every Maverick, Deadpool, these big ones that are going to have their staying power no matter what. There's about 3 times as many movies that are not. And they're not going to get greenlit unless the people funding the money know that there's some way beyond the 2 weeks that it has its high point in theater that they're going to make their money. So a lot of these movies that we're seeing now, I guarantee you, we're not going to get made unless there were The less PVOD or streaming was a factor. You're starting to see that now. It's going to be more and more. And it's not going to matter how much. Oh, we could have kept that. It'll make 200 more million. Doesn't matter to them because they got to give that 35% to somebody else. They got to give a bonus to somebody else. Yeah. So it's we're already there.
That's what I'm getting at. Is like, seeing, that'll maybe the silver linings, maybe the green lighting process is going to be have to go through an overhaul because it has to evolve with the times. Real quick, also, you were talking about the controversy. I'm going to go ahead and read a little bit off of the Wikipedia page here, kind of relating a little bit to what you're talking about, William. That's under the section called social commentary. Reviewing the film for Vice, Charlotte Gush was critical of its portrayal of women, whom she said were either prostitutes, holographic housewives, or victims dying brutal deaths. While acknowledging the misogyny was part of dystopia in Scott's 1982 original, she stated the sequel was eye-gougingly sexist. And and there's 50 other examples listed of a similar commentary. But what are your thoughts on that, William?
Well, no, that's it's true, and it's right. That they were right to do that because, like I said, the Sally Harmson's character, which was the replicant, why you needed to see her that way, why you needed to see her as property standing across the room for somebody else who was of the same species for all intents and purposes, viewing herself as something else. And when you see Love's character throughout the movie, you see that start to eat away at her efficiency and her effectivity, because she's basically watching her own kind being slaughtered. Well, been alive for 10 minutes, gone, dead, just stabbed, because it wasn't what the view of perfection was. And she has to put herself in that replicant's shoes for that moment, and it affects her throughout the movie. So that brutality and the starkness of that scene, every inch of it was what it needed to be in order to develop the character. And a lot of people are like, it was gratuitous and it was violent. I'm like, yes, it was not gratuitous. She's just been born. Wallace is blind, so he's not looking, like looking at hot chicks or anything like that. He's examining her as a scientific, and it was important for Love to look at that and see, that's me. That's all I am to him. And she continues to try to raise that bar throughout the movie. Even there's a certain scene that's coming up that really drives that point home when you see it again. So
this is Barkhad Abdi right there in the scene before where he his big break, of course, was Captain Phillips. He's awesome, Captain Phillips.
I thought he was in jail because I heard that I don't think that's him. I could be wrong, but what I heard is that I think they were in jail for 10 years or something.
The character is the pirate guy. He played in jail.
Okay. My bad. I got it mixed up. I'm sorry.
He didn't get.
Yeah, my bad. I'm sorry.
The guy who said is like, I'm the captain now. That guy's in jail, but the guy who plays.
Look at me. I'm the captain.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna bring up that whole AI relationship. I was gonna say to William, kind of reminds me of Leah Brahms and Next Gen with Jordy.
Yeah, but a lot more explicit. Now we're in Vegas. Here's Vegas. Woohoo!
Yeah, you guys should pay attention now. This is going to be critical. Yeah. Oh yeah, my bad. I got it mixed up because then I saw a TikTok video, whatever that was like. They explained like this guy who used to be in prison. His cellmate was actually mates, not mates, but basically mates with the guy who actually did it. And they're like, yeah, they portrayed me as a bloodthirsty killer and everything. He was like, I'm just robbing it to rob it. So I was like, oh okay. So.
Yeah, does this look like Vegas by mid-July, William?
Not with that air quality.
Yeah,
that kind of looks like no. It's actually I think it might be Oregon, but actually I think it happened back in 2020 when you remember the fires that happened in Brooklyn or Canada or whatever. It looked just like this, and also too there's a beach in Oregon. Saw it on someone's TikTok when they were live. That the sun was going down and it literally looked like that. So that kind of is actually
this scene right here. This scene has been used. That scene where you're getting out of the car has been
I've seen all the places
to promote this movie.
Well,
now watch this. Remember what I was saying about her scene with Wallace and how she views herself? This is another one right here. This is probably one of the stronger scenes of the film.
William, do you not see storms like that during monsoon season where you're at?
Not where I can't see. No, hell no. I'd get the fuck out.
Oh, okay. So we do here. in Phoenix. We get haboobs during our monsoon season.
I mean, it has gotten that way to the point where but not like, to a point where it stays like that. I'm like, shit, I'd have to get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
I'm already wanting to get out of here after that rain.
Yeah.
We don't have haboobs so much because we're in the middle of a valley.
Yeah.
Well, Phoenix is a valley, and we get them every monsoon season.
Yeah, but your valley is different. There's more flat land in between your valley.
Yeah, we're probably more spread out than you guys.
We're like literally, I could throw a rock. There's one out, and then the other one's like right behind us. So yeah, that's why it gets so much hotter. Right here, this scene right here, man. Look at her. If you can not look at the hand that's being crushed right now, look at her. Look at her action. She's unstable now. She's actually crying. You can actually see more tears here if you watch closely.
Well, doesn't it feel like in a way she's like disappointed in her master or something, because she knows it's bigger at stake that if she doesn't
she's losing herself now. That scene with the replicant is the beginning of her falling apart. She's losing her sense of identity. Her identity is tethered to what Wallace thought of her, since that was her creator.
Interesting.
And now she's looking. He literally has her looking for something else that will be way more important to him than she ever could be. So she's losing it.
Wow. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. And she's conflicted because she's becoming something that's uncomposed, unfiltered, and but that's what her mission is. But she's falling apart.
That must have hurt low key, especially that. Yeah.
Yeah, the shots of Gosling going through like the hellish red landscape. I mean, that was like all over the marketing. This came out. I mean, you just couldn't miss it.
Yeah,
it was everywhere.
There it is. Yep.
Yeah, that's actually a good shot.
It makes him look almost like he's on Mars. Actually.
Yeah.
I mean, this is very Total Recall.
I heard that the Mirage is going in Vegas.
Yep, the Mirage is becoming the Hard Rock Hotel.
What is the Mirage?
It's a hotel in Vegas. It's been around since the early 90s.
It had a volcano.
Yep.
Wait, for real?
Yep. Another reminder that Vegas reinvents itself every 25, 30 years.
It had a volcano, and that's what built the hotel. Wow. I mean,
So what's your thoughts about that? Are
Me?
you upset, William?
No.
Yeah.
I came to this city when it was reinventing himself from what it looked like when Dan Tana was driving through here. For those of you who don't know who that is. So I'm used to this place. I wish they would do it a little bit more efficiency because all shit's always closed down. The cone has become the state bird, the orange cone. When they do these things, they realize they want to do them, and then there's no infrastructure, and you have to go ahead and tear that up. Like when you build a stadium, when a major city builds things like this, it fits with an infrastructure that's already there. But because we're living in 1890s infrastructure as far as all these things go, we got to build that out, and then it makes it compressed, compacted. I'm happy we're getting a baseball stadium downtown, but I know that's going to be a clusterfuck.
Who's going to move to you guys then? Who's going to be in Vegas then?
Oakland A's are going to move over there.
I will never. I would never. You would never ever let. You will never. There's no scenario where I would ever let that many bees or any bees at all like just crawl over my hand like that.
See, I'll tell you this. I'm different though. For me, I can actually watch bees from a distance. Then I can just sit there and I can stare at them the whole day. Because bees, they really don't mess with you. Only like they're curious. But then if you move and you like flinch, then that's when they'll attack you. I got bees that came in.
And they're not going to hurt him, by the way, because of the way he's been constructed. Yeah. There are things that are just not going to hurt him.
Well, and plus also that might be like artificial bees or something. Who knows? Especially with that desert. So.
And also he was designed to be able to go into environments because remember he has to do a job that humans won't do. So he has to go places where humans can't be for the most part. Like right now, that air is probably outside where he's standing. That non-filtered air would not be good for a normal human. But he was designed to be in that environment if he needed to be.
Yeah, he won't be able to breathe in. He'll probably like die eventually because how bad it is, how polluted the air is. Yeah. Man, that's gonna be crazy, man. For Las Vegas, you guys get a baseball team. I know Las Vegas is going like fast because it's cheaper than there. Especially, I think you guys don't have no income tax, but that's man, the Triple A's, man, by Oakland, man. You guys got Raiders there and UFC, man. That's gonna be
It's gonna
crazy.
be weird. It's gonna be weird to see the A's playing Sacramento for what 2 years, I think,
Yeah.
before that move.
Yeah, but good luck though with Vegas, man. You guys are gonna be crazy nonstop. But I mean, hey, you guys do have affordable houses and everything. Plus, also too, Vegas Loki is becoming like a hotspot too. I would say.
Well, the
Oh,
houses
yeah.
will be affordable until it becomes a city. Once it becomes a city, it's going to be like any other desirable place to live. You know, places that are expensive, it's not, they're getting the money. They're not, it's like eBay where you just let it sit on sale for for every person that leaves California, somebody's filling that home. It's still the fifth largest economy in the world. So when we become that, when we get anywhere near that, when the more desirable a place becomes, the more expensive it becomes. That's just part of the growth of being a city.
Yeah. Plus, also you guys too have a lot of military down there as well. So
yeah, we got Nellis. We got Nellis out here, but California, like I said, but we're during the late '80s, early '90s when they closed up after the Cold War. That hurt a lot of those places in California that only had the Air Force, like where I grew up in Norton Air Force Base, San Bernardino. Nobody realized just how much of the economy the Air Force Base was there in Moreno Valley until it closed up. So, but Nellis serial number, so this is strategic air base.
Yeah, but it makes sense because you remember even during 2020, I don't want to say it on YouTube. That's when, because you remember, I think a lot of states they were like, yeah, we need to move because it's insane how you guys were on lockdown for like 2 years, whatever your opinion may be. But a lot of people were like stressed out about it because California was on lockdown. You have to have a note if you move, then it's like that's why I think a lot more people moved to everywhere else because it was just getting insane. Also, still with them not able to pay.
Not realizing that they could suffocate and die there too, but yeah, the reason why you had to have those rules, and because like I said, if California doesn't recover, then it doesn't matter what the other 49 states, because all your
I think they always will be fine because remember they got Hollywood there. They also have the weather's great. No one likes living there from what I heard, but the weather is great there. And plus, also if not, they're bringing some immigrants, especially with
the weather's great. The money's still there, and once again, the fifth largest economy in the world. Like I always say, that between New York and California, 37% of all consumption, anything that will ever be bought, sold in America, is consumed by those two states. So without those two states, it's a lot of the justification for a lot of these factories, grain, everything pretty much goes away. So you have to have those two states have to be in the mix, or a lot of the justification for a lot of the income and infrastructure in every other state. Like you're making grain in Iowa, grain and making soy products in Iowa. Who are you selling them to if there's no New York, no California? Or you're making a car. You're making a car in South Carolina. Who's buying it when 37% of the car? You see, so
And by the way, everybody watching at home, just real quick there in chat, we have just reached the point where Deckard has returned to the Blade Runner universe.
And I might be ahead, but
Ryan Gosling.
he does something. Deckard does something to Ryan Gosling, to put it to you that way. So, oh damn, that dark was dark in the first. He probably went to go warn him. I didn't even notice that detail. Wow, so cool. Wow, that's cool. Yeah. Yeah, but even especially in California, still has a lot of like rich farmers, from what I heard. Like I think someone told me is that like California, they have like farmers make a lot of money, but that makes sense though because they do. For them, we will be have to put it to that way, pause. But
there's some pretty rich farmers nowadays, but a lot of that farmland's actually co-op by large companies.
Yeah,
so a lot of this, so a lot of those farmers are doing pretty well too.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, I thought it was just in one independent. I guess that does make sense though. Wow.
Plus all your shipping. I mean that coast. That's the largest one state coastline like that. All the Pacific shipping, all the Pacific. I mean, a lot of your transport, a lot of your imports come through there. So there's a lot of good shipping jobs there. Like I said, there's
truck drivers as well.
Truck drivers coming from the shipping, everything, all the docking.
Yeah, that makes sense. Plus with the seaport too as well. Yeah.
The port of LA, man. A lot of stuff comes through there.
Yeah, plus also with law enforcement too and everything. Yeah, I don't think I'll die on anytime soon. I just think it's just too much of traffic. But I mean, No matter where you go, it's still gonna be F no matter where you go. So you might as well just make your choice. Unless it's like getting too
A lot
bad
of the time.
financially, then consider it. But if not, then stay where you are. That's what I would say.
Yeah, like I said, I've
I
been in
wonder how-
Vegas since '93, and I'm seeing it turn into a city. And people are like, "Oh, we don't need this, we don't need that." I'm like, I'm glad there are forward-thinking people that know that you do need these things and actually get them done. Otherwise, we would still be living in Andy Griffith territory.
Yeah, and plus also you
I
guys,
know
the
I know a
tourist
lot
thing
of
will keep you guys. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
go into
Good,
America through
Aaron.
California. I know a lot of Australian products go to America through California.
Yeah, it's
It's
a
a lot
global city.
easier.
So.
Yeah, plus also too with that, like you kind of like I don't want to say this, but you kind of have to have some touristy because yes, you kind of have the touristy, but then the touristy makes the city money and everything like that. So yeah.
Well, plus
like,
it's a big
important.
deal because a lot of these other states don't have tax revenue and they don't. A lot of the bigger states put into the total overall federal income tax. I mean, a lot of these agricultural programs, like if you have a welfare program or anything else in it, that's the Department of Agriculture, and who puts the most in? It's going to be a state like California, a state like New York, state like Illinois. So,
which they kind of have to because they have good weather. Like then they're able to function. They just need a especially especially with the journal too. Yeah, they're perfect. So yeah, California will stay fine. It's just no comment.
This scene is the only scene in the movie that I thought could have been shorter. And
maybe
because
you remember what
Harrison Ford realizes it needed to be shorter too, right? As I said that.
Yeah, look, he's getting tired already. That's okay. But you remember even what he said, so maybe with him, that's why he's just taking it because he thinks. I mean, when you said it earlier, I don't know if you want me to say it again, but but maybe that's what he thinks of Harrison Ford. That's why. And also too with him, maybe he's could be wrong, but Harrison Decker is maybe thinking like he's here to like kill him and stuff. So maybe that's the reason why he's fighting back.
Well, yeah. Plus, he's been hiding out there for decades now. So for somebody to come to him, it can't, And once we're about to get into why he's there, so I won't go into anymore.
Yeah.
Over this trip that they're about to have.
Why. Yeah, I don't blame him too, especially who knows. Like, yeah, they'll explain. But it seems very much important, so I'd recommend listening to it.
Guys, is Clint gone? Just to say bye to him. I don't know if he dropped off.
It looks like a bottle of Johnny Walker, if I'm not mistaken.
Say this even to whenever whenever a movie wins an award or anything, that probably drives up the sale and that makes it like from renting or buying physical media, it makes up the sales because then a casual fan or whoever's gonna be like, oh, it's a regular movie, but when it has an award, it's gonna be like, I know this is a good movie, then I'm gonna get this for sure. So it does bring up the sales a lot more, I would say, and especially so when you have that, people are gonna be like, even if it's on Netflix, oh yeah, remember that won an award or whatever. So then that's gonna make the casual fan or people go like, you know what, that has an award, that must mean it's a really good movie or it's a good movie. So then they'll watch it. So it's a win-win whenever they do it. So yeah, just want to add that.
Can I interject real
Oh.
quick here and say, just imagine the idea of like just sitting down and having a glass of whiskey with Harrison Ford. I bet he could share some stories. Ruth, you're mute. Yeah.
I'm doing very well this evening, am I? Can you hear us all right?
Yeah.
I'm saying he did a lot of filming in like Northumberland, in Newcastle for his last movie, like the last I think it was Raiders of the Lost Ark.
The last Indiana Jones, yeah.
Yeah, he was in Tynemouth quite a lot.
Oh.
That was Newcastle, not Scotland.
Yeah, William's like he's gonna pick on Ruth for that.
William's mute now. You see, we're all doing well.
You
this
muted yourself,
evening.
man. And Fourth
I know.
is also in the house. So go Fourth.
Fourth. Try. He's not listening.
By the way, I can't believe I haven't mentioned this yet, but if you guys ever want to get like a sense of what my dad looks like, or who would be like my first choice to play for somebody.
William was like, "Come on out here, Fourth. I'm drowning out here."
Yeah. If you guys ever want to guess like what my dad looks like, or who my first choice to play him would be, it'd be Harrison Ford. It'd be Harrison Ford.
Sorry guys, but that's actually very true. That's low-key like a romantic story. I didn't even realize like it's truly a romantic story about love, friendship.
Is the movie on Is the movie on Twitch or?
Yeah, we got a business on Twitch.
Yeah, I didn't even realize that. That's so true. It's like in order to truly love someone, not truly love somebody, but truly if you love someone, you have to be a stranger. And it does make sense though, especially if you're like, how to say it, like for well-known. Like think about it like this: if someone's a really famous person, unless if the girl is known, their wife or whatever is known, or even potential husband, let's say it's opposite, they got eyes on them, and that attracts a lot of evil eye and bad people. So that makes sense in a way, like not to be a stranger, like don't talk to them, but maybe to keep them away from the spotlight as much as you can, because she get eyes, then people are gonna, people are people, to put it there, I mean not a good way. So that's why it's like they would track them and do all this stuff, bad stuff basically. So yeah, I kind of get that. That makes sense though. Kind of a realistic example too. So. Wow.
That's good. That's good cinematography there in visual effects. By the way, well, I guess I have to wait. You have to wait till William comes back to ask him. This is a question for him. I was gonna ask William if he saw like any like kind of Blade Runner influence in Rebel Moon.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but even to this, if you want to, this movie has a lot of like pre-Doom. So I would say it's more of like a practice.
You don't see any,
a lot of similar shots.
You see any Blade Runner Rebel Moon?
I didn't. I mean, that's just me though.
Well, because I specifically was kind of thinking in terms of like when they go to find Nemesis and she has to have the fight with Armada in Rebel Moon. That's where I kind of that planet has a little bit, looked to me like had a little bit of a Blade Runner sort of quality to it.
I felt more of a Star Wars quality for that one. The Planet of the Clones, yeah, where they did that, where Obi-Wan had to go visit the clones to find out about during part 2.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. But yeah, going back to what I was saying a second ago, if you guys ever want to, maybe I'll bring my dad on camera one of these days. If you ever like wonder what my dad looks like or who my first choice would be to play him, yeah, Harrison Ford's always been kind of my guy for that. With the story of my dad's life, it would be Harrison Ford. Some people have told me it's like, oh, that's just typically picking Indiana Jones is very egotistical. It's like, no, I'm telling you, meet my dad, you will agree.
Yeah. Yeah, trust me, some dads are like that. I could see them exactly just like that. They don't care. They're just them.
Okay, now the shit's hitting the fan for them.
Oh no. Oh. I didn't know LAPD had jurisdiction in Nevada.
They don't, and that's not them.
Now I'm going to presume also that was Harrison Ford like throwing all those punches because he's remember this one interview he did with Jon Stewart a while back. It was I forget what this was for exactly, but he was asked like why he because he's known for like handling a lot of his own stunts and his own fight scenes and things like that. And he made this joke. It's like, well, yeah, they pay me all this money to do it. It would be rude not to. So, pretty much any you can he's I mean he's he's a little bit more up there now, but it's like he's still doing all the physical stuff as to the fullest extent possible.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I can hear.
Also, too, that's
He's
also
like 80 years
realistically.
old now.
Say again,
It's like a realistically gun disarm, so I do like that a lot, especially with the headbutt too and everything. Yeah, that's actually really good.
What was that, Aaron?
Really.
I said he's 80 years old.
Yeah, he's in his 80s now, but he's still pretty awesome shape for especially for having done everything over his career with Indiana Jones or what have you. There's actually some of my colleagues actually got to interview a fellow named Vic Armstrong a couple years ago. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that name. He's pretty well known in the stunt world, and he was Harrison Ford's stunt guy on Temple of Doom. And what happened there was that Harrison Ford he herniated a disc in his back while they were making it, so he had to be flown back stateside to get surgery during that. And what happened? It was they were getting ready to do the fight scene where he fights like the big guard in Temple of Doom where they're on the conveyor belt. So Vic Armstrong kind of stepped in and sort of filled that in. Then once Harrison Ford came back, they had him like they did all the close-ups and the inserts to complete it. So in that part of it, pretty much any time you don't see Indy's face, that's Vic Armstrong in that part of it. And I've got his autobiography, and there's this Harrison Ford autographed. There's a photo of them together on set of Temple of Doom, and Harrison Ford autographed it, and he signed it. The quote he gave for Vic Armstrong was his words were, "If you ever learn to talk, I'm in deep trouble." So.
Oh my god.
That's so cool! Wow, especially when shout out to the Snub Devil and him.
Yeah.
Wow.
Vic, yeah, he's done all kinds of. He's been around a real long time. He's like name a blockbuster over like the last 40 years. He's probably had some kind of involvement with it. In fact, let me see if he was involved with this. Actually, he might have been either this or the original Blade Runner.
Yeah. Wow.
Unfortunately, no. Nope, unfortunately not. Oh no, yeah, he was. Vic Armstrong, yeah, he was also Harrison Ford's stunt guy in the original Blade Runner. Yeah. So not on this one, but the original.
I think the soundtrack really makes this movie.
Yeah.
Oh, Hans Zimmer and Ben Wallswitch. This is I bought this soundtrack. They only made at the time that they only made 2,049 copies of it when the movie first got released, and I remember getting it like the first day it was released. And I'm not really
Is
a
it
guy.
Is it much of a soundtrack, or is it like mostly ambiences? Because I don't recall the music from this, but I recall.
Oh, this is soundtrack. Like you're gonna hear towards the end of the movie, there's a track called Seawall, which is some of the best soundtrack shit I've ever heard. I actually play that on. I've actually jumped that in the chat when we were talking about this movie. You'll hear it, and then once the movie is over and the credits are rolling, they actually play it. And I knew there wasn't an end credit scene in this movie, but they do an interlude of the soundtrack towards the end of the movie, and it's that surround Sony shit that or whatever that was that they're playing, and it's just blasting. I just didn't want to leave the theater. I just didn't want those credits to end.
Yeah, I remember seeing it in the IMAX, and it was pretty overwhelming.
It was like
in a good way.
Yeah, and I wish it had won that year, but I don't even think it was nominated. So, oh well.
Hello. How are you this evening?
Live from Scotland.
I've got something that's banned.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, we knew Ruth was going to be bringing that on camera. But now you got a couple of heads right next to it, so you got to bring. So it doesn't matter if they're still dripping blood or whatnot.
We can have the avocado.
Oh yes.
Oh yeah, what she was doing with the avocados, that was hilarious.
I must admit, mind you, Vince's shorts absolutely hilarious as well. I was howling at that. I thought it was. Really
one in
funny.
particular, I know.
That's funny.
Yeah, William, I know you don't want to hear it, but there is at least one. There's one thing that Do Where's My Card has that Blade Runner doesn't, and that is it gave Ruth the opportunity to create like the greatest one-liner of all time out of a character named Christy Boner. He's gonna kick me out right now, isn't he?
Don't think I would trade that for anything. Well, I guess I don't know. All right, so now you're starting to see the relationship between, the hooker and everything else. She was part of the resistance,
as most hookers are.
Where did that come from?
Yeah, what the hell does that mean, man?
I don't know.
That was quite.
I don't know if this took a reference, but this might have been maybe from Detroit Becomes Human. So I'm not spoiling anything for you guys, but this is an option. Damn, so that girl was there for a reason. She was an undercover. Wow. She set him up.
Wow. Imagine how dystopic the world has to be when the hookers are undercover.
I mean, I'm just surprised, bro. Like, especially with that world, where someone just set up some stuff like that.
What do you want tonight, Fourth, with this like hooker underground resistance fixation?
Like, I mean, it's a dirty business. What do you expect? But I'm just like surprised. Like, man, people be getting set up, man. So that's what you can be. Man, you can't be trusting some people, man, to put it to you that way.
Yeah, I was saying usually it's hookers meeting people that are undercover cops, but now in the future the hookers are undercover.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that happens in real life too, because I did see a story or something like that happen before. Especially if you want to catch someone really bad, man. I know, but I thought she was normal though.
Wasn't there a storyline in Miami Vice about that?
I can tell you.
I still think Force best saying is "Don't be down on your clown."
Oh. That's also too. You got to realize he's kind of a police. So
seems to be a thing with water in this one. When this,
yeah, especially when you look at the background, the water is moving, so that must mean that things are moving more forward or something.
And then there's like the Whalen area that have like shipping water.
Kind of related to that. I was actually gonna. This is another one I had for William. Like, do you think that like what's the best way to put this? Do you think that Denis Villeneuve would he have gotten to do? Would he have gotten the opportunity to make Dune, and would it have been what it is had he not done Blade Runner first?
Yes, because he had already done Arrival.
Okay.
Yeah, and also too Sicario as well. So
Arrival got him nominated. I believe Arrival got him nominated for Best Director.
Because like how much of a stepping stone or how much of like a training ground for Dune would you say that Blade Runner ended up being for him?
As far as production scope, it was a big one because prior to that, Arrival was kind of cool, but it wasn't anywhere on the near the whole landscape that he had to create. He literally had to create an entire world for Blade Runner, whereas and that's what he would have to do for. And then Dune is a much higher end IP as far as like a lot of different levels of people know it. Whereas Blade Runner is IP. That was the problem with the marketing. Dune
can't wait for
being around forever.
I can't wait for Sicario 3.
I don't know if it's gonna be as good, to be honest with you. I don't know. Second one was good, but it wasn't good as the first one. The first one was.
Think of the second one as like the Empire Strikes Back and like a cartel saga.
Let's see. I need to see a trailer first to see what happens because I don't know even if they're in the script or if they're in development.
Oh, there's a script in there. The actors are talking about coming back. Even Emily Blunt's talking about coming back.
Okay, that could be interesting, but man, I don't know.
Best pick for Arrival. Let me
Yeah, I haven't seen it, but I know I've been hearing really good things about it. So, yeah, Arrival is solid.
Yeah, it was nominated. It did not win, but it was nominated.
Oh, for what?
For Best Picture that year. Yeah, somebody named JJ's in the sci-fi center.
Can you guys hear it clearly, or is it like muffling?
Can we
I'm
see
getting
it?
like a glitchy. I'm getting glitchy audio playback.
Okay. I just want to make sure. I thought maybe my headphones batteries are dying or something. So that's fine.
You know, Leto's holding a skull from Roots collection that she loaned to the production of Blade Runner 2049. You're mute, Ruth. You're mute.
I'm mute. I was gonna say my skulls are cleaner than that. I like to make sure that I polish before I put them anywhere.
Not clean yet.
She just has a whole Predator trophy. A Predator
it does.
trophy room.
Casual
blast
fan, I
off
like
all
to
the
use
blood and guts.
Make sure they're nice and
But
clean.
the Monkey Man method, I got you.
Exactly.
Wait, I gotta ask, or no, one's not here, but I asked him whenever he comes back to see it. So, do they have like a boy and girl, or is it just a girl? But
just the one child.
Oh, okay.
So is it?
Okay.
Just one child.
Did they reveal that already?
Yeah. They didn't reveal who the child is yet, but they revealed there was only one, and it wasn't him.
It wasn't. I mean, they kind of showed the scene. I mean, but I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna save it for the end. I don't want to risk any spoilers.
Well, if you're paying super, super, super close attention, they say some stuff that pretty much lets you know who it is already. So you might have already picked it up, but some people may not have. So.
If I were in this part of the movie, I would say this would remind me of like when they have the kind of the psychological evaluation in Armageddon. If I were in this room, I would say that one part where Will Patton goes like, this is about the most uncomfortable room I've ever been in.
Oh, and you realize just what a piece of trash that Wallace is. She's just really a piece of trash. I mean, and like I said, the replicants in this movie are more human than the flesh and blood people that were born from parents.
Do you think actually, kind of going off of that, do you think that now it's maybe not a one-to-one thing, but with like replicants are maybe somewhat paralleling the concept of AI, and of course that's becoming such a thing in both good ways, potentially controversial ways these days. Do you think that both this and the original, they're there might be like they might take on like a different kind of significance now, like replicants, like kind of like maybe being like it may be like it being analogous to AI in some aspects.
A little bit, but more so in the classic term because of the fact that it was when Philip K. Dick wrote this, it was based on the fear of manufacturing and machines and everything, basically humans being supplanted by those things, and and could those things be developed as far as. So I think the still core of the story comes from Philip K. Dick's original story, Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep? So I don't know, because AI with programming versus androids versus robots. I don't know if that's the kind of story he was telling. Was he just telling? He was trying to tell something that was not human being accepted for human. So I don't know. Maybe.
I will add to this. It is kind of subject, but it kind of is. Even especially when you look at Jared Leto's his character, whenever he has like the chip or whatever. When you look at it, Elon Musk is currently testing. They did find a volunteer where they're trying to get like a chip in your brain and stuff. So that could be the future. So.
Oh, I'm sure the people are just lining up for that.
I mean, there's one person testing it out. Look at the Apple Vision Pros, and also too. Remember, you saw with Jared Leto whenever they inserted a different chip. So who knows if it's? Hopefully not. I mean, I don't know. People will come out here like the Terminators now. But
this movie,
like you could actually see. Oh, good.
For this movie, Leto had an actual chip inserted to his brain because he's so method.
I'm telling you, the method actor. I'm telling you, yeah, that's the method actor. But yeah. But yeah, so I could see them potentially doing him like that. That could be like, oh yeah, here, you want to play some video games? Here. I don't know. Yeah, that's probably CG. What the heck?
Okay, see you later. See you later, Perp Man. Yeah.
Maybe I'm tripping, but I feel like that girl, even though the girl behind Harrison Ford looks just alike like her. Maybe there's a connection, but let's see. Similar haircut too.
I don't think I can handle being in this room for longer than Whoop. Well, that's over. Yeah, he is a real piece of shit, man. William.
Yeah, he's played masterfully by Jared Leto.
Yeah, Jared Leto does a great job, doesn't he?
Oh,
Man, I'm excited to see him though in Troy, whatever Argosy, whatever it's called. Next year, that's gonna be fun.
Oh yeah, this is all over the place too in the marketing. The whole giant pink woman with blue hair hologram.
Yeah, Anna DeMars.
Yeah.
At least it wasn't like No Time to Die. At least they actually did show him. So.
She's going to be in the new John Wick spinoff, so looking forward to that.
Yeah, next year is going to be a stack year. You guys got John Wick, and we have DC and Marvel more.
All right, now here's another important scene.
Mm-hmm.
Throughout the movie, he was basically, it was as if that program that was her, her program, Joy's programming, that was evolving into something that he could actually have a relationship here. Now that's coming into question because this random program that's basically her base program is saying the same things as the one that he fell in love with was, and he's starting to question, was that real or was that just a program? Do I have anything left to hold me onto this world, or should I take this big risk and possibly basically risk my life to set all this right? It's left for you to wonder. I am on the side of the fact that programming did evolve into something that he could have fallen in love with. And just because something has a base programming doesn't mean it's meaningless. But he's doubting himself and doubting everything right now. And now when he pulls out the gun, it's like, this is all I have left. To end this and make this right is all I have left, even if it kills me.
You see it also too. They kind of did hint at it early in the film because then whenever you saw the girl with the big, I think like speaker light, I saw behind the scenes it was actually the girl that program girl. That was actually her. That was Anna.
Yeah, Anna de
Yeah,
Armas.
no, last name. Yeah, Anna de Armas. Yeah, that was actually her. So they were kind of hinting at it at the beginning of the movie that she was a program. Plus, also too with her.
She's definitely a program, and then she transferred her to that hollow emitter, and then when it got crushed, and remember he says if this anything happens to this, I could lose you, and that's what ended up happening. Now you're going to start seeing her get really intense, and this is that from the soundtrack, Seawall. This is where you start to hear it come in, but you hear a much clearer version of it outside of the movie.
Well, I did see someone in chat saying earlier about Ryan Gosling how Ghost Rider is stunt double. That could actually work really well. But let's see. So I think it's possible to do it, but I don't know about so much of the darkness. But I mean, who knows? Maybe. No, I don't think it'll work. But yeah. This soundtrack actually sounds really good now. That gives me like the Terminator type of vibes. Like something bad is really about to happen. So.
Brad, what have you got on your t-shirt?
A second.
What have you got
What
on
have I
your
got?
t-shirt?
Oh, this is for Hi. This is a streaming platform. It's owned by Welgo USA. They kind of do like here for like Asian action movies and that sort. So they watch the streaming platform. Hi. Pretty awesome.
Your sound is totally jammed up, Brad.
What?
I couldn't understand the word you just said.
Yeah. So I don't
Move
know.
your mic.
Is that better?
No. Move it again.
Okay, is this better?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So this is it's a streaming platform called Hayats, owned by Welgo USA, and they're a distributor. They import a lot of Asian action movies and things of that nature stateside. So this is their streaming platform. It's called Hayat, and I got this shirt December of 2022. They were doing for World Martial Arts Day. They sent this and a few other things out to a lot of different outlets just to kind of like part of celebrating that day. They said, put your shirt out, and a couple other things we sent you on social media, just let people know about this day and this event and about our streaming service. So that's where I got this from, and fan of the platform. So if you haven't subscribed, I think I don't think it's international. I think it's just stateside. But if you're stateside, you have to subscribe. You miss it out. So definitely subscribe.
Yeah, I think the fourth 100 said the link doesn't work. Just letting you guys know. He said it was still launch, but yeah.
I'll put it back in the chat, man. They put in the work here for this night fight.
I mean, it's pretty realistic, and that's actually some good combos on there as well. Plus, those two hole in the hand, so it's actually solid.
Let's put the link back in the chat there for.
Yeah.
Ah, I didn't see that coming. No one keeps the Gosling down.
No, you're ahead of us.
Oh, I am? Okay, sorry. Well, I'm watching on the Twitch. I mean,
No, I am watching on Twitch, but I guess it didn't.
no.
Good. I saw you ahead of me.
I'm gonna go back and look at the. I bet this was controversial, like what William's talking about. I bet this part was. I bet this ruffled some feathers when this came out. He's.
I mean, what?
Drowning
what
this
do you
woman.
expect? I mean, what do you expect? I mean, the first part, she was beating him. He didn't fight
Well,
back.
Yeah.
Like,
this wasn't just a self-defense. This was just
Yeah, this
people
was
Well,
fighting.
I get that, but I could still see that. I could still see it causing some consternation just because of, the gender aspect of it.
This one got cheered on when I went. This one got
Oh, really?
people clapped. People clapped, yeah, because she was fuck her. I mean, I understand her emotional conflict, but she caused a lot of damage. And she's just a killer. I mean, she's got like a body count all the way up to like 4 or 5 people. She's vicious too. You feel sorry for her in one sense because that's what she was created to be, and she was a conflict. But at the same time, I kind of like yeah, she's dead.
Yeah, here in that this is from Wikipedia again in the social commentary section. Interview with Vanity Fair, Denis Villeneuve responded that he is very sensitive about his portrayal of women, and this is his quote: "Blade Runner is not about tomorrow; it's about today, and I'm sorry, but the world's not kind on women."
Yeah, same thing with Game of Thrones. They treat women like shit in that show. But here,
or something. But yeah, I mean, no shit.
people in general, replicants in general, are being pretty much treated like.
Did I really don't remember this scene. I mean, it's cool.
I wonder if that was done in an actual ocean or on
Wow,
a set.
Aaron, that mic is killing me. Hold on.
I would say.
Hang on, I'll take it off.
I would say
Hold
just
on, let me
jump out
try.
and jump back in. And,
Yeah, maybe it's just a connection between us and StreamYard. Maybe it's on our end. I don't know.
Maybe. Wait, so how did they get him out? I kind of missed some of it. So did he like give him the key or did he shoot it off?
No, it's there's no key. It's once they put on, the only person that can take him off is somebody from the outside, and it was all them. So
also they touched like a screen or something, or
yeah, he just undid the he just undid the handcuffs.
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me all right at the moment?
That's a little bit better.
Yeah. I wonder if that
cool.
could.
The question I was asking, do you think this scene was done in an actual ocean or a movie set?
Well,
I think that was done on the studio. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it would have to be.
Spielberg has been warning everybody since he don't film on the actual ocean because it's going to be a nightmare for you.
Yeah, plus also too much of danger. No insurance company would risk it.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I know it's supposed to take place at the Los Angeles seawall, that one area right on the beach, right down from the shipping area. But I don't think that's where it really was set.
No, when you look at the background, it's more like I think they did like black screen, like a big blue screen, build like a tank or whatever stuff on it. Then that's when they probably did it. Then they probably rotated it or something like that, and probably had some lights or maybe some CGI.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it still looks good though, so I can't complain. Especially with the tone too and everything.
It looks so realistic. That's why I asked.
Yeah. Well, because I think probably because it's just pitch black all around them, except for that, the one little fuselage of their vehicle there. That's, I mean, I mean, if water wasn't splashing up around them, you would think they were in outer space.
Yeah. Hold on. This is such a beautiful shot. The whole thing with the realistic snow. That I can't even lie. This is probably one of the best snow scenes I've probably ever seen. I know it might be CGI, but man, it looks so beautiful. Especially so much detail to it. It's not like you see snow. This is actually like snow falling, and I'm not gonna spoil it, but there's a scene you guys will see later on coming up. But man, it's beautiful. We're gonna get back to it, but I have to give credit to this scene. This scene is beautiful. A lot of the level of thickness of the snow is good. The snow actually falling down.
Yeah, so it's like they like waited around for it to actually start snowing.
No, I think it might have been like soap or whatever or something, or maybe they did, but I don't. It looks fantastic on the screen, like shot wise.
Yeah.
Or maybe I know how they did it, but it's just, man, it just looks so beautiful. Wow. But yeah, continue. Go ahead. Sorry, but yeah. Wow. Especially with the colors too. Like, man, you could just sleep in this and chill. Wow.
There's a nice kinship between the both of the characters.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's so relaxing to see it, just the snow. Like, wow.
It's very ASMR-ish.
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah.
Oh man. I'm gonna watch this real quick. Now his code is flipped in. Man, I'm thinking I might have to do something with the movie. I don't know. Maybe I gotta watch different points of view. But I think that's like, and maybe it's covering or maybe something. I don't know. Or I'll probably rewatch this movie eventually. But I think that has to do something with his code folded in and falling out. That's cool. The score here is so beautiful. Just relaxing.
Yeah, it's a reminder. It's a throwback to the Tears in the Rain speech from Rutger Hauer. So it's a different version of it that they put together.
Yeah, still sounds really good though, and yeah.
He's feeling the snow.
Yeah,
well, this is ambiguous because he's, they never let you really know here what happens to him. He could, you could assume that he just lies there and dies, or you could assume that he gets up and that's it. You just never know.
Kind of like Monkey Man. He gets stabbed and he may or may not make it at the end.
Yeah, maybe it's going to kind of leave it like that. Or maybe it feels like he achieved everything or stand of his mission.
Well, remember, he just didn't. The only thing that gave his life meaning was reconnecting them together at a certain point.
Yeah.
I was hoping the TV show you find out what happens to him.
You may in reference. The TV show takes place 50 years after the events of here, so he might be. I don't know if he would be alive anyway, or he'd be very old.
So it's going to be like probably at most like a passing reference to like they'll just say he made it or he didn't.
Yeah, possibly.
That's but all right. That's all we need. That's all we need to know.
Yeah,
I knew it. So, sorry, guys. Sorry, continue. But I knew it. Okay, go ahead.
I know that Ryan Gosling wouldn't. They wouldn't have the money or the budget to have Ryan Gosling in the TV show.
Amazon could clone Ryan Gosling. They could afford to, but I just don't think he's. The story takes place so far afterwards. I think it's.
Well,
they won't show it, but
they can make a replica of Ryan Gosling.
Aaron will be here all week, everybody.
Yeah, no, they won't show him, but they will like reference him for sure. Oh yeah, you remember in the other universe thing? Yeah, remember Decker? Like that's not his name, but they won't ever use it.
Yeah, you answered the question I was going to ask you, William, whether or not he died at the end.
Yeah, and they just never answer that, but because he lies there and he looks like because he's wounded pretty bad, and he's not getting any medical attention, so maybe but at the same time, you don't, and like I said, when they interviewed Denny Villeneuve about it, he just leaves it up. He just leaves it up to the viewer, which I hate when people don't. I love him, but
You
I
want the
paid
directors
for
to
you
give
to
like a
give me
hard
the ending.
answer on like stuff like that.
I don't like that ambiguous shit. You know, I paid for an ending. God damn it.
Yeah, I like having a story have an end.
Yeah.
My theory is this. I believe that he lived because when you look at it, Harrison Ford goes into the building and he sees his daughter basically. So that should tell you like, hey, that maybe they came out back and they saved him. So those also too.
I really love this movie. Like I said, when I saw these credit scenes, I'm halfway down the stairs. When I first heard this, and then after a couple minutes, they go into Seawall, which is the soundtrack you heard while they were fighting on the seawall.
Mm-hmm.
And it goes into that, and then it's like they turn it up even more than it had been throughout the theater. And I remember just sitting down on the steps of the walkway and just sitting there until they turned the lights on.
Yeah, I'm gonna play the shorts real quick.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
Cool.
I will say though, the
Cool,
original
thank
has
you.
a better poster compared to the new one. Now it's too much of faces, which I get. They want to sell a movie, but this one, the other one is much better. I would say the building, them two, with the trunk. Yeah, this one just looks like.
I guess maybe I'll put that to like everybody in like because William, you said you really feel like this one builds upon the first one. So yeah, everybody, what are your thoughts? Like which Blade Runner do you think is really is the best of the two?
You already have my answer, son.
Yeah,
Never seen this. So
I think I might say this one too. I think I probably would say 2049 because yeah, it does extrapolate and build upon the foundation of its predecessor in some really compelling ways. So yeah, I probably
Benedict Wong, Doctor Strange.
How many pineapples do you
Is
give
this
it,
like a
Rue?
deleted scene or something?
How many
Right now we have
band.
74 people watching on Twitter. I wish there was some way to get those to get credit for that on YouTube, man.
Yeah,
Oh.
we have none watching on Facebook, 5 watching
But
on
what we
YouTube,
could
and
do is
34
we could turn around and ask everybody who's watching on Twitter if they wouldn't mind nipping onto the YouTube channel and pressing the like and
jump over to
subscribe
YouTube, give a like
button.
and subscribe.
And if you're
Please,
not
guys,
subscribed, please do
Tra.
because we're like, yes, Tra, it's very Tra. And if
Here,
you're
I'm gonna
not,
put the link in the. I'm gonna put the link in the thing. So this is.
And to answer your question, Casual Fan, these aren't deleted scenes. They're features from the Blu-ray.
Yeah,
Like
this is part of the promotion. This is part of the promotion that they did leading up to it.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I've never seen it, so I'm watching to see.
That was dumb. I didn't want to do that. There it goes. Geez, fourth.
So were these only put on the Blu-ray, or were they released like?
No, these were released on in the internet everywhere. They were released on the YouTube prior to the movie being released. Okay, so fourth is double feature. We'll be doing next week, I guess. We're doing Terrifier 2. What was the other one? Fourth? You didn't.
Oh, Ruth.
We're doing Terrifier 2.
Oh, Ruth is like over the moon.
Look at their face. My goodness, it's like you just found a new kill or something.
What was
the other one?
I don't miss the scary movies.
Oh
bro.
god, I'm gonna have to brace
It's turned
myself
into like
for
a
that one.
comedy show.
All at once.
I haven't even seen the first Terrifier.
Don't worry about
Well, I
that
mean,
one.
this is not like a continuity-based series.
I mean, I don't mess with
No,
scary
you
movies.
don't have homework.
That way. I mean, I'll drop a like and drop support.
I'll
But
tell you what the homework is. It's like it's prepare to watch people get butchered. That's what it is.
if I want to, I could watch a Braid. I could watch a different thing. But scary movies, it turns it into a comedy skit. We good. It's gonna be a roasting
You're not
session.
gonna find much comedy.
No. We don't need to turn it into a roasting session. We don't do that.
No, not roasting, but like just making fun of it, like a scary movie. But yeah.
All right.
Why don't we get in the running car?
Hold on, guys.
Bro, why are you running? Why are you
short?
turn around?
The short that he has
What are
up
you
on the
doing
screen
here?
right now, for those of you guys who stuck around, this is Wallace getting his justification for going forward with the replicant program, because there's still a lot of people that are skeptical because of the riots and everything, the uprisings that have happened with him, and he demonstrates here, and it's a very, very stark demonstration of why he should be able to go forward. So keep an eye on that.
No, that's cool. Yeah, I say more just like in a funny way. I don't take it like scary movie serious because I'm like, you should do this, and I laugh about it because I'm not gonna be scared. Yo, man, we good.
So
I ain't about
you're
to.
saying Dark
You
City, or we
Navy
could do
SEAL.
Total Recall. Well, I'm definitely Total Recall on that choice, man.
Yeah, even if you guys want to, you check out the next watch along. I'd recommend. It's up to you guys, do you? But I'd say Troy Ace or whatever, the one that came out in 2010. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't.
Good tell you, man.
I'll type it in. Give me a second. I'll type it in the chat. Give me a second. Oh, Tron Legacy. I mean, that's the one I mean.
Oh, yeah, that I have seen.
I've seen. I would recommend if you guys want to do it on stream, that would be a fun watch to do. That movie visually, especially costume wise, oh my god, especially with the great soundtrack too.
Oh,
Here's Wong.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Supreme Counselor or whatever. I think that guy, the security guard of Jared Leto's character, I think he was in a TV show called like one about basically about an undercover one. It's on Netflix. It has the guy.
Yep,
Covenant.
that's what I mean.
Yeah.
That's what these replicants now go back to all the way he did himself in the film, how what replicants mean to him. That's what replicants mean to him.
I can't let you. No, did he? And the suits actually look really good on Jared Leto. So shout out to the costume designer for making him like very stylish and stuff. The suits actually look good. So makes him look like a fancy businessman or something. Like
I just gotta find the other one real quick. What was it? 2048.
You have On the Run, Nowhere to Run, or something like that. On the Run, and then Blackout 2022. It should lead you right to them. There's only two more left. There's Blackout 2022, and then there's the one with Dave Bautista in it.
Yeah, everything on my thing's in alphabetical order. I found the one with Dave Bautista. I'm just playing them on my Plex server because it's like the easiest way for me to do it.
these are like crimes against humanity type shit.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mhm.
That's a lot of money.
What happened?
Yeah, I'm not picking a fight with Batista, guys.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
Eh.
that's what you get, bitch. That's the woman.
This is a family-oriented show.
I mean, don't commit crimes. Don't put it too that way. So
That's
Fourth,
pretty
you've
tame.
returned.
You should see my family. That'd be considered pretty tame.
no, you forgot something. You better pick it up. But I mean, what do you expect? This kind of in a way like this, like don't hurt innocent people. So that's how we got caught. Oh my god, man.
I wonder if anybody's tried to scan that QR code.
Let's see if I can drum up that last one.
That's how we got caught. Oh my god, come on. Oh man. I mean, what do you expect though? But yeah.
He was going to get. I think he knew he was going to get caught eventually, and he basically got himself killed so that they couldn't get any information out of him about the kid.
Oh. Well, who's the kid though?
That's
Is she like important?
No, he knew about the child in the beginning of the movie. He knew about Deckard's daughter. He knew where he didn't want. If they would have captured him or been able to dissect his brain or rehash his memories, they would have been able to find out everything he knew. So he couldn't allow him to be to allow himself to be taken alive.
Yeah, that makes sense. Why that's why. Okay, so that makes sense why he fought back in the beginning. He wasn't like fighting just to fight. He fought because basically to get and to make sure they don't get no information.
Yeah,
This is like 15
that makes so
minutes
much
long.
sense now. Wow, especially wow. Oh my god. Wow.
Yeah, the blackout one's the last one, I guess.
Yeah.
So, who here has seen Dark City?
No, go ahead.
Sorry,
Oh, is that the other one, Dark City by Alex Proyas? Is that the one you put in there?
Well, yeah, I'll say either that or Total Recall with Terrifier.
Which Total Recall, original or the remake?
The original.
Either one of those is fine with me. Just let me know which one you want to do.
Well, has everybody seen Dark City already? Or is that new for anybody?
Yeah, it's new for me. I've never seen any of these
I've
before.
never
This is the
seen
first
it.
one.
But,
For me.
but I
Be new
love
for me.
Fourth. I love Total Recall.
Never seen
I'll be
Total
honest,
Recall, but I'm aware of it though. So
Usually, if I watch something new with you guys, I gotta end up rewatching it because of
yeah. Hey, I gotta do.
a little distractive.
I'm leaning towards Dark City because I feel that Total Recall, you'll have a chance to run into it sometime easier in life. Dark City, nobody really talks about.
Yeah, and I do want to say this though. I do appreciate you guys. I learned so much from you guys, even meeting on this watch parties. I know you're off subject, but I just want to say it before, in case I forget. Appreciate you guys, and shout out to you, Will, and shout out to everybody, because I learned so much more new facts about the movie, and it makes me like appreciate the movie more.
Casual, can I ask you a question? Did you learn a lot about Scary Movie? as well.
Scary movies it will always be funny to me. I mean, we can disagree to agree. Some people may not like it, but I do you. So, but yeah, but continue. I just want to thank you guys
There's
real
nothing
quick.
to learn about
Definitely...
Scary Movie. There's nothing to learn about Scary Movie other than it sucks.
It's funny.
Well,
it's something different.
I can tell you that, and I'm a scholar on it.
It is funny.
I'm a scholar because I can tell you that they all suck.
They're
but
funny.
Brad, I
I know
remember
what it
that piece
is,
that you wrote
especially
on
with that,
Wikipedia. It was very good.
and especially with
the piece that
Ghostface doing that fish.
that fourth read out.
That is funny. But I mean, hey, let's keep the peace. I appreciate you guys sharing the information. It's definitely I learn. Let's keep it happy, Glumpy, or whatever. So happy, Lucy. So yeah, pause. But yeah, but go ahead, sure. It's just I didn't even know about that. I'm like, wow, it makes sense.
I'll go with Dark City then. Dark City and Terrifier 2. But heavily recommend that people who haven't seen Total Recall
All right, Drogo,
seek that out.
jumping in, wrapping up.
Yeah, I'm gonna give that a watch. I actually have it in my physical media collection, but in the right time.
Watch the one with Arnold Schwarzenegger, and then if you want to watch the Colin Farrell remake one, that's at your disposal. But
No, I saw that one
awesome.
first. I saw the Colin one, but I still need to watch the Arnold Schwarzenegger one. So I'm gonna give that a watch eventually.
Aren't there a couple cuts of the original? Aren't there at least 2 that they've done?
Of the Total Recall one?
Yeah, Total Recall.
I don't. I almost said I don't recall, but no, I'm not sure if there's a.
Yeah, I think there might be 2 cuts out there.
Interesting. But I brought up the Total Recall just in relation to Philip K. Dick, who wrote what was it, a short book on Total Recall, and then of course which Blade Runner. Also, which Blade Runner is also based on the writings by the same person who did Total Recall, Philip K. Dick.
Yeah, and not too many people have seen Dark City. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good movie.
Actually,
Not too many people have even heard of it, to be honest, which is unfortunate.
Yeah,
I haven't seen it.
And
So I don't even know what
it
it
got
is.
completely masked by the release of Matrix. Like it was just gone after Matrix came out.
Yeah.
But if you want your Crow visual fixation, then the last movie that Alex Proyas, who directed The Crow, made was Dark City, and they look like they take place in the same universe, visually but not actually.
Okay, it actually looks to be like a good movie. Reading the synopsis.
You're about to find out here why it was so hard for them to find replicants after a certain point, and why it took them so long to find Sapper Morton and all these other guys, and why it's even necessary to have these type of Blade Runners that they have by the time 2049 rolls around.
Oh, did you already start the second short film?
He's on the last one.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I didn't mean to be talking.
We're on the anime one now.
Yeah.
Okay.
It looks so nice though. I mean, I think it looks better in live action, but maybe I don't know.
Yeah, if I hadn't rushed it, I would have played those shorts in order, but I didn't even think about it.
Good. Yeah, I think I'll say at the end what I wanted to say earlier, but I'm gonna wait until the end because I think it might show it maybe, but we shall see.
This had some great animation. Look.
Yeah, it does.
Oh, they're like the military.
Kind of reminds me of the Animatrix.
That was
Oh,
the
yeah.
strategy. That was the strategy by the same people who did the Animatrix. That was the idea. Because remember they were both Warner Brothers.
Oh, because this in particular reminds me a lot of the what was the
Those
what
last
was the title?
five.
It was the two-parter that showed like the downfall of the machine.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, this feels like it's cut from the same cloth. Yeah.
If you are one of the 74 people watching us on Twitter right now, try to swing over to our YouTube page. I put the link in the chat. And like and subscribe and actually hang out there because Elon ain't giving a shit for you being over there. I mean, it's true. I mean, have all these people watching us. I mean, one day we had like 300 people watching us on Twitter.
Yeah. Well, that was the that was when you like hooked up with like the radio show host.
Yeah, and we were trying to wonder why. Damn, where are all these people at? Why are they already? And they were all. She sent the Twitter link to them, and so they all were watching it there. I'm like, send them the YouTube link, damn it.
Well, can they continue following us? Come on.
Yeah, I'm like, click here. I put the thing in the chat. Click. I don't know.
Knock on her door again. Ask her to come again. Say again, Aaron.
There's barcodes on their eyes.
They just put the code in the Twitter thing for people to like and subscribe.
I did. I put the.
Guys, if you're watching on Twitter, please like and subscribe. Thank you.
Yeah, and that very accent, by the way, do it that way.
The Scottish Geordie.
The Scottish accent. She just did it and do it.
And we also have a Discord.
Yes, we do.
Please
come hang with us on Discord.
That one as well.
Speaking of accents, I do a pretty good Sean Connery, if I do say so myself.
Absolutely do not.
Wait, so did they?
Yes, I do.
So did they hack into it or something, or did they just?
Brad, that's just cracked us up.
They hacked into the guidance system of a nuclear weapon. Is what they did.
Oh. Yeah. Was it through somebody or
through those people, the resistance?
Oh, okay. So the gas what they captured was just more of a distraction or crossfire.
Yeah, because there's a mission here. There's a point to what they're trying to do here. I don't know where we're at because I just had to come back to it.
Where they're at the border, kind of. Then they're like they just crashed the gas tank and now they're kind of invading. Oh, okay.
Yeah, there we go. Now now you're starting to see where this is going.
Yeah. Because I'm going until the end to say it, but you guys know.
Yeah, this is what they just hacked in was very important.
Yeah,
about to fuck some shit up.
Yeah, you guys are about to see. I'm not gonna spoil it for you guys, but yeah, this one was actually kind of clean. That's cool.
Wow.
A little over exaggerated, but that's cool.
I suddenly remember my Charlemagne. Let my army see the rocks from the trees and the birds in the sky.
How hard is this to get live action, bro? Oh, God damn.
That is unlistenable.
Oh, the hell it is. What are you talking about?
Man, it still looks cool, though. Ooh, that slow motion.
So there is a Saturday night stream tonight, right?
Yep.
Is she?
It depends because Willing's going over to tomorrow for
Yep, I'm watching Collision right now because Collision is here in Las Vegas. I will be there tomorrow, so there may not be a stream tomorrow night because Tony Khan likes to run 10-hour pay-per-views. So. This is really cool.
Anime. They should keep this going like an anime, like a wing of the Blade Runner universe.
They did.
Yeah.
They did the show. Yeah.
Black Lotus. The girl. We can stream that next if you want.
Yeah, the girl in Iron Fist. So.
Okay.
Yeah, she was
this right here. This right here is a problem for everybody who wants to hunt down replicants. It's about to happen right now.
Yeah, you guys will see what's gonna happen. So
the title kind of gives it away, but
yeah, I'm waiting officially to say it because even I was watching a breakdown and then they said something, and I was like, oh, this is why this and this happened. So.
Axel, are you keeping all right?
Yeah, I'm all good.
Good stuff.
Just doing a drawing.
And that scene of somebody dying just before mission is complete, it's emblematic of just about everything in Blade Runner. Yep, there you go.
Yeah. Wow, that must have. Oh, so that makes so much sense now about why there's a resistant Groot and why they showed up in the movie. Wow.
And look what's happening right now. That nuclear weapon is not doing any real damage because of where it exploded, but it just caused an EMP. Any record keeping, anything you had on a computer, anything that was any criminal record, anything that you had is gone now. So those replicants that they were constantly hunting, they can no longer hunt.
Yeah, even they just said that they have to make new replicas now. That makes so much sense now about why.
Well, that and the ones that were going crazy and causing all the ruckus, they can't track them now. Here we go. The blackout, which led to the prohibition of replicant production, sealed the fate. That went by too quickly.
I don't know who that is, but shout out to them. You could tell that they made some great work. Oh my god. Wow, yep. Especially with the animation stuff. That was.
And that's why the whole eye thing came
Blade
from.
Runner Black Lotus is what the called.
All right, guys. There you go.
That was a fun.
Shit, we've been on air for 5 hours. Holy shit.
Yeah.
All right. I pretty much said my piece throughout the movie. I think we're about done. Right?
Well, that's like just today. I mean, like you say it, just in passing on regular streams too. So, if it wasn't clear to the Sci-Fi Center audience that William is again, as he is phrased previously, very much a part of the Blade Runner cult.
It's
a passionate Blade Runner fan. So if you have any questions, just ask him. So I didn't even know as much as I did until him. I thought I was a fan, but man, William was a diehard fan. So
yeah. This movie is this movie is at the top for me. I put it up there with The Godfather. I put it up there with Godfather 2. I mean, all kinds of different things. Hold on. Jeez. Let's see something.
I don't know if that was muted.
Thanks, Vince, for putting their
Fourth, we'll play the trailer for Dark City tonight on the other stream because I gotta.
You're welcome. Is there still so there is a stream tonight? Okay, cool.
That's good, excellent.
Yeah. All right, guys. That's it. That's it for this 5-hour block. We got another one, not another 5-hour block, but we got another block coming about 8-ish. So I will see you guys in about less than 2 hours. Oh my goodness.
All right, see you, everyone. Apologize if I overtalked anything, but you guys, everyone.
Thanks very much, William and Brad, and everybody else.
There.
Thank you.
Try.
Bye.
Later, guys.
Ciao.